Using, Bandicam moment. Coming down to the left-hander here, we've gone a bit wide. What? Handbrakers on in, look at that. Rock. Oh my god. Merry time zone, ladies and gentlemen. It's Jimmy here, and welcome back to another video. And yes, here I am making a video. It's been a little while because I've been incredibly busy. We've got a few videos in the bank sort of being edited at the moment, including Alton Park in the Praga, Alton Park in the Fun Cup, and also the first track day for the Supra, which was wild. But in today's video, we're going back into the sim racing world. I feel like I haven't been there for a little bit, so I'm back for a bit, and I'm going to be playing Race Director / Chief Steward, because the other day I was recommended a subreddit called Sim Racing Stewards, where basically people post incidents that they've been involved with online for the Reddit to decide who's at fault. So I figured, given that I am now a real life motion driver. Not really though, but I drive sometimes in real life, and I've had more than my fair share of sim races. I would lend my big galaxy brain to the subreddit to decide who's at fault. Now, I'm probably not going to get all of these right, because I've been involved in a fair few crashes myself where I've maybe blamed the wrong person. But I'll be interested to hear your guys' opinions on these incidents down below in the comments, and if you do enjoy watching this video or find it fun or informative in any way, then feel free to hit that like button. And if you dislike it, feel free to hit that dislike button. It's good feedback for creators, and just because you guys can't see it doesn't mean that I can't see it. So any feedback is always appreciated. Right, let's watch some crashes. So here it is. We are now in the Sim Racing Steward Reddit, which I've not actually been in before, apart from just to load it up. I've not seen any of these incidents yet. So it's all going to be completely fresh for me to go through. So we're going to start at the top, work our way down, and pass our judgment. I need like a gavel or something, don't I? What have I got? My YouTube stick. It's like, oh shit. Broke it. Right, so first things first, this is posted by QWERTY. He says, is this worthy of a protest? Red and white car in front is lapped and causes the leader to crash. Red and white car there. No, I don't think so. So the reason, even though that guy is being lapped, if we go back and just have another quick look at that. So in oval racing, you do not have to give way to the leaders. Basically, the goal for you, if you're the guy in the red and white car, is to try and stay on the lead lap, because if there's a caution, you want to be able to get back into the fight using the safety car. But what happens here, if you just see, he just has a little moment down the bottom there, then comes up and collects the leaders. So whilst it would be super annoying if you're the guy collected in this, you can't really attribute blame to that guy in a protestable fashion. It's annoying, it is his fault, but it's not a protest in my opinion. And also, that's something that I'm going to say probably a lot in this, is that it can be your fault, but it doesn't make it malicious. I think some people sometimes get the two sort of tied together. You can make a mistake and hit someone, it is still your fault, but it's not protestable, if that makes sense. It probably does. Shut up! Next, this one is called The Beauties of Monza, which, if anyone's driven at Monza, T1 at Monza is basically where you go. It's the sim racing version of Dignitas, essentially. We're at Monza then, and looks like we're coming down the back straight here towards Ascari. There's a BMW on our outsides. We come up now to Ascari. Is he going to go for a dive on the inside here? Yeah. Yeah, just messy. Also, I've noticed the guy in the lead is called Your Mum. But let's take a quick peek at that. So this M4 is right on our tail through here. Looks to the inside. Let's see what happens here in the braking zone. So they both move left at the same time. That is really never going to be on from the car behind, because if you're the M4 behind, you can't expect the leader, who's already turning into the corner, to then turn out and let you through. It's definitely going to be on the number 2 car there, or sorry, number 85, the guy in second. And it just gets clumsy from there. It's one of those first lap things. People sometimes forget they're sim racing. And whilst we like to sort of race door to door as much as possible, in sim racing that isn't always possible because of things like ping and netcode. So it's a no from me. So that's going to be a guilty for the number 85 car. Dick on desk. This one is called Am I Dumb for Not Backing Out? Posted by Nerdberg Ring. Love your name, by the way. Let's have a little look-see. So we're at Spa. coming up towards Blanchemont. Aston makes a bit of a mistake, super wide there. Oh, a little bit of a nudge, but we're still okay. They're still fighting in front, just trying to find a way through, squabbling. Into the middle. No, okay. So our incident happens coming out of the bus stop. So the Aston, to be fair, has already been quite ragged up until this point. So if I were the guy in the 27, from a point of view of wanting to keep my car in one piece, I'd be sort of thinking, right, watch out for this Aston, he's sort of all over the place. So the Aston goes wide, the Ferrari on the inside really overcompensates, because usually you want to try and run out as far as possible here to not to carry the speed, but of course I think that white Ferrari is aware of that Aston. And us in the 27 car, we see the gap. Now, from here, it's on. This point, the Aston Martin is going to know you're there in ACC. There's a little thing, sort of a helicorsa thing, which shows you've got someone there. If you have a spotter as well, they'll be telling you there's a car on your left. And we're there for a long time. Like, we're still there. Like, we are now definitely there. So this is actually all on the Aston Martin. He's the one that's pulling across here, and he caused this crash. Luckily, the 27 got away with it somehow. He sort of got just like smashed together, and the white car got was the one that got punished for really something that wasn't their fault. But yeah, 100% on the Aston there. Dick on desk. Back to Horny Prison. Next! Oh, now we're talking. We've got GTA races. This is what I'm talking about. So let's have a look at this. I've never seen anyone take these races seriously. People do though. There are a lot of like sim racing leagues for this, but I've I mean, I can see why you'd want to sort of say, well, maybe not. This is what we call a unsafe rejoin by the guy in the blue car there, because he has royally fucked it going into here. He's forgotten that corners exist, gone into the barrier. You're on this line. This is your line now. This is your corner. He's going slow. He then decides, no, not allowed. And he gets what he deserves, to be honest. So, unsafe rejoin for the blue car, but the penalty was you fucking sending him back into the wall, which I think is just. Sometimes the sim racing karmic gods align, and this sort of stuff happens. It's you love to see it. 2 wide chicane racing instant posted by Ginger Viking. This is a good thumbnail. This is. I like this. So here we are. We're going into Vale. I can already see what's going to happen here. We go to the inside of the Audi on the right. Diving quite late. We've got the line there. Is he still there on the right? Yeah, he's still there on the right. Okay, let's have a look here. So this is going to be important as to whether this is this guy's fault or not. So right now, we are ahead. A little bit of a bump there. To be honest, I think that the Audi could have given a little bit more room, because at this point, at the apex of the corner, like we're here. You know, like the guy on the inside is always going to come out a little bit here. You've got to give a little bit more room than that, I think. That little nudge there, and I understand. The thing is, that little nudge, that's a racing instant. That little nudge, I think it's on the edge. I mean, yeah, you have sort of driven in there quite hard, but because the Audi's not really acknowledged your resistance, there's always going to be a little bit of contact there. Now we go into the next part, and by now, this is where the Audi sort of needs to get out of it. Look at this space that we're both going to be going into here. Only one car is going to make it into that space. The Audi thinks it's it, so it's just a bit clumsy all round, I think. If this happened in the race, it would probably go down as a racing incident, I think, because it was, as I said, a little bit rough all round. But if you were to give blame to anybody, it would be, for me, the 46, because they were passed. You know, the move was made. They sort of lunged back in there and caused that contact. So I'm not going to give a guilty on this one, but just say it's more sort of in the favour of a Lamborghini here. The 46 maybe being a little bit cheeky. Cheeky. Respect each other on circuit, for crying out loud. So this is a bit of a loaded question here. This is called, does the Porsche moving under braking here instantly make it their fault? Let's have a look. So, if you don't know, moving under braking is, well, as it sounds, it's when you've started the braking process and then you actually make a sort of sudden movement at the last second to maybe defend a position. And what usually happens there is the car behind, who's fully committed to braking at that point, can't adjust and there's contact. So let's see if that happens here. So we're with the Porsche, we're coming down into the horseshoe. I mean, let's have a look. Let's see what the Porsche's doing here. Porsche comes in. No, the Porsche's taken the corner at this point. The Lamborghini's come from far too far back, in my opinion. This Lamborghini's sending it in at like a million mile an hour in the background. It's always going to be on the Lambo, going for a gap that is going to disappear. And then, even at this speed, are you making the corner? Is this Lambo making the corner? I mean, they touch the grass on the way in. But just because that gap is, you know, it's here, the gap's here, there. But look, already, the gap is starting to diminish. At this point, there's barely a car width. Now there's no longer a car width. Yeah, on the Lambo there. Lambo, you're an idiot. Don't do that shit. Oh, this is kind of cute. From Game Night, he says, I'm new to the game and I just want to know if I did anything wrong here. I'm the Haas. You see, that sort of stuff I can respect, because I feel that, me included, when I get really into my sim racing, I don't like being told that I'm at fault for an incident. I don't like someone telling me, oh Jimmy, that was you idiot, blah 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 blah. This guy's come in open mindset, said, yeah, hey, maybe it's my fault. Let's check it out. So yeah, let's have a look. Let's see if this Haas has done anything wrong. So we're on board with the McLaren here. Haas is in front of us. Going into a bit wide there. No, nothing wrong there from what I can see from the Haas. So there's sort of one rule with overtaking in a lot of championships, and it's something that I used to moan about a lot, but now that I've done a little bit of real driving, I can see it is super important. And that is that it's up to the chasing car to overtake safely. So in this instance, it's up for the McLaren to overtake properly. They've come into the corner. You've made the mistake in the Haas, which is fine. You know, mistakes are okay. There's something on the whiteboard about that back there. And more importantly, you've stuck on your line. You've stuck to the outside. You've not done anything unpredictable. The McLaren sort of wrongly assumes you're going to get out the corner quickly, carries a bit too much speed in themselves, and then pays the price. So we come into the corner. McLaren's like, yeah, okay, he's not taking the speed I want. He has to then adjust. A little bit of contact at the end, goes into the wall. So that's not on you. That is on the McLaren. But it is a racing incident. So this one is posted by Andy Boss Nelson. I was wondering if I was mostly at fault for the crash, just looking for a bit more insight on it. Yeah, sure, my guy, I'm here. I'm here to help you out.
DRS is now enabled.
Okay, so I'm going to count something here. It's how many times you move in a straight line. So here's your move to defend, which you can do. You then move back over, which, that's it. You can't do anything else now. You have to stay there. Can't be moving again. You then react to the guy making the move at the back there. So that's a reactionary defensive move, which is not allowed in most motorsport series. And as a result, there's contact, and the other guy comes up worse. So, my guy, Andy, up until that point, you were innocent, but now, guilty. That would be a penalty, and we saw that at the weekend with Stroll getting a penalty for weaving in a straight line. Don't do it, it's stupid. This one is called blocking or defending. We're in what looks to be an F3 car or a USF 2000 car, I forget the difference between the two. Gone to the inside there. Oh, yeah, let's have a look. So, yeah, that's going to be blocking for me, and the reason why is because it's a reaction. Because, look, we are already over there, and then suddenly he comes across. So for me, that's a reaction. Yellow car would be guilty of that. Don't do that, for crying out loud. Just like, you're so stupid. This is how massive crashes happen in real life. Don't be moving when someone's moving by you. And again, I know it's racing, but let's say this is like lap 2 of like 10. It's not worth having this massive crash on lap 2 for either party. Yellow car guilty. Stop being a fucking idiot. This one is from Blue the Ferry saying, Dark car claimed I was too aggressive. I think he drove into me. Thoughts. Right tyre was on the edge of the curb. So dark car. Alright, I guess with the blue car then. So we're going to go around the outside here. Where are we? What track is this? Should know this. This is Imola, I think. No, it's not. What track is this, Tim? No, it's Zolder. Oh, how could I misdiagnose my baby Zolder? So we're at Zolder. Let's have a look at the crash now that I know where we are. No, not too aggressive, mate. Ferrari had lost the place. You were on the inside at that point. So I always hate when people say you've been too aggressive when they've lost a move. It's like, no, you just weren't good at defending it. Like, at that point, none of that contact was your fault. You managed to put yourself alongside. I mean, you are fully alongside here on the exit of the corner. You're going in a straight line. You're there. The Ferrari turns in as if you are not there, and then causes himself a crash. So I'd put that down as a racing incident, but it's kind of the Ferrari's fault for just not thinking you were there. I don't know. It's a weird sort of ego game when you say that sort of stuff. So don't worry, mate. You're good. Ferrari was being silly. So we've been going for about half an hour now, so we're going to do one more. And this is by Sheogorath. I miss that character so much. It says, battle for first. Is this a racing incident or a protest? I'm interested to see this, actually. They're in Mazdas, which are some of the best cars in iRacing. Using, oh, bandy cam moment. Coming down to the left-hander here. We've gone a bit wide. What? I didn't even know that guy was there. Let's have another look at it. That one is pretty clear. The orange car literally just drove into the back of this guy. Now, I understand there was a mistake here, which caused him to sort of miss the corner a little bit. But look, they're absolutely spearing into the corner and just drives into him like he's not there. It doesn't matter how much faster you are than the guy in front over a lap. That does not give you the right to drive through somebody, ever. So that is like 1 billion% on the red and yellow car there. He is going to prison for a long time. Was my overtake illegal / aggressive to receive a side hit? Let's check it out, my guy. So we are on board in a Bimmer with the best quality video I've ever seen in my goddamn life. There are some pixels somewhere on the screen. Coming up towards the source at Spa. We're going to chuck it up inside, I assume. We're there. Nice, move's done. Overextended a little bit there. Ah, okay. I'm going to try watch that again because I'm effectively watching porn from the 90s here. There's so little fucking detail. So we're going into the source now. We outbrake ourselves, actually lock up a bit here, which is why we go straight. Now, if I'm the Ferrari here, I'm thinking, oh, what an idiot. But I'm not thinking about retaliating. You should be thinking, if you're the Ferrari, right, I'm going to duck back in now and take my place back. So coming out of the source. Now, I've noticed the 74 is on a bit of a tighter line than they usually would be in the Ferrari here. It sounds like, to me, that he actually spins up his rear wheels trying to get onto the throttle. Now, of course, if you've got a bit of a tighter angle out the corner, it's going to be more load on the outside tyre. You're asking more of the tyre if we're just jamming onto the throttle. And this one gives up. He has a little bit of a wiggle, then falls out of the corner a bit and into our guy in the BMW. So, whilst this incident is on the Ferrari, it's not malicious. And I'd probably go as far and say it's just a bit of a racing incident. It's unfortunate, it's annoying, but I don't think it was intentional. But if you are going to dive bomb someone at the corner, make sure you stop. That's my advice for the Bimmer here. Next up is Pascal saying, I am the BMW driver in front. A lot of BMW drivers in these crashes already. Sensing a theme. Fast guy who was caught in the backfield for whatever reason. That's number 20. Says I brake checked him. Let's have a look. 20 is the fast guy. Says it gets brake checked. No. Ah, he's breathing heavy. I often sit late at night breathing heavily to sim racing. No, I don't think you brake checked him. I think if I'm looking at that again, I think you did brake a little bit early for the corner, but the sort of standard rule that a lot of series go with is that it is up to the passing car to make the move safely. You're braking... You know what? No, you're braking maybe a tiny bit early, but you are also going defensive to the inside there. If I'm looking at this slowly, like, you brake and he moves at the same time. So I can see why he would think, hey, I'm being brake checked here, but no, I would say this is 100% on the number 20 car behind you. Just misjudged that completely. Bad. Number 20, guilty. The Council of Cuties have decided it. This is from Hudley saying, did I get what I deserved for going for this move in Gran Turismo? Let's have a look. Absolutely great imagery here. Going around the outside. Get out of my way! I mean, if I'm honest, mate, it was a great move. The Impreza didn't see it coming. He then got a little bit angry that he just got fucking done dirty like that. And then it looked like he came over and swiped you. So you did absolutely nothing wrong. But this is a troubling thing that I'm seeing in Gran Turismo 7 a lot nowadays. Is people running other people into walls like this or pit lane entrances and stuff like that and just not getting penalised for it. Like, it is like a legit way to defeat someone in the race. Just send him into the fucking pit entry wall, to the wall here. I really hope that Polyphony find a way to really accurately clamp down on this, because this is not the first crash of this sort I have seen in GT7 recently. But no, mate, you're completely innocent. That guy was shit and a bad loser. So Matt Rubin says, I'm in the red car here. Who's at fault? I feel like yellow attempted to dive bomb, locked up and just went into me causing a pile-up, but open to see other views. We're on board with my boy the yellow car, red car in front. Up the inside. Hello there. gets quite intense after that. You know what? Like, let's have one more look again. Does he lock up? I'm looking at the wheels to see if they stop at all. Might have been a rear lock. There's the lock. Yeah, front left locks here, and you go straight into him. Yeah, it's his fault. He dives into the corner a bit too hard, can't get slowed down, and goes into the side of you. However, I don't think it's on purpose. I don't think he goes, right, I'm going to lock up and hit him on purpose. I think he just made a mistake going for a dive. So yes, it is 100% on the guy in the yellow there, but I wouldn't say it's malicious. If anything, actually, I'm more annoyed that you've put a Ferrari livery on a Formula V. You get more guilty for that than this guy does for wrecking you. Right, okay. F1 2021. These clips are my favourite because everyone is fucking convinced that they're Max Verstappen. And no one is. So this is from Corbin. It says, though I gave enough space during the race, I'm not exactly sure looking at the replay. I am the Aston Martin, so I guess it's an instant here. We have a car behind us. Look in the mirror. There's a car there on the right-hand side. And at the moment, as I see this car dart out from the mirror, there is a gap on the right here. He's still there. He's still there. More than enough still there. Okay, that's an interesting one. I mean, you braked quite early for this corner. But the guy did kind of just sweep across like you weren't there. He came across and pretended you weren't there. Like, he's going for the apex of the corner at this point. He even thinks that he's gone all the way around the outside and made it. Or he just doesn't see you. So you turn in a little bit later than he does. But that's because your line is shallower than his is. So I'm actually going to say this is on the Alfa Romeo, this contact. He spins you around here. Just poor perception, really, from the Alfa driver. I mean, I think you could have done a bit more. I think if I'm being really critical, you left a little bit too much space and sort of almost encouraged that move to happen. You say you gave space, which is good, but you gave him like an extra car length. In that situation, if you're defending, you can squeeze as much as you like, as long as you don't impede him or, you know, make him change his line to avoid contact. If he's right on the outside and you're here, that's completely legal, and he has no choice but to wait for you to do something to turn in or try and put it around the outside. So I say it's on the Alpha, but you know, food for thought there with maybe how you can handle that differently in the future. Because while sometimes you get involved in incidents that aren't your fault, sometimes there's more you can do to make sure the incident just doesn't happen full stop, if that makes sense. Yeah, this one is called Am I at fault? I'm the 6G8, and it looks like a Monza T1, which is just scrumptious. Originally thought I was at fault, but looking back, he should have pulled out, right? So we are going into the second chicane. Dimmer on the inside. You know, this is interesting because this is quite similar to a crash we saw earlier on today, where I said it was sort of the Audi's fault, but you actually ended up giving him the room on the inside, and at this point, though he goes for the dive, he is there. And you would have known he is there. The crash we saw earlier happened a bit further back, so we didn't quite get to this point in the corner, but the 999, you know, you would have known he's there at that point. Was it a bit of a lunge? Yes. Oh god, and the resulting part. Oh, you love to see the pile up afterwards. You love to see it. Let's just watch it again from the Jack's point of view. Yeah, I mean, it looks like to me he was sort of hoping that you just go side by side through the corner. He looks like he set himself up for that, because he's not really on the front wheel. He's just sort of like rolling through the corner. A little bit of gas there, but it does seem to me that, like, with that angle though, he probably would have driven out the corner anyway. I think it's a racing incident. I think you were both a little bit clumsy there, to be honest. So I'm not going to put that on the Jag. No, I'm going to say, yeah, it's 50-50. That one. This one's called Close Save and didn't pick up any damage, but should he have been penalised for not moving? That's interesting. We're in Project Cars. We're in an Indy car. That Project Car on the steely, love to see it. Oh man. What I'm seeing first of all is that there are no yellow flags anywhere. I'm not sure if that's a game setting or what, but if there's a car literally stopped here, there should be a yellow flag. No, he's only freshly spun. He's just gone in there. He's just in front of you and spun. So at this point, the best thing he could have done is just escape back to the pit lane or stay where he is, because that's the most predictable thing you can do when you spin, is stay stationary. What he then proceeded to do was just heroic, because we were gonna avoid him here. We were gonna slow down. We were gonna avoid him. He goes, "Oh shit! I'll get out of the way," and then just accelerates into us, and basically just closes the gap and imprisons us both in that barrier. So for part one, where he spun, that's not something you can protest. People spin all the time. Staying where he is in the circuit is a good idea because you're predictable, although it's scary in real life, trust me. But the secondary move where he then drove into the barrier and basically cut you off is definitely a big fat guilty, so that is a whack on the desk for me. Don't be unpredictable. Stop it. Fuck. My brother keeps calling me an idiot for my overtakes. What do you guys think? Was it a fair overtake? So we're on board with Max Verstappen, which always goes well. This is an AI race here. Let's have a look. Breaking down into the chicane. A little bit ropey through there, but you can tell we're on a gamepad, so I'm not going to blame him for that. Where you going, mate? There goes Bottas on the way through. I mean, I guess it's a fair move if I look at it again. It's definitely against AI because you see how much they slow down for the corner here. I mean, the gap's there. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, without the contact, it would have been perfect. A little bit risky, but yeah, fine. I don't see a problem with that. But I will say that was very much of a Verstappen move, where it's either, you know, there's a lot of risk involved. If it comes off, you're a hero. If it doesn't, then you're out the race. So just be careful in the future of moves like that. Oh! Trucking! Oh, I haven't done the oval ones yet. I don't know as much about ovals as I do about roads, so I might not be quite as informed here. But this is from Mr. Pint. He says, who's at fault? Black car says he was still within the track limits. So we're following the black car now. We have gone below. We're still above the apron. That's fine. We're now below the apron, which is considered usually not fine. He's going to now have a wobble on the outside. Yep, okay. So this is on... Yeah, it's on the 13. So it's sort of one rule that I'm familiar with in oval racing, which is you don't go below the apron. For one reason: one, you're not allowed to; it's not part of the circuit, and two, because it's going to make the car unstable. Because when you're on the banking, it's all sort of you know, it's a progression. As soon as you hit the apron, the road does that, and so your car starts to move around a lot. You're not able to keep the car as straight as you were before. So here, what happens here is you see he's having the moments down there. He's trying to keep the car under control and sort of penduluming a little bit. Comes back and eventually tags someone and causes this big wreck. So in that case, that would be that's his fault. And in some cases, that's protestable in iRacing as well. So you've got to be careful doing stuff like that. It's not great. But let's look at the crash. It's a good crash. More iRacing, this time at Road America in a Ferrari. We're on board with Ben K. Ben K, what have you got for us, mate? As we come now down towards Canada corner. It's going to be a dive bomb. Up the inside. Yep, corner's ours. We're on the inside here. Very nice. Porsche's still there, though. He's still there. He's still going to be there. Clumsy. Clumsy AF. So at this point, so this is going into the corner. He has maybe a tip of a splitter alongside. If you're the Porsche in this scenario, just get out of it, for crying out loud. Like, there's no way you're going to make this. The Ferrari's had you. It's done you dirty down the corner. That's your own fault. I mean, this is netcode because that's where the contact happens. You know, we still have that much of the car left, but he was going to hit you anyway, regardless of netcode. So that's 1,000,000% from the Porsche. I know you were maybe still getting the still there, but you can see where he is on the circuit. Sometimes you've got to just be clever and survive the corner and think, oh, wait a minute, the next corner after this is a massive straight, I can just draft him by again. But instead, you end both your races right here with a silly move, especially on lap 1. It's not very clever. So, yeah, Porsche, mate, use your head. I know it's difficult. I can use it. One more F1 clip just to cleanse my palate before we leave off for today, I think. So we are on board as a Red Bull, running some wacky ass FOV from the T-Cam. We've got a Ferrari in front. Let's take a look. They've got a 9-second penalty right now. So the first thing I'm going to say is that if we're the Red Bull here, is that I already know that if I'm anywhere close to this Ferrari at the end of the race, I've won this race because he's got a 9-second time penalty. You don't need to overtake him. But I bet you're going to try anyway. So right, Imola. Leclerc hasn't spun on the chicane. You go up the inside of the first Ravazza. He comes across. A little bit of contact. You're still both there, though. You're definitely on the inside.
Ass!
I don't know, mate. It's a weird one. Like, I mean, you're there. He knows you're there at this point because you've put the car alongside. So he's got to give you some room. He gives you, I'd say, the bare minimum room on the inside. You run into him, which can happen. You're both alongside. You're still bashing each other. Another bit of contact there. This is an odd one. It just feels... I don't feel like he was coming across. I feel like just the rubbing of the tyres made him move to the left a little bit and put you both into this sort of wall here. You're very lucky not to get away with that as well. So, really, if anything, it just seemed unnecessary to do that. But I'd say that was just racing instant. That was just hard racing with a little bit of contact in there. We try and avoid contact, especially in F1 cars, of course. But, yeah, the main thing is, use your head. Use your head, my guy. You would have won that race. In fact, you did win that race without having to do any of that bullshit. That was unnecessary risk you took there. So, use your brain. So Delpha says, am I at fault for this? I'm the Mercedes driver. I overtook the corner and I was turning back onto the track. Well, let me have a look, Delpha. So, didn't really get that clear of a view of the incident there. But here's the onboard. And yes, Delpha, you are at fault if you're the Mercedes driver. The reason being is you are rejoining the racing surface. You have left the surface here with some sort of mistake. I'm not quite sure how you've got here in the first place, but that means the right of way is that of the car on the circuit currently. You drive back onto the racing line while he's going by you, cause the crash, all on you. That would be a penalty in real life, but to be honest, you retiring, it's probably a fairly decent penalty for that. Guilty. Well, the thumbnail for this one's pretty intense already. There's just a Merc facing us. League race, instant lap 22. How would you distribute the fault between Merc and Williams, and what penalties would you hand out? Oh, we've got the music. So we're just being crunched by the Williams behind. Okay, so it's not as spicy as we first thought. Williams tries the outside. I don't think there's a penalty there at the moment. Let's double check again though. Really opportunistic here though by the Williams. So this is the best view we've got. So we're going around the outside. We're both understeering. Merc is, to be fair, Merc is on its line. We are alongside here, but this is the Mercedes corner. You know, we're not going to be able to make this. So at this point, if I was a Williams driver, I'd be thinking about probably backing out. He doesn't back out. He's still turning into the car on the outside here, and then bang. So it's a tricky one. You'd think this would be a penalty maybe for the Williams, but the Mercedes could have also given more room. He would have known the Williams was there, but was that pass really on? I'm going to say probably not. So in real life, that'll be both cars retired, not just damage to the Merc. So yeah, I don't know. I'm going to stay with Racing Instant. I'd be interested to hear what you guys think of that one, because it's kind of on the fence a bit. So we're back into iRacing now. Am I, the BMW, at fault for this? We're into Lagos, I can see that already. Coming down to I think it's T3, T4. We're on the outside here. Still on the circuit. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So, now we go a bit wide here. This is the important bit here. We're wide. Technically, if I'm going to be like super harsh and don't take the Max Verstappen Lewis Hamilton move here as what shit should be, because that ain't it, you are technically off the circuit because you are past the white line. Depending on whether, if you've got a 1x for going off track here, that might influence this decision. You're still off the circuit here. Okay, so if I'm being super harsh, it's your fault, because you're off the circuit technically, and then you rejoin into the path of the car which is on the circuit and within circuit limits. However, that's if I'm going by the white line rule, which doesn't always exist in iRacing or other sim games. If you received a 1x there for running wide, getting you off track, then came back on, in my mind that would put you at fault. The Ferrari could have done more. He had a bit of space on his inside there. He could have, he would have known he was passing you, and you would have you were coming back onto the circuit as well. The Ferrari could have done more. But I think, Harry, I'm going to be super harsh here and put the blame on you. I mean, also, if we look here, the Ferrari, whilst taking the line, is sort of going straight. When you hit him, you're the one coming across and making the contact. So, yeah, a tough one, Harry, but I'm sorry, mate. On you. So we've got ACC now. I'm in the Rinaldi racing car, which is the Ferrari here. We're at Brands Hatch. It's an interesting line there. Oh wait, no, the Rinaldi car's behind, isn't it? Sorry, the The green car. Apologies. Let's have another look at this. So, I think I misjudged what was going on here. So, there's a Ferrari in front that is going slow. We didn't see that at the start, so we're seeing that now. We are this car, the green car. Turns in. The guy on the inside's got an atrocious line, making big mistakes here. Yeah. No, I wouldn't say that's on you. I mean, this is the thing. In racing, a lot of people will say, in a lot of real-life racing, the driver briefing will say it's up to faster cars to pass safely. Now, let's talk about the body language of this car in front. This is really important, right? If you're racing in multi-class or in anything really, and you're either being lapped or you're doing the lapping, the body language of your car is very important. It's the only way you can communicate instead of getting on voice chat and saying, get the fuck out of the way. So, we're going into the corner here. This guy's made a mistake. So now, if I'm this car, I can see he's made a mistake. And look where his car's pointing. His car is pointing right towards the exit of the corner. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, cool. He's going wide there. I'm going to tuck in, which is what this Rinaldi guy does here. So, and at that point, this is happening. He's still going wide. He's opening up the corner, and we're aiming for this bit of corner here because this bit is going to become occupied very shortly by his Ferrari. And that's still happening. But this guy, I think, this looks like the move of someone who's quite inexperienced. They are now basically trying to get out of the way. They're putting off the racing line to let the Rinaldi car through, but of course, this car's already on its way through. There's contact, and then round they both go. So that's a real shame, that one. It's just miscommunication. If I were to give one tip, and I've done years and years of multi-class racing on iRacing, and even some in real life now. If you are the slower car, stay on your line. Let the faster car work their way around you, because if you think of it like this, right? We have two sides of the track. The slower car is here, the faster car is here. And the faster car is going to go for the gap that exists. So it's going to go up the inside here. If you then relinquish the racing line and come back across, then how's the faster car meant to predict that? They then have to somehow read your mind to know you're going to move at the last second, then slow down. And that usually causes a lot of crashes. So stay on your line, be predictable, and there shouldn't be any incidents. What the hell is this? What's this game? So this guy is... I'm the red and black one. What is this game? It's like real racing or something. I mean, I don't really know. It seems 6-1 on that one. You both sort of drive into each other there. Guy in front's going wide. You're going around the outside. You sort of chop back in like he isn't there. So you were both going to hit each other. So racing incident. But I'm more interested to see what the hell game this is. Is it a mobile game? Do people race competitively in mobile games? There's a whole new scene I've not yet realised. Wow. Right, this is another one. It says, Thoughts, I am the Red Bull. Have a look. We're at the Alpine here. Where's the Red Bull? Alpine's on the inside, on the curb. Red Bull's round the outside. Oh, mate. Hard to say. We've only got one angle here. It's a pretty close racing. Well, Red Bull is ahead at this point. Red Bull's ahead. Red Bull's ahead. It looks like, if you're the Red Bull, that you've changed your line there. Because initially, you seem to be going for, like, I'm following this racing line here. Initially, you are coming over, because on the exit of this corner, there's a nice fat curb to run on. Looks like you're sort of aiming for that, and then at the last second, you actually go, no, I'm not aiming for that. And then you turn into the guy. Because look, here's someone in front who's on the line you should be on. Here's the line you're on. Why are you here? It looks like you've come across to block the Alpine, and you've hit him off in the process. From this angle, it looks pretty bad from you, mate. Yeah, from that angle, I'd put 100% fault on you. The car didn't need to be there. You didn't need to swipe across, and for some reason you did. So, I would give that a slap on the wrist. Well, I'd give you a pretty hefty penalty for that, actually. It looks like you've swiped to block, which is a big no-no. But that's just from this angle. It might be different from other angles. Who knows? Always submit multiple angles. MX5 Alton Park. I'm the blue car fighting for the lead on lap 13 of 15. Something interesting I find is people like to post the circumstances to what's going on. Doesn't matter where you are, where you're fighting for. All the instances are judged the same, whether it's for the lead or for last.
MSI and World is both so wrong.
Have a look.
901, 305, MSI.
Dude, this guy's fire.
Base money, fancy clothes, ops and coppers I dispose.
I don't even care about the instant anymore. Here's the crash anyway. So we've taken an alternate line. This is Druids. Now, I've actually driven this corner quite a bit in real life, and the line that this blue Mazda takes is a lot better through here. It's a lot later in the way in. You do try and miss this first apex a little bit and aim for the second one. So this guy is absolutely nailed the corner. Yellow car has messed it up. Oh, but... Ah, Jesus, dude. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to put that on the Jegs MX-5 in front, because the way I look at these a lot of the time is that it's like, where should the car be at this point in the corner? This car should be underneath my webcam on the curb over on the left here. This blue car, whilst ran a little bit wide there, I think if he didn't catch the curb, it would have been moved done, actually. Because this slowed us down quite a bit here, but I think he was trying to avoid this guy coming in. Even so, we had a good positioning, good run. Guy comes across, swipes us over. Yeah, I'd say that's a big old slap on the wrist for the number 5. That's a really bad move there. You are allowed to move once to defend, but if that movement involves taking out the car on your inside, that isn't allowed. So, yeah, guilty. Bad MX-5. Suffer your punishment. Who's at fault for this accident? Ignore the end. Oh, shit. So, car on our inside at Canada. I mean... Good job, lads. Great job. Really, really furthering online racing, you guys, aren't you? He's on the inside. I don't know if he meant to clip you or not, but he's put you in the wall, and the first thing you've done immediately is retaliate to that, and actually cause damage on that second impact. So if you kept your cool there and got through the chicane, you probably could have re-overtaken him. It basically just seems that you're both acting like morons in this clip. Sorry to say. Like, you know, fucking gunning it over the chicane like it's fine, and then, you know, I fully expect, and then brake checking this guy in a straight line, trying to break his wing. Like, you're both guilty. You're both shitheads, alright? Don't do that.
He's gonna have gotten chopped off. We have a good one.
What is going on, mate? I'm just loving it. Oh, the 10.
Bad one.
It's gonna explode.
I'm just enjoying the background.
Christ, holy shit. Calcified military.
Oh, I'm just hearing crashes
I don't know if
everywhere.
I can move it that time.
Hey, damn, guy. Okay.
Matilda, bro.
It's like chaotic clips, mate. Not chaotic, but like, I don't know who's at fault here. I mean, like, what happened? Yeah, I mean, this guy sort of dived you a bit.
Move it that time.
Four's at fault. I'm just enjoying the energy of the clip, man. Enjoying the vibe. Oh, Christ. The last clip of the day. Was my pass fine or dirty, or did it justify getting rammed? Getting a bit Larry in GT. Let's have a look. Alpha on the inside. Off the circuit on the grass. Alpha is through, though, at this point. So, boost being made. I mean... Let's be honest, mate. You have just driven him out the way a little bit. You have sort of bumped him out the way. But I wouldn't say it was clean. I would also say that you are on the grass on the inside there, well inside the white line. You're not on the racing surface at this point, and you've barged him out the way. And I think the GTR's response of "fuck you," whilst I don't encourage, was hilarious. You're both guilty for being plebs. Whose fault is this? Looks like we have TCR cars at Montreal. Let's see what the crack is. So we're going down towards the hairpin. We're on the outside in the base Honda Civic. A guy in the TCR car comes across in front, swipes across us. Yeah, that's a fat swipe, my guy. That's a very, very late change of direction. I mean, realistically, at that point, you are ahead, so I mean, if you're going to be technical, you can kind of take the line, but then don't be upset when you then slam on the brakes in front of a guy who's not expecting you to be there to get then fired off. So I'm going to say this guy in front sort of made his own demise. But this guy's the real MVP. Appears on the inside with no incident taking both places. What a king. He went for a fucking long way, didn't he? Oh, right. This is called going free wide is always going to end poorly. Corvette Le Mans moment. But who, if anyone, is at fault for this mess? Well, we've got 3 screens at once here, so let me just unlock my third eye, and we'll get right in. What am I watching? Who's going where? Okay, so we're going to watch it on the Alpha Tauri one because we can see the free wide coming up here. We have McLaren on the outside. Looks like a Williams in the middle. We go for the dive. We're late on the brakes. Now, what the Alpha Tauri did here is, I've already noticed this. He's braked and then released. And people do this a lot, I've noticed, when they're not really committed to a move 100%. They brake, see they're still alongside and go, right, I'm going to release a little bit. And I haven't seen what's happening here, but I'm going to take a stab and say this Alpha Tauri isn't going to quite make the corner. What the fuck? What? Yeah, I'm going to say this is on the Alpha Tauri in this situation because these cars are going to make it through the corner side by side, but this guy here, I mean, like, where's his exit? His exit's here. He's not turning anywhere near the corner. So, although it seems like an AI situation, I would place the blame solely on the Alpha Tauri here. That's a fucking weird one. And now there's 4 screens. Nope, can't deal with this. Bat Potato asks, who's at fault here? We're back at Montreal. I think this was actually this week. Big lunge into the hairpin, very, very late on the brakes. Made it work around the outside. Still on the outside. AMG's going to know he's there by now. We're sticking to the left. A little bit closer side by side. Now, they're both very much aware each other's there at the moment, so I'm hoping... okay, so you can see a problem here. The BMW is already turning in to take this little mini apex here, and the AMG is still here. He's still here. So I'd say that's actually on the BMW for not giving the racing room there. Like, the guy's still there. It's a flat-out section. You can't expect him to lift out here. That's just like you're being a bit unreasonable there. And there is technically space there, but like there's no need to squeeze him this much at this point. You can squeeze him a bit later on. You know, you've got the drive out the corner. You're actually putting away a little bit here. So this little moment here was unnecessary, and I'd say I'd put it on the BMW. It's just not very sensible to be doing that. The thing is, it's marginal though. It isn't like I've done that on purpose. It's just, again, spatial awareness seems to be the theme today. Guys, look around you. You're not the only person on the circuit. You shits. This is from 3 hours ago from Simmons. Good to see people are really interacting with this subreddit. It's really nice to see how active it is. Should the white car back out of this more, or did the green car not leave enough space? Was a collision going to happen next left hand if a spin didn't happen given line and speed? What the f... Right, let's just have a look at the incident. You're on the outside, green's on the inside, a little bit of contact with both, and yeah, we spin. Let's have a look again. So to be honest, it looks like a little bit of a racing incident, and this is where like netcode is a bit weird in iRacing. Like, so if this contact was made in real life, the car would sort of just do this, and you bonk out, and you might have a little bit of movement as a green car, but you wouldn't get sort of stuck. This guy's got stuck, the wheels have got stuck together here, you see, and then like, they come back together again, and because the guy is further along and hits the front end, and the car's still going straight, then that contact is made, and the green car is sent into the wall there. This is a racing incident. 1,000,000% a racing incident. There's nothing really that can be done here, I don't think. Because, I mean, we're holding our line. They're holding their line. It's a frustrating one, especially if you're leading, but sometimes these incidents just sort of, they can just happen. Oh, we've got a Project Cars one from 18 hours ago. We've got a couple of these, actually. This is from Tunatastic. Badly judged by me or over-the-line defense? Let's have a look. Oh, we've got old Monza in Indy cars, of course. In my opinion, you just drove into the back of him there. So this guy goes up the inside. This guy then... He does move a little bit, doesn't he? But not a lot. And this guy sort of panics and doesn't get round there. The thing is, right, is when you're following someone at this speed, that sort of move does make a difference. Like, when I used to drive the LMP1s a lot, GT's making a tiny little correction like that, and your brain goes, okay, he's coming over, I'm going to move a different direction. Then he moves back again because he's seen you there, and it's all one big, terrible mess. In this case, I really think there was room to go around the outside here. The car's grippy, you know, you can see by the way it moves here. You have grip in the car. So like, why didn't you? I mean, you had the option to back out as well. You had the option to go around the outside. I mean, you did just drive into the back of him. I don't know. I'd say it's on this guy. Yeah, for the reason that while the guy did move a tiny bit in front of you, you still had ample space to go to the left or to slow down, and you did neither of those and chose to pin the throttle into the back of him. And no, who's at fault here? Apparently some pit entry shenanigans here. Let's have a look.
Hairpin right. Over the fucking way, you bollocks.
The problem is, and this is just a problem really with Watkins Glen, is that this guy is clearly slowing to take the pits. There's nothing in iRacing regulations to say that you have to go in here. There's nothing to say. In real life, I think they would enforce that a bit harder because things like this happen. But if you're experienced with driving this circuit and driving this type of racing, you'll know that he's slowing down, so he's going in the pit lane. This guy kind of doesn't really acknowledge that and just sort of drives through him there. But it's a tough one because this is where iRacing regulations maybe need to change a bit, and it's hard to change them. I'm not sure how. I mean, like, maybe you'd have to signal your intention to pit to be able to pit, but in that case, then, you know, that's not going to count for any sort of incidents. But the typical thing iRacers tend to do here, and I do it as well, is that you come, like, you basically take this corner almost normally and then sweep in and get a nice straight line brake into the pits, because the brake, the timing line, the pit limiter line is here. And in a prototype car, you're carrying so much speed through there that if you then try braking, you're either going to lock up, make a mistake, or just speed. So it's a tough one. I think really, in reality, that this rule needs to change. People coming into the pits. But also, if you're the guy behind, you know, usually you're responsible. You saw the guy slowing down, you didn't slow down. So, yeah, it's a toughie, that one. The rule needs to change, I think. Who's at fault? I'm the white Red Bull. And as a rule, by the way, I have, if anyone in any series outside of Formula 1 is running an F1 livery, avoid those motherfuckers. Alright? They all think they're fucking Max Verstappen or Fernando Alonso. Let's see if Max is at fault here. There's a guy in front, he's going to slow run up the hill. Ah, yeah. Okay, that's on the 13. F1 liveried car, you are safe this time. So I don't know if this is intentional or not, but the guy's gone off. He sees that we're moving left. He then moves left. So that, for me, is like a big no-no. That's a big intentional block. And at least at this speed difference, it's super dangerous. That would be enough for a protest for me just there. We then go right, and he follows right to try and block us. So yeah, this is massively on this guy. This is one of the things. This is something that you could get a temper ban for, I think. You're weaving to crash into someone at this point. I think that we find that, and this isn't to say the racing is worse or better in any game, but in games like F1 2021 and online stuff like that, and sort of the more casual console-based races, there isn't really any kind of consequence for doing shit like this. Like in F1 2021, doesn't matter, you know. Oh, I got a penalty, fuck it, I'll quit and do another race, doesn't matter. In this, iRacing's a bit more structured around like sort of the long-term driving experience. So, you know, there's driver rating in the form of iRating. There's safety rating as well. There's no fucking about. You got to at least try and take it semi-seriously. And this is an example of that not happening. That was a very long rant by me there. Yes. This is called Mercked Blame Me for This. Let's have a look. So we're at Catalonia. You've made your one move. You've gone back to your racing line. You now can't move again. You've moved again. Yep, that's your fault. Easy. 1,000,000% your fault. So again, one defensive move, then back to your line, I think is fine. One defensive move, back to your line. You will now have to stay there. You cannot move again. And yeah, guess what? You do, and it's a big move last second while the guy's got DRS. That's super irresponsible, and again, in real life, you would get a massive penalty for that. Oh, guys, we have a Baku crash. Let's check it out. On board with an AlphaTauri. They're coming up behind a McLaren. There's a guy on our right-hand side. Squeezes through. Bit rude, but okay, that's fine. Now going into T1. Very late break. Oh, fucking hell.
Hello there.
F1 knee grace moment. Okay, and the car now, we're still going, apparently. Now, if I was the Mercedes, I'd feel fairly aggrieved by that, because that was a bit of a lunge. Mercedes could have maybe given a bit more room, though. Again, car was there. You have to acknowledge when cars are there. So we already know this guy's going to make a bit of a dodgy move here. Let's have a look into the inside. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you sort of got what you deserve there, I think. I'm going to double check that one again, or the T1 again, to make sure of that, but it kind of feels like karmic justice. I don't know. It's not as cut and dry as I thought. We're braking. and you are alongside in the braking zone, and you're there for a little while, the guy does sort of turn like you're not there. That's actually a tough one. Yeah, I'm going to say the Merc could have been more aware you were there, because he did sort of turn in like you were not there. But also, like, where are you going? Like, where's the Alpha Tauri going at this point? Like, you're either going to stop on this apex, and somehow, and by that point, like, you're going to be contact anyway, or you're going straight over, because you're spearing out here. The Mercedes is at least trying to make the corner. I'm going to say racing incident for that one. However, now that I've looked at it a couple of times, this was, well, I don't know, this was sort of a repeat of T1. He's turning in, you're turning in like he's not there. I think you're both just being a little bit too aggressive. On a circuit that doesn't give you much room to make a mistake, if you race like that with people, you're going to end up damaged, and it's going to ruin both your races. I know that like it's a competitive scenario, so no one wants to lose to the other guy. I think that both of you could just be a bit more clever in what you're doing. I mean, you're fighting for P8 and P7. Oh, we've got a GT Sport one. This is a final lap. It is the Beetle Boys. The SpongeBob car. Oh, I hope it survives. There's a cat on the inside. Oh. Cross center moment. Oh, and he's round. That spin was very weird. I mean, are you turning in for the first chicane here? This is another case of you both being a bit stupid, I think. This is a Senna-esque dive up the inside. There is a gap there. He is going into it. You then turn across whilst he's braking. That's a big no-no. We call that moving under braking. Is that the chicane? Or is this the chicane? Because you were turning in as if you were going for the first chicane, which says to me that you were blocking this guy. Big block to the inside when he's already committed to the corner. I'd say if anyone's at fault, it is mostly the SpongeBob car because of that block there. But like a lot of these, it is the last lap, so I understand the lunge, but like it's just a bit desperate. It's a bit desperate. Like, not much is going to happen outside the contact. I have no idea what happened there. Oh shit. That was just a GT Sport moment, I think, or a GT7 moment, but yeah, odd one. And the last one. Was this overtake legal? He's not sure it's within the law, but he's proud of it. I've got a lot of room for that. So we're in F2 cars, coming down the bottom here. Oh my god, the double. Was that the overtake there? Because that's legal, it's just terrifying. I mean, yeah, it is 100% legal, just dodgy as fuck. You're lucky you didn't get taken out there, but good move, mate. Thing is, in moves like that, when they work, you're a hero. When they don't, you're a fucking idiot. So, you're a hero today. Who was at fault? GTE was moving in front of the LMP1 to give him a chance to pass, and the LMP did not know where to go. This sounds like multi-class, which is my specialty. You're with the GTE here, coming down the straight. This is Watkins Glen on the right-hand side. Oh, Jesus. That is a very common mistake from the GTE car. So, let's have a look at it again and break down what happened there. So we're coming down the straight, LMP is behind, and this GTE goes, oh mate, he's following me close, I'll get out of his way. At the same time, the LMP, who's approaching pretty damn quick, decides to now go round the GTE, and we have a crash, and ends the race of a few more people behind as well. So who is that on? That is on the GTE, and I'll tell you why. So let's pause the clip here just before impact. If I am the prototype behind and I'm approaching at this speed, what I'm doing right now is I'm looking over here. This is the space that is free and where I'm going to put my car to overtake. The GTE has done fairly well so far by staying on a line. Doesn't have to be the racing line all the time, but if you just stay where you are and be predictable, that is the easiest way to be passed. By moving at the last second, you are being incredibly unpredictable, and it's no wonder there was a crash. So this is 1,000,000% on the GTE. Stay on your f***ing line, please. So, next up is a clip by Ice Taste Well. The league I'm in gave me a 10-second penalty for this. Personally, I think it's a racing incident. Let's take a look.
No, not again, please.
Still watching. Look okay right now. Okay. So we're on board now with Ice, I guess. This is T1 at Hungary. Come into the corner. The guy, Rick Bob, is on the outside, and he is ahead. He is ahead, so he is more than entitled to this part of the circuit out here. There's this really weird thing in F1 and a rule that I don't agree with, but apparently is now a rule, where if you're alongside, you're entitled just to squeeze the guy out, which I think is incredibly incorrect, because that's not racing, that's just bumper cars at that point. So at this point, he's still there, he's still ahead. This is his circuit, and the guy on the inside here understeers out, hits him, spins him round. Yeah, 1,000,000% on the Ferrari driver. Guilty, 10-second penalty, definitely deserved. You always have to leave the space. Just being cancelled by Spain. This is one from Fox Gaming. It says, who's at fault? Guy in green blaming me for the incident for not giving him space to pass. Okay, let's have a look. So we're on board. This is at Alton Park from what I can believe it. We're coming up to Druids, which is a really fast corner. Okay. So the guy in green is saying that you didn't give him space to pass. Okay, well, the guy in green's wrong. I think that you were quite slow into the corner, Raphael. I will say that in the green guy's defense. This is not a second gear corner. This is never a second gear corner, so I can imagine why the guy behind might be aggrieved. But it is up to the passing car to pass safely. Yeah, that's definitely on the green car there, but I would say, Raphael, if this is posted by you there, mate, that you need to kind of not be braking so much on the racing line, because that is going to catch up the guy behind you and again cause you to get absolutely shunted like that. So green car guilty. Mr. Sandboy says, who was in the wrong? I'm the blue car. Red car was just a victim and became a spaceship. They're in skippies at the Nordschleife, which is the best combo ever. Oh jeez. Okay, so where's the spaceship? I need to see what happens to the red car. Oh yeah, off he goes. Easy peasy. So let's break down what happened there. So on board with the blue car, we're coming down towards the compression here, and typically this is very much one at a time through here. We're in the Skip Barber, which is a bit of a slower car than is usually seen at these circuits. So I can understand why you're fighting so hard, and the tow is ridiculous. The slipstream is really strong, meaning that you always get runs on the guys in front of you. So where we are now, you can see what's going to happen here. Both cars here are going for a gap. We do have a wheel alongside here, but I'd say from the blue car, it's just being a little bit opportunistic. What happens here is netcode. So there's actually no physical contact there. The cars are very close, but what netcode is in iRacing is basically the game trying to predict where you are when there maybe is a little hole in the connection every now and then. So it's caused a massive crash, this, and I wouldn't say like it was a malicious move, but it was maybe a bit too brave by this blue guy, thinking that, because we're off track here, you know, at this point you're asking for trouble. So I'd say, blue car, my boy, calm it down. You had the whole track to make another pass. Guilty of multiple murder. So Jimmy Jungus, who has the best name on this subreddit, says, at first, I thought I had just turned in on them and it was my fault. But after watching the replay, I saw that the other driver locked up during turn-in. Is it still my fault or is it a racing incident? This is a Assetto Corsa. Coming down towards the bus stop. We turn in. Big hit there from the right. Let's have a look from a better angle. No, so in this case, this is something that I think people get mixed up with a lot when it comes to racing, is that people seem to think that if you're not being malicious, then it's a racing incident. That is incorrect. You can be 1,000,000% at fault and not mean to do it. In this case, the guy on the inside with the Alpine liveried car, this crash is entirely on him because he locked up and he went straight on. We can see this guy had plenty of room. He was left a lot of room on the inside. The guy in the white car was very courteous here, Mr. Jungus. Turns in, and again, you can see he's turning in quite late because he's giving the room to the guy on the inside here. So, yeah, unfortunately, locking up is not an excuse. It's 1,000,000% on the blue car on the inside. Big old clap there. That would probably be a penalty for the blue car in real life as well. And the takeaway from that is whether you mean to do it or not, it doesn't free you from responsibility of the result of your action. So in this case here, lock up, bonk, car goes round in the bin. So this one is called Car Needs to Go into Pits but Gets Put in an Awkward Position, Who's at Fault. It's an old clip, and this is the sort of stuff that I like because it gets really messy really quick, and I always like to try and work it out. So we're at Silverstone, some sort of Formula race here with the most potato graphics I've ever seen in my life. Which car needs to pit? Oh, that's not right. That's not good. So it's a car on the left here that wants to pit. Comes across, clips us. Big incident. That is such an annoying one to have if you're this guy. So the problem with this is that if you're racing hard at Silverstone, the pit lane's on the opposite side to the racing line. Racing lines at Stowe is just on the exit. You want to be using sort of as much of this curb as possible, which is what this guy did to try and maximise his lap. Unfortunately, he's got a car on his inside there he's looking to try and pass. So what he does is he gets off the throttle on the racing line and then spears across to try and pit in. This isn't okay. So what this guy should have done, and it is hard to tell because at this point he's on the left here, is probably just given up this position on the inside here, not fight for it, and then just come back to this line and then pit in and do things that way. You have to think in advance. You can't just get to the pit lane and go, oh, what do I do? This guy needs to be a bit more responsible. So yeah, like I would think that would be a fairly large penalty for this guy, because not only does he slow down on the racing line, he speeds across at the last moment, takes somebody out, and ends a couple of races. So yeah, that's pretty egregious from pitting boys. So in the bin you go.
In the bin.
This one's by Peter Holt. Interested to hear what everyone says here. I'm like, well, evens. But also cheeky and a bit illegal. We laughed about it after, so there's no hard feelings. Cool, okay, that's always nice, because people get a bit ragey in racing. Let's have a look. They're on board in a Bontley, Silverstone, coming down towards Magnus and Beckett. So we're going to go for a move here. Oh, he's coming back on, isn't he? No, still alive. So at this point, this Porsche needs to give up the position because he's gone off track to keep this position from the guy behind. So you cannot go off and gain a lasting advantage. And in this case, the advantage is that he kept his place when going off there would usually mean you lose a place. So already this Porsche needs to get out of the way.
Oh, you went off the track.
There you go. Our guy knows. Is he going to go for a lunge now? No, he's defending it. It's not going to give up. I would say, however, that two wrongs don't make a right. I mean, so what the revenge here for Mr. Streamer is to go on the outside and just drive through here. That is basically doing the same thing. That would actually be probably more of a penalty if you didn't give the place back than the one before, because this is on purpose. You've chosen to do this. The other guy, whilst he chose to come back on and stay ahead, he didn't choose to go off. So there's always a little bit of intention there. So you would both get slapped by the stewards for that. So stay within the white lines and play nice. So this thumbnail. This is why sim racing is bad. Mr. Gopnik's not happy. Let's see why sim racing is bad. What is this? Ooh, what? So yeah, this is 1,000,000% on the Lambo. There's nothing else to be said here. So the reason why it's on the Lamborghini is because he has rejoined on the racing line in front of another car and caused contact. If you go off the circuit, go outside the white line, then it's your responsibility to come back on the circuit in a safe manner. This is like the opposite of that, and that would be probably a race ban. In real life racing. So, Mr. Lamborghini, you're a shithead. Don't be doing that. This one is by Cam. Says, who is at fault? I am the blue car. Let's have a look. Oh, mate, you've had the Mark Webber start. Guy's going backwards at the start here. Not good. Oh, a clip there and both. Oh, that's a big hit, man. Christ. That's at Monza too. That's going to be just horrendous when they'll get down there. So, let's have another look. It's tough because a lot of people are giving you one angle here. Now, from my point of view, it doesn't look like the blue car comes across. It looks like, because what I'm looking at here is this tyre in relation to this white line, and while the angle changes, it looks like that we're going straight. This 9 car here looks like he comes across just a little bit and clips our front wheel, and then we're both into the wall. But some people are harsher on race starts. I'm a bit different. I'm a bit more lenient because everyone's trying to make up places and go crazy here, but again, it's just a matter of space, you know, like, even if you're the blue car, I'd be looking in my mirrors and just maybe move over a little bit, just to, you know, for the sake of survival. You don't have to do that under the rules, but the rules aren't going to put you back in the race after having a monster shunt like this, so even if you are on the right side of it. So sometimes just survival and keeping that in your head, that's kind of the key there. So, Riamet says he needs this one settling. Who's at fault? Me and my buddy. Shank Step or Swooping Ginger. The Titans of F1 2022. Where are we at? We're at Montreal. First corner is a left-hander. Shank Step on the right there. Maka 1-2. In we go. That is on us as the driver here, because We've gone into the corner. I don't know actually. Or is it on us? Let's have another look. I would say actually it's on Mr. Shankstep here on the right, and I will tell you why. Because he is ahead, but you know this is lap 1. There's gonna be a car here. If you turn in and expect there to not be a car here, there's nowhere that us, the swooping ginger, there's nowhere for us to go. We can't vanish. So Shankstep has seen us, gone, turns in anyway, and caused the crash. So yeah, it's definitely on Shankstep here, I think, after that. But you're on the same team. You're 1 and 2 out of off the grid. Just get through the first couple of corners in peace. If you did this in real life, your team boss would come up to you and sodomize you, and you'd have to take it because it's in your contract. Shankstep guilty, but I honestly think it would be one of yous. Did I do anything wrong, or did the AI take me out? Let me tell you. We're in an F2 car coming down towards T1 at Kota. Big lunge up the inside. You love to see it. And the AI comes across, clouts us, and we have a little half spin. So replay of that from another point of view. Always good to have multiple angles to know what the hell's been going on. It's a good move. Yep, in that one, the AI drove straight into you because you passed fairly, and by this point, you passed. The corner's yours. You can't disappear now. The AI, however, sort of just drives as if you weren't there, tags your rear wheel, and around you go. So yeah, bad AI. How do you punish AI, though? This clip is called Wasn't a Dive Bomb, which makes you think it is definitely a dive bomb. Remember with Mercedes down in 7th, which is pretty much where Mercedes belong most of the time. With that, Gavin the idiot. Gavin, mate, I'm sure you're lovely. Trying to catch the Batman in front in a Red Bull. I've got a feeling our dive bomb's going to be here into the hairpin at Catalonia, round the outside. Oh, hello. Oh, so the incident actually happens behind us. So we've got the Mad Nugget behind us. Oh, what an attempt! What a move from downtown! Again, like, this is just... There's no way this is on. There's no way this is on, but I have to respect the optimism. We call that the old school Gran Turismo 5 attempt at overtaking, where you use the car in front of you as a brake. But, yeah, that ain't it. So that's not on from the Ferrari. He came from far too far back, and by the time he got anywhere near the car in front already fully committed to his line. This guy basically hit him on the inside. Luckily, it seems no damage done to either car, but yeah, you can't do that. It ain't it. This one is called, is it allowed to veer across the track on the last lap when someone is alongside? That's interesting. So we're at Zandvoort here, or old Zandvoort. It's a bit different to how it looks nowadays. Coming down the start-finish straight. It's a bit on edge, that one. So the question is, he's asking if this guy can move to sort of come across the block. Now, this is the first thing. The Porsche here is off the circuit at this point. So depending on how strict the stewards are, you could argue that he's left the track here and therefore has to rejoin safely. He does rejoin ahead of us. This is, I'd say, safe. He hasn't actually caused us to change our line or slow down at all, really. We've gone to the right to try and overtake, and as we've gone to the right, the Porsche has then reacted. We can tell that move because we've moved here, and at that point, this Porsche is straddling this white line, and then decides to come across at the moment to try and block us. Now, there is a little bit of contact here, but the Porsche can push us as far right as it wants to, as long as it leaves a gap for us to be able to hypothetically overtake, so it can squeeze us. I think what happens here is the Porsche pushes a bit too much then, almost puts us into the pit lane. Luckily comes out at the last second there to allow us some sort of room. Yeah, I'm fairly sure without that contact we would have passed this car. So I'd actually give a penalty to the Porsche there for illegal blocking. It was almost okay. That little bit of contact right at the end, that's why it's on the Porsche and not the BMW. I hope you're happy, Mr. Porsche. Me explaining that just caused me to have some sort of massive coughing fit. It's your fault. Porsches make you ill. So here's a clip from iRacing in some MX-5s. Titled, Whose Fault Was This? He Blamed Me. Find out.
Still there. We're clear on the right.
Oh, okay. Big shunt. Where is this? This is Charlotte, isn't it? So in Sim, we have a variety of different angles to choose from. This is 100% the best one in iRacing. You get a good POV of everyone's sort of positioning. So let's see what happens here.
You stay away from me, because we know.
It looks like netcode, you know. But I said the guy on the outside sort of turns in like you aren't there. The actual contact, though, is netcode. And so this is where the contact is made. You can see there's not actually contact being made. Obviously, everyone's got different connections, so the location of the car in-game isn't always accurate to everybody on the server, if that makes sense. And here it's slightly wrong, meaning contact happened before it might have actually happened. Without this, we might have got through in one piece, but I think it's just a racing incident, unfortunately. Got a bit of a challenge here. It says, who's at fault here? Only one angle because I could not access the replay. One angle challenge, let's do it. So Eau Rouge in an F4 car in AC. It's going to be just a humongous crash. Side by side of the camel straight. We've gone very, very defensive. We didn't need to really do that. We're now both coming together in a straight line. The guy on the left got the 16 for the guy in front. Comes across. Ouch. The way I'm going to determine who's at fault here is by looking at if we move or not in a straight line. So at this point, we're side by side and we're actually gently... we are going straight here. We don't move the wheel from here. Guy on the left's got the toe. Yeah, this is on the guy on the left, unfortunately. So this guy was being pretty clever, actually, in trying to box in, this guy on the left. You can't see because my face is in the way. The guy on the left, I think, doesn't seem to think that we're there. Turns like we're not there, causes the contact. So this contact is 100% on the guy on the left here. We were a little bit unpredictable at the start of the straight, sort of moving around a little bit, but once we settled in, at that point, we're completely fine. And this guy on the left has to respect the fact that we exist on circuit. He didn't, caused the contact, we both spin, it's on him, helmet award to the guy on the left. No. Now, this guy's written a fucking essay. Looks to be either my fault or a racing incident. Naturally, I moved towards the exit and began to straighten out as I did. It would seem that it looks as if the blue car half a track hit me in the... Let's have a look at it. Right, so first of all, I've got to explain that oval racing is just a little bit different. Oval racing is all about sort of being predictable and staying in your lane. If you move up and down mid-corner on an oval, and there's someone alongside you or near you, there's a very high chance you're going to have a crash because people tend to stay in their lane. If you're underneath someone, you have to sort of give them the room underneath, otherwise it's going to be a crash and you'll both be caught up in it. This first incident here with the number 7 car, let's have a look at it. So with the rules I just discussed, this number 7 car comes down and hits us, the number 5 car. I tend to use the lines here as a really good indicator of what's going on. So we're all sort of moving up. So we expect the 7 to do the same thing. The 7, for some reason, is coming down. That is not alright, and we would blame the 7 for that move there in that incident. But it looks like the 7 got pretty well shunted, so karma's a bitch, I guess. My voice is going, I'm trying! It's hard being ill, alright? Any oval racers in the comments, I would love to hear what you think. Again, this isn't my area of expertise, I'm always looking to learn as well, but for me, the 7's coming down. This is just not the line. You wouldn't do this out of a corner. This is called For the Reddit Stewards. Hey! This is hurting my soul. What is going on with these connections?
Check your MFD for a new strategy option.
The strategy is to get off whatever console this is on. But the connection here is abysmal. We have my boy in the Mercedes with literally no internet. Lunge it up the inside and stay ahead of us. The guy to the left of us is warping all over the place. We're 3 wide. The Merc then hits the Alfa Romeo and then hits us. So I'd say racing with internet like this is really difficult. I'm going to move my stupid face again so you can watch that. Yeah, look. Bang, bang in the barrier. So now we have it from the Merc's POV as well. What a lunge. That's a good move, that. He doesn't even know that's happened. So you know what I'm going to say? It's just connection. Like, if it was real life, you could go 3 wide there, because you haven't got to deal with the lag of an internet connection. But when you're racing online, you've got to have a little bit of, like, got to allow for that a bit. If everyone's warping all over the place, the last thing that I would do is get close to their car, because if the car then suddenly warps into mine, I know I'm getting sent off into the shadow realm. I say it's not really anyone's fault, it's just annoying internet shit, but a word of advice: if you are racing online and you see someone warping around like that, either 1, let them know over like voice chat, or 2, just try and stay away from them. And if you do pass them, give them lots of room. Otherwise, this happens. Oh my god! It's Among Us! Oh wait, I'm 31. This is called Honda or BMW at fault or racing incident. ACC, my favourite. Let's have a look. We're in a Honda NSX, Catalonia. We missed the hairpin there by a country mile. Merc's there on the inside. Oh sorry, BMW's there. Oh god, clattered. Let me watch that again. So, BMW's alongside here because of our mistake, so we have to keep in mind he is there. Our line here in the Honda sort of sucks. I'm not really sure what we're doing. We've missed this apex because the guy's on the inside, but we've missed it by so much that we have to adjust. I mean, look, at this point we're going off here, so we have to turn the wrong way into this right-hander to adjust the car back in. The BMW could have given more room there. So I'd say it's a racing incident. because it's half and half. The NSX here is just on the wrong part of the circuit entirely. Like entirely. Like what are you doing with your life? Why are you here? The BMW has again come in. I mean, look at before it hits us. Look where the BMW is and where it's going. It's going to clip this curb, and it's not clear of us yet. So by doing that, he's pretty much guaranteeing there's going to be some sort of contact. So I'd say it's a 50-50. You're both as silly as each other. That was an easy one. I don't get many easy ones. Racing incident or someone at fault. Merc was a lap down and trying to yield, and the BMW was netcoded by the LMP. This is going to be spicy. So this here is the apex. Kind of want to be there. I'm sorry, I'm being a bit. I'm terrible at that myself. It's a blind corner now. It's hard to get it right. So Merc's a lap down for getting where he is. So wait, what? This seems to have been caused already by a over-ambitious LMP, because there's an LMP here to the right of us, and the right of this BMW overtaking us at the moment, and that's caused a netcode contact, which is why this M4's having a bit of a moment. I'm gonna guess he's gonna snap back in a minute and just completely collect us.
Kill.
Yep. Oh, bick it. The thing is, as an LMP driver, we're going to go on board now. Your pressure is to try and pass before you get to the S's here, because if you don't pass it, you lose about 2 or 3 seconds. So you're always trying to get by the GTs before you get down there. So I can understand the want to get by quickly. It would have been tight. I'm not entirely sure this guy has seen the AMG, because on this cockpit view here, we see him for a second and then we're clear. He doesn't really give that much room though. Dives in like it's nothing. So yeah, I mean, I say in reality the LMP could have been more patient there, but the netcode isn't his fault. Netcode is one of those annoying things where you can't really assign blame to someone. It's just the game sort of messing up. But the thing that caused all of this, unfortunately, was just AMG having a bad couple of corners. If he got through here cleanly, then none of this would have happened. Doesn't mean like the instance intentional or on him, but he just caused this sort of series of events to happen. So I'd say in the future LMP needs to be a bit more patient, which I know is hypocritical coming from me. And that's really about all that could have happened differently here. Netcode is no one's fault, unfortunately. So the guy who caused it and the victim is probably the AMG, bless him. After my race, I decided to watch incidents and found this battle. Who was in the wrong and what would you have done? So first of all, little bonk for the McLaren. 1 bonk. 2 bonks. That's going to be at this point 8x. So that McLaren's slow down the straight, isn't it? Oh my god. The absolute lunge from the Porsche. It does not end. They're still going at it. Oh my god. Oh no, come on. Oh dude. That guy is in space. I can't. Let's go back through this, shall we? That was a saga. So it all starts rather instantly here with a little bop. I can tell you, when you get bopped by the guy behind you and you get a 4x, you immediately get a lot more aggressive towards that guy because he's just cost you some safety rating. How dare he? It doesn't happen once though, it happens twice. Porsche does it again. So now we're at a potential 8x here, which is, for those who don't know, in standard iRacing races, you get 17 incidents before you get a drive-through. So 8 out of 17 already. Now we come down to the best overtaking spot on Road Atlanta, this little chicane here. It's a big lunge from the Porsche. It's a fair lunge though. This is not fair by the McLaren. The McLaren comes back across, and this is the first dumb move. And the McLaren basically tries to, I don't know what he's doing here, like changes his line during braking. This is a big no-no. This is something that gets you a big telling off from the stewards that you can't do that because it's unpredictable. Do that in real life, you cause a massive crash, and it's the same in sim racing too, so don't do that, you'll get a slap. Porsche does well though to sort of gather it up again and not go wide and go off here, but the McLaren of course holds the place after this. After that, I get the feeling the gloves sort of came off a little bit and the Porsche is starting to get quite rowdy here. McLaren, again, is sort of all over the road, really defending this place for its life. It doesn't need to do this. Takes you inside line, brakes a bit early, we hit him again. McLaren goes wide. McLaren keeps trying to come back onto the circuit. And after this is just unreal maneuver. At this point, McLaren's had enough and just thought, you know what, f it, and just sends this guy to the f***ing shadow realm. That's a good hit. Proper shunt that. Off he goes. Ugh. This is what happens when you have fragile egos in sim racing. People do stupid shit. Goodbye. Yeah, that's not this whole video is basically how not to have a battle on circuit. Respect each other. If there's an incident, give the place back if you've tapped someone out of the way, or at least apologise for it and get on with your day. Do not send them the fucking space. Now, I think this is NASCAR Ignition. We're currently in P7 behind our friend Berserker Gang. 18 wide in front. You always know it's going to be a good sign. We're going to go through the middle, 3 wide. Dale on the outside. Still there. Lifting a little bit, just getting a bit slidey up front. Someone's been killed. Oh, the yellow one, we've just murdered the guy in front. We're out and we're over. GG, no re. So whose fault is this? This is going to come down to the a rule that I've actually spoken about before in oval racing, is being predictable and moving in a predictable way. Because these guys are going, you can't see the speedo right now. Let me just move it so you can. We're going 198 of your finest American mile per hour. And when you do that, reaction time is fairly important. So what happens here is we go to the bottom. At this point, this is our lane. We live down here. This guy has chosen this lane. He's up here on the white line, and we're also actually slightly ahead of this guy, only just so. We're getting the call that he's to the right side of us now, but this is where it gets tricky, because we go below the double yellow line here, and from what I understand, that's a no-no in oval racing, especially on the banked sections, because suddenly that banking isn't there anymore, your car does all sorts of crazy stuff, and you sort of lose control, which is not really what happens here, but the 77 at the same time of us hitting this sort of weird yellow bit has also hit us, and then we've gone off and done the big spin. Basically, it's both people's fault. One guy made an illegal move by going below the apron, the other guy just forgot that there was another car there. So, an incredibly rare double helmet store for our first clip there. This one's called Fair Overtake or Not. We are the police in this, so whatever we do, we're correct. This is at Spa, inside of Stavolo 1. Bit of a lunge. But, you know, as we say, it's a police move, so it's completely fine. Let's break down and see if our boys in blue are wrong this time. So, we come to the corner. On the way into the corner, we are on the inside. So we are under braking. It isn't like we've just jumped in at the last second. We are alongside the rear quarter panel at this point, coming into the corner. So this guy needs to recognise that and give us a little bit of room on the inside. He actually does that. We do have a little bit of room. He does start to turn in, though. And as he starts to turn in, we, of course, who are taking a different line, start to come away from the curb slightly, causing a little bit of contact. If that was F1, they'd probably give a penalty to the guy on the inside here for making the move. But I think by the time we're ahead, this guy then decides to turn in a bit more. So I'm actually going to put it on this guy on the outside. It wouldn't be an incident that's investigated. It's not really anyone's fault. But if you were to assign blame, it would be the guy on the outside, the guy in the pink BWT car. But it's always great to see absolutely zero brutality from our boys in blue. Keep it up, guys. So back to ACC. This one is called I Feel This Shunt Wasn't My Fault as he braked too late. I'm in the McLaren. Right, okay, so we're this guy down towards the hairpin. Lambo's got the inside line. That's his move, and he's you know what? I'm going to say it is actually your fault, Mr. McLaren. You're probably thinking, why? He's just got in front of me and stopped. But you're allowed to do this. So this, whilst he went a little bit wide here, is commonly called a block pass. You get in front of someone, you slow down, you slow them up on, towards the apex. We're a bit before the apex here, so maybe this wouldn't quite apply in the same way. But the McLaren has seen, so if you're in the McLaren, all the way into the corner, I mean, you've seen this guy ahead of you at this point. You know he's there, you know he's there, you know he's there, and you drive into the back of him anyway. You have to question yourself as the McLaren. If you're at this situation and you're at this part of the corner, you can see this Lamborghini is going wide. What are you going to do to avoid hitting him? Because it's now your responsibility because he's in front of you. If I were the McLaren, I would have got on the brakes a bit heavier and try to tuck back into the inside here and go for the switchback. But the McLaren wanted the same bit of circuit that the Lamborghini was inhabiting, and the Lamborghini got there first. It's his bit of track. So you sort of trying to carry the speed you would usually carry is an error by you. So whilst I think it was a little bit of a optimistic move by the Lamborghini, it was your job to avoid hitting him, and you didn't do it. So McLaren, you are the helmet. What you think? I personally think it's on the Mercedes. It's not. It's hard to explain. McLaren called it my fault. This was a realistic performance race. I love how my boy throws that in there because he's in the Williams and he's chasing a Mercedes. You have to throw that in there. Like, well, you know, I'm in the Williams and I'm a bit higher up, so can't be my fault. I love the humble brag. Right, so we're behind the Mercedes at Cota. McLaren behind us. He's got a good run. He's going to have a look at the last corner. He's up the inside. His move. Right. So what? How is the McLaren blaming you for that? So we've only got one angle, which is John Bohr from this Williams. So let me try and tell you the best from what I can do as to what happened there. We're in the Williams. Obviously, we're a bit slower through the corners because this is a realistic performance race, as our man pointed out. McLaren's had a great run. You can see in the mirror, just about, because my Let me move it down a bit. Yeah, so you can see in the mirror, the McLaren's had an absolutely great run through there. He's now right on our rear wing. He's pulled to the inside. He's gone for the move. That's fine. So that's nothing against going for a move there. We've seen it coming in the Williams. We've given him the space on the inside. We've done everything we need to do. We are free from any blame. The McLaren, let me just show you something because this is important. The McLaren, look where he is right now. He is approaching the corner faster than we are on a much tighter line, and there's a car in the way. Can you guess what's going to happen next? Smashes into the side of the Mercedes, causes contact, and actually loses 2 places there from overtaking both the Mercedes and the Williams to falling back behind the Williams. The helmet in that situation is the McLaren for basically sending it into the corner too hard when he didn't need to and causing contact. I have no idea how it's anybody's fault but the McLaren. Got a lot of F1 clips today. I'm not too unhappy with that. So this one basically came with the title, Does This Deserve a Penalty? Which usually means yes. But we'll see. So we're in the McLaren. We're weaving down the straight. We have a Haas in front. In the safety car queue, so you can't overtake at the moment. You've got to just drive behind the guy in front. We're going to send it into the pit lane. We're being told to pass Rufus now. Oh, now this is really interesting. This is really, really interesting because there's actually a real-life example of this happening. So what happened here is that the guys in front were going so slow that my guy in the McLaren went, I'm going to go around you in the pit lane entry, which is still part of the racing surface, or it was last time I checked anyway. And before he got to the limiter line, overtook and into the pits he went, gaining a couple of places and time on track, which I think is a genius move if the regulations of your league allow it. For me, honestly, it's just a good move. That's just a really, really good, really opportunistic move. Is it on the edge? Definitely. But if there's nothing in your league's regs that say you cannot do this, then that should be legal. That's how motorsport regs work in real life. If there's not a reg saying something and you go and do the thing, then it has to be legal for that race and they can outlaw it from then on. But yeah. You know what, Ninja Hyper, you get my fucking Chad of the video award. That was awesome. I really enjoyed that. Are there any non-F1 ones? Yeah, I think this is non-F1. Oh, it's Project Cars. Do you guys think the Ferrari is at fault, or is it my fault? I am in the white and orange car. Let's have a look. Also, rest in peace, Project Cars. Here comes the Ferrari. Ginetta in tow behind. Ferrari has forgotten to turn in. Rejoins the circuit, and yep, clatter. Big clatter. So, as you probably guessed now from the theme of what I've said so far, Ferrari's off the racing surface, rejoins onto the racing line, into the path of another car. Instant, massive helmet award for the Ferrari, which actually appears to be AI, the way it's turning in, but awful to do that. But I am going to throw a little caveat in there and say, if you are the driver in a Ginetta here, and you see this guy coming back onto the circuit, you also have the ability to move out to the right here to avoid him coming back on. Should you have to do that? No, you shouldn't have to do that. But the result of this crash in real life would be both cars out the race. If you foresee this guy being a bit of a f***ing helmet and coming back onto circuit in a stupid way and you avoid it, you survive the incident and continue in the race. Which you could argue is more important than being proud, sitting on the line and expecting the other guy to do the right thing. Sometimes it's just about survival. And I think the Ginetta could have maybe practiced that a bit better here. But that being said, 100% the fault of the Ferrari. That gave me Vadim Koge vibes, that did. If you know who that is, then yeah, you'll understand. So this is just a check to see if I'm still able to understand what is a racing incident and who is at fault. Right, okay, so he doesn't know. That's not good. So we're behind. Oh! Oh no! It's going to be his fault for sure. So we're in the Merc. Sorry about the audio, it sort of sucks here. Gonna go to the outside, down towards T1 on Watkins Glen. T1 here is a right-hander, a lot of run-off on the left though. We are now alongside on the outside, but it is still the Audi's corner. Yep, Audi's taking the line as he's allowed to do. Very nice, and we've actually switched back there and then driven into him. Oh my God! Oh dear. Let's watch this again. I mean, that's on the Merc, I think. It's on the Mercedes. The Audi, from what I can see, it is hard to tell, because we only get to see it from one angle, but he seems to be driving somewhat on a straight line on this curb out to here, and given the space on the inside, he can't go any further out there, so you've driven into the back of him. So that's on the Mercedes. Definitely not intentional, and people sometimes use the term racing incident as like, oh, no one's at fault, but like, I think that's what he's saying there. This is no one's at fault for this, but it's not the case. This crash would not have happened if the Merc is not driving to the back of him like he wasn't there. Intentional or not, that would be a penalty for the Merc because he's caused a avoidable collision, and well, to be honest, the penalty there is that his front end is Now, Cremonched. Oh, look at this! A moment with Dave Cam. Oh, Davey. You're about to go under the microscope, mate. Had a moment with Dave Cam today. Was wondering if anyone was at fault. This is R Factor 2 in the Alpines, which actually I didn't think was a very good car to drive, but people are loving him right now. So here is, we're on board with Davey. There's no audio here. It's through the last corner at Zandvoort. We've still got a long way left in the race yet. We're in the slipstream of the car in front. We do this to negate the air resistance, get a bit of a fast straight line speed. We go to the left here. We are now alongside the Dave Cam, so the guy on the inside has to give us a little bit of room on the outside. We've gone very, very wide. We're still out there. There's a guy still on the inside. There's contact. And the guy behind us has spun. So we've got audio now. We're on the inside. Well, you know what? I am going to say it's a hard one to say it's 50-50 because there's contact in this place. It doesn't need to be. But I'm going to watch you in comparison to this white line because you hugged this white line on the way in. So there, you're still there. You're keeping the angle, keeping the angle, keeping the angle. Then you release the steering. We're still sort of in the corner here. And you touch and you spin.
In the bin.
Here's a bit. Actually, I haven't seen this angle yet. What's this one like? Yeah, I think Dave gave you racing room. I think you tried to come out the corner a bit too early and there was contact and you went round. I don't think it was intentional. I don't think it was one of those things where someone's lunging someone. I think that is going to be another definition of a racing incident where just... Well, yeah, I mean, you can see the attitude of both cars really well here. Dave is going out to the curb here. You are going out here somewhere. So, yeah. I'd put that on you if I was to put that on anybody. Dave, you're safe for now. GT7 in the box car, my favourite. Old R31 silhouette car. We're at Spa. We're defending against another fellow box. We're on the inside. We've got the line. Drive to the outside. Nice. Now there's a guy alongside. He has the room. So we have to give him space now all the way down the hill. You can't just turn in on him. Still can't turn in. He's there. He's actually putting on us. Contact. Ah, jeez. Just about pushed him wide there. I mean, this is Eau Rouge and Radion, one of the fastest corners in the world and one of the most high-stakes corners in the world. You've already touched down here. Now, usually it's one at a time through here. We have seen people go 2x2 through here in the past. It tends to not end very well. At this point, on the left, we're actually slightly ahead. Only slightly though, but we still have to give room to the guy on the inside because he's alongside. The guy on the inside comes across slightly. There is the smallest bit of contact. You go out into the marbles and then go wide here, and it's hard then to come back from that. Another one, racing incident. It's a racing incident. Like, you guys didn't give each other any space down the bottom there. There was a tiny bit of contact, which if anything came from this guy moving over slightly, but the contact, the way he hit you didn't actually... That momentum seemed to increase going into the car we were there because of netcode. And again, netcode, for those who don't know, is sort of the position prediction software that goes into most of these games because there is lag, it's online. So yeah, no one's fault, just one of those things. If you want to survive those scenarios a bit more, if I was this guy, why not just back up a little bit, going up Eau Rouge and Radion, sit behind this guy on the right here, as you end up doing anyway, and just get it up till they can't overtake there. Sometimes you got to maybe just think a couple of corners ahead instead of reacting straight away. Another one here from Abu Dhabi, which I think is sort of somewhat relevant, seeing as we were just there for the finale of the F1 Grand Prix. F1 Grand Prix, the F1 season! Let's have a look. Oh, me. Let me get a better camera angle than my man's watching from a crane. Well, we can see from here, so De Bro, what a legend, dives up the inside. He's there now. He's definitely there. This guy turns in super late, takes him out, off we go. Well, does this guy just not brake at all? I mean, what is this angle of attack? What the fuck? What is going on in this clip? I'm finding it really hard to understand, so I'm tempted to say it's this guy's fault, but the absolute lunge of this guy, I mean, he's there. So the reason why I'm having trouble discerning this one is because I'm not sure if this guy's making the corner or not when he lunges to the inside like that. The sense of speed is really hard to tell. It would be really good to have had like an onboard or something. Based on the fact there was that level of contact and the guy was able to move so easily outside of the slipstream of the guy ahead and move to the inside, makes me think the guy who was leading into the corner was just going slowly and this guy took advantage of it. So I don't bloody know. I mean, from these two clips, I'm going to say it's from the guy in the green. For just ignoring the guy on the left is here completely. Obviously, it seems the rubber is on here, but he's there. He's got to give him room. There was no room given here, and there's contact. So A tough one to call from that angle, but I'm going to give it to the guy in the green car. So you got to look out for people around you. That's important. This one is Formula V in iRacing. Formula V is awesome. It's very, very intense racing, but not particularly very fast racing. You can see already we've joined after incident from someone called David Shoot, who's us. You're so bad. Yupu left track joined and cut me off. Right, so which one's David? David is in the car that got taken out. Okay, so this guy in the white, I don't really know where he's going here. He just drives off the circuit. I don't think there was contact with the red car in front. It doesn't seem like there was. Just drives off. Obviously, there's not as much grip on the grass, so you can't just keep the racing line. He then starts understeering as the grass takes effect, goes onto the curb, comes back on the circuit, and we get collected, and off we go. So this is going to go in the same sort of camp as the one I said earlier on. It is 1,000,000% on the guy in the white car. At this point, though, what can he do to avoid washing out onto the circuit? There isn't much he can do. His fault started when he drove off, but from a survival point of view, if we're David here, we should be thinking about the fact that this guy he's gonna come back on track. He's gonna come back on and he's gonna cross us. So what do we do as David? Given his relative speed, we go a bit wider. We are going to lose time. We shouldn't have to lose time because of this guy, but it's better than this happening. If this happens, then our race is over, rather than losing maybe half a second to avoiding the guy coming back on. So, whilst this guy is 1,000,000% at fault, driving the line like nothing is happening around you is, you could argue, equally as silly. You have to be alert when you're driving in sim racing and in real driving for stuff like this, because it can come back and it can take you out of the race. He called it a dick move. Final lap, final corner for the win. I'm the red car. I love me a dick move. Can I get some non-potato based? Right, so we're on the last lap at Spa here, coming up to the bus stop. A very popular overtaking spot. Let's see if he goes for the lunge down to the outside. He's now fully alongside the guy on the right. He has the space on the inside. He's still there. Oh, I don't know, man. So watching that back again, at this point of the corner, this guy is ahead, and to be honest, this is pretty much his win. He's sent it round the outside, used the downforce of his car, and kept the car on the outside. He's done it here. He's done all he needs to do, but then gets a little bit too enthusiastic trying to save the thing. I think he sent the car in a little bit too deep. The car starts to rotate from the rear as the weight transfers, and now he's stuck trying to correct the thing, which of course pushes him towards his opponent here in the blue car, who turns in as he usually would. Is he turning in to make the apex here? Yeah, a bit of a weird turn in here. I would have given a little bit more room if I was the blue car on the outside, but I think ultimately this happened because of the mistake of the guy in the red car. I don't think it's a dick move or anything like that. I just think that he's made a mistake and therefore putting the fault on himself. Even if you make a mistake that you don't intend to do, the fault still falls on you. So it is the fault of the red car here for the contact, but I wouldn't call it a dick move, just an unfortunate racing incident. Oh, fantastic! This one posted by Aiden, and it's just called We Both Disagree Who's at Fault. I'll try and tell you, mate. We're at Baku, one of the worst circuits ever. Long break into the left-hander here. And contact between the two, they both end up in the wall. So,
okay, yeah.
Let's have another look. These guys both seem to disagree as to who was at fault here. So we're going to stay on board, of course, with the guy we're following. Coming down to this left-hander. We are on the outside. At the braking zone, you might have noticed there, just before we braked, the arrow turned white, meaning we were completely clear of the car behind. Meanwhile, General Dysleximo brakes a little bit later than we do, lunges up the inside. So at this point, we're side by side. Where is this guy going? We are still alongside him at this point. He is not making that. He is not making that corner without crunching us into the wall. And this is something I see all too often in like F1, especially in F1 games. It's sort of that style of racing, because F1 very much is that style of racing where if you don't move, I'll crash into you. So I would say on that one, it is the fault of Yami for just not really respecting the space of the car on the outside. You're both on the same bit of circuit. You do have to share it as much as you don't want to. And because of Yami's attempt at the overtake there, he's cost both of them, both the Red Bulls there, what is probably an easy 1-2. But I really want to reiterate that just because you can get your car ahead at the apex does not mean the corner automatically belongs to you. That rule I've seen used as justification from launching it from a different postcode back, never having any hope of making the corner, but I got to the apex first despite the fact that I've now overshot the apex and taken out the guy on the outside. You can't do that. It's stupid racing. If you're going to overtake someone, you've got to make the corner. Now we go to an iRacing clip from Irwin. Says, who was at fault? It was the last lap and we were P1, P2, P3. And they've all wiped each other out, haven't they? Let's see who was the Sim Racing Stewards helmet of the race. So this is Le Mans going down to Indianapolis. Oh my god, it's happened immediately. It's happened straight away. What a weird crash that is. I can already tell you who's at fault. I'm going to pause the video there. Can you tell me who's at fault in the comments below from that very, very, very small bit of clip? I bet you can. So let's go back. First of all, we're riding with the Audi. This is on the way down to Indianapolis, which is a right-hander. And the straight towards this, I mean, we're going pretty much top speed in these cars. 270, 280 kilometers an hour. Extremely fast down here. Now, I want you to watch these white lines. These are going to be very useful for deciding who's at fault here. Us, the Audi, we're staying in this left lane. We're still staying in the left lane. Watch the green Mercedes. He then comes across into our lane, turns himself over the nose of our car, puts himself into the wall, then bounces out, hits us, and catapults us into this innocent Ferrari just on the inside. So just like that, 3 cars out of contention for the lead, and it is the fault of the green Mercedes. Oh my god, this guy has a 240p video. Okay, we're going to do our best, chat. I'm going to get my potato viewing camera out. This is just a restart crash in F1 2022. Do I have any hope of what... Can I understand this? Dragging the brakes just a little bit more. The guy is very close behind us. You can see by that red arrow there. Turning red, it means he's alongside. It's up to us to set the pace. We still haven't gone yet. And we get clouted by the guy behind. So even though we only have one camera here, I can sort of walk you through my thinking with this. So we are the leader, we are setting the pace. Now from what I can see just about here from the speed, we are keeping a fairly constant speed, 121 Ks. We're weaving, we even speed up a little bit there, and the car behind decides, I'm going to go now, pulls alongside, and then causes that incident. Now you might remember actually, and feel free to maybe put up some stills of this, Editor Chan, that there was a rule brought in because of this happening in real life with Max Verstappen. The Max would pull up right alongside the guy just before starting the restart to get the best possible launch possible. And also to intimidate the guy. That was then outlawed because it means that the guy in front can't actually weave or do anything because there's a car here and it might end up with some contact, which is exactly what you just saw here. I think it was a Ferrari that passed you. It's on them in that case. You're the leader. You get to set the pace. You get to call the restart. So there's no reason why this guy would have gone and also collect you like that. So definitely on him, that move. You have to respect the safety car procedure. This one is filmed on the quality mobile phone camera. You'll love to see it. My car is a POV. Last lap for P2. Should I have backed out sooner or did he turn in on me? Down the corkscrew there. A bit wiggly through there. But we are on the inside here for the Rainier curve. On the left. We've still got the inside. That's a bit of a tough one, really. Let's have a look at... So looking at this again, it feels like number 4 could have maybe left a bit more room on the inside. Now, this corner is tricky. All the grip is right on the inside, which is why the number 4 is trying to get down there to take as much speed through the corner as possible. Of course, the number 1 car actually has a bit of a moment here. I think maybe spotting this car coming back inside and has a little bit of a slide, which actually I think deadens the hit a bit to the number 4 car. But I think here the number 4 car may have just misjudged the room available on the inside there. As I said, this corner here, I mean, you can see the camber. You want to be right in here because that's where the grip of the corner is. But the line here for the 4 is a bit weird anyway, so I think it was fair for the number 1 car here to go for that move. I mean, the door is closing, but the guy's definitely got the call to say that you're alongside at this point. He could have given more room, and unfortunately I think just sort of took himself out trying to turn in on a bit of road where a car was already inhabiting it. So I'd put that down to the 4 car, just maybe not giving enough space, but that is a tough one to call there, especially given the nature of the circuit. Just a reminder, by the way, guys, if you want to continue this discussion, you can either do so down below in the comments, or you can hop over to my Discord, where we're always willing to talk through who the biggest helmet is in general. Usually it's me. Link below in the description. This guy claims that I screwed up and blocked him, and I claim that he should have released his throttle to pass me cleanly. Who is wrong? Sounds like a sketchy one. Is this a racing incident, or is someone to blame here? Who can improve and why? I am the Porsche. Cool, okay. Ran past space, let's have a look. So at Barcelona, we've got a penalty, and I've just gone sideways. Okay, so we're looking at another angle here, coming into the hairpin. Is there a car on the inside? We've gone very, very wide. Vroom has touched us, and we've gone round. Have another look. We've taken the proper line. We're right there on the inside. That is hard to call. I need to watch Grandpa's onboard again. Does he just spin it up on exit? I don't think the initial contact is actually caused by this GTR. So what I think happened is that Grandpa's pace goes wide into the corner. He's now at the outside of the circuit with a lower exit speed than he anticipated. Then puts it in first gear and guns it. Meanwhile, Vroom is right behind us. He's pretty much here. He's side by side with us. As we gun it, the car oversteers to the left because the next corner's left-hander, so we're setting up for that. And as it oversteers, Vroom continues, and the car sort of spins across the nose of Vroom in the GTR. But it was already going round before he was there. I think the proximity of the cars together sort of maybe fools you into thinking there was some sort of contact there. But I think that honestly, old Grandpa here just got on the throttle a bit too hard and spun round. It's easy to do here, especially when you're frustrated, especially when you made a mistake like that, especially in a rear-wheel drive car like the Porsche. And you served your own penalty pretty quickly there. So yeah, just one of those things. This next one is a little bit less accusatory. It says, probably just an incident, but I feel like the Ferrari ran me out of room. Interesting. We're at Silverstone in the Red Bull, coming into Vale, a very slow part of the course. Ferrari is on the inside. We are pretty much as far out as we can go here. I would say he probably did run you out of room, but I think this spin was your fault. Let's have another look again. Ferrari's on the outside. Nice move from the Ferrari to get there. Really nice to get to that point. So at this point, the Red Bull is already under threat. I think the tyre difference making a bit of a play there. Medium versus the hard. This corner's a right-hander, and we're already ahead as a Ferrari. But we are on a very, very tight corner, so we have to slow right down to make the corner. Right-hander comes up. We have room. There is room for another car between us there. Ferrari then comes out to take the racing line. There is a tiny bit of wheel-to-wheel there, but I don't think it causes a spin. It shouldn't do anyway. The spin, I think, is caused sort of similar to the last incident by the Red Bull going, oh, hell no, and planting the throttle and then going to the inside here. I think opportunistic by the Ferrari, on the edge from the Ferrari, given this contact here, but we are still within track limits. We're still within track limits here, so we are still racing to the letter of the rules. And I think, if anything, it was coming off this little orange curb here that unsettled the car a little bit, and then round you go. So I think that's fine. I'm really interested to hear what you guys think, though, in the comments, because for me, it's on the edge, but it is okay, and he causes his own spin. But let me know. Now we go to Sharmo, who says, I understand I might be at fault here, but I felt like I couldn't control it. We're going for a high-speed chicane, and suddenly he brakes. I had nowhere to move. So I'm going to have to mute this, because it's got some music over it. But we're going to Dragon Trail now, and I know this part is pretty much flat out in a Group 3 car. Maybe a small lift on the way through. It is definitely high stakes. It's very lovingly referred to as a chicane of death through here, and for good reason. So we're on the way through. We hit the right, we hit the left, we are flat out at this point. The guy in front hits the brakes and we run into the back of him, causing contact. So this could be a couple of things. This could be an inexperienced driver, although judging from his speed into the corner, I'm not sure. I don't know why he brakes here. So we usually have a fairly hard and fast rule that if you run into the back of someone, it's usually your fault because you have time to avoid it. But I'm actually going to say no in this regard, because this is a really unpredictable move from the car in front. And one of the big rules for a car being overtaken, be it by a car behind or from a lapped car, is to be somewhat predictable. This is not, there's no way you can predict you're going to slam on the brakes here. This is flat out here. So given that, I'm actually going to place fault on this white BMW. Experienced or not, this is not a part of a circuit you brake on. And that's going to be a bit of a learning moment there, I think, for that white BMW. Frustrating for us in the Red Bull car, but you've helped someone learn today. You've done a good deed. Oh, it's another F1 clip, my favorite. We both received 5 seconds and a 1 LPP for this incident. What's that? Like license points, you think? Do leagues have license points? That's pretty cool. Was it the correct decision? Please let me know what this means, by the way, chat. I don't know what that is. So again, we're at the bus stop. My favorite place in the world, coming down to the, Cody's interpretation of the bus stop. We get shunted hard by the car behind. Let's have a look. Oh god, that is a... What's that line? What's this line here? What are you trying to do, McLaren driver? For the last second, you come. That's really unpredictable from the guy behind. But meanwhile, that Red Bull was never making the corner. No, you know what? Looking at this again, I'm going to put that on the McLaren, and I'm going to tell you why. So we're coming into the braking zone now. McLaren's braked, we're braked. We are alongside. We're there, and we are slowing down. It's going to be a bit of a mad corner, this. It's a bit of a lunge, but we are there, and this guy has to respect the fact that we are there. He does not. He pulls across. I mean, what line into the corner is this? Where are you going to end up here? I can't tell you where you're going to be there. It's not going to be the apex, that's for sure. Causes contact and gets spat out, I think rightly so, but causes damage to this Red Bull. So I don't think this is a two parties guilty sort of thing. I think it is all on the McLaren, 1,000,000%. You can't just change your line in braking like that and expect everything to be okay. So I'm going to override the league admins and say, yeah, McLaren, bad. What kind of penalty would you give the Red Bull? That's a leading question. If he doesn't deserve penalties, why? I would like your opinion on this. But you're going to get it, man. Where is the Red Bull? Oh, we're at Abu Dhabi. We're weaving. We're weaving quite a bit. Why is that allowed? It seems to become a thing that now that weaving is fine if you're having like a good battle, but it's not fine in general rules. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 moves. Red Bull goes for a very, very late lunge and then drives into the back of us. It's on the Red Bull already. I can tell you that's on the Red Bull because he just drives into the back of you there. But also, why are you doing this? People say, oh, I'm trying to break the toe, but it's just weaving. You're not allowed to do that. But yeah, looking at the incident again. Yeah, all on the Red Bull. So I know what he tried to do there. So if you watch the mirror, at this point, he's committed to going to the inside. You can see by the angle of his car. But then he realizes that he's going to just miss the corner and clout this guy. So he tries to pull back in. You can see there like, oh, I'm going to go inside. Oh, wait, no, I'm never going to make that. And when you turn and brake at the same time, you lose braking potential. So he's not able to slow down in the time he would usually slow down. And then just runs into the back of us here and causes the incident. So the incident itself is 1,000,000% on the Red Bull. But risky, don't weave. All right. I was a number 9 car. What could I have done differently? Not signed up for the race. I get that a lot. QMX5's at Scuba Circuit. We're into the hairpin now. Great overtaking spot. Guy in front goes very wide. We've got the run. That is not all right. That is still not all right. He's defending it hard, is the other guy in the Mazda. We're ahead now. Let's keep the place. We're right on the inside, but that means we're probably going to end up sweeping wide. Then just get drift. Oh my God, dude. This guy in the number 10 car is an absolute menace. So first of all, he goes super wide here, then goes, you know what, nah, my line, and just sweeps over to the point where we have to hit the brakes. That's already a penalty in my eyes. Yep. All right. Then defends more. We then move over. He doesn't react, but he moves to squeeze. That's fine. You can squeeze. He's now on the outside, so he's lost the place. Now, because we're on the inside, we're going to have to be slower going to this corner than normal. The guy on the outside just doesn't take that into account and just drive through us. So, yeah, that's going to be a pretty severe penalty for the 10 there because he's 2 pretty clear-cut incidents in 10 seconds. I think that this guy so far in the 10 car does win my Sim Racing Stewards episode, Helmet of the Race. Cool. Next up, dude in the green car tried to put all the blame on me. In my opinion, I think we're both at fault. Well, at least he, was taking some of the blame. Cutie Formula cars. I think this is the Indy Light thing. Oh, Jesus. Okay. The big one. So easy. So this is the Road America. This is the kick. This corner here is so tricky in a car with not a ton of downforce. These cars have downforce, but they do move around a little bit here. It should be flat through here, so I'm going to watch that again. What does the green car do? So he's offline. He goes a bit wide, goes into the grass. Yeah, I am inclined to agree that it is your fault, this incident, driver. The reason being is while he did go wide and come back onto circuit, there's a ton of room out here, and you just react. You react fairly late, actually. I mean, you see him going off, and you're still just sort of like, yeah, okay. You react now, at the last second. Big steering input to the left, which is going to put you out wide here, onto the grass. Yeah. So I'm going to say here, I understand why this incident happened and why you reacted so severely, but at the end of the day, there was no outside contact here, which made you steer over here. You had all this road on the right-hand side. You were in control of the vehicle when this happened. So I'd say it is on you, but the green car maybe should have been a bit more like, well, I can understand why it happened rather than just straight out blaming you for it. But technically, you know, he is right. It is your fault. Ah! Loud! This one's just called Not Sure if there's anything I could do here, but I was blamed by both drivers, so you know it's going to be a good one. A set, of course, a Competizione. I think this is Mazzano. Into the right-hander. We are on the inside. Still there. Still there. Cars in front are fighting each other at this point. A little bit of contact between the two. We've now got a run on the Aston Martin. We're alongside the Aston Martin. We've gone by the Aston. Nice. Nice move there. Where's this guy going? Where's he going here? His trajectory right now is on the inside of this corner. What are you doing? This seems like a desperate attempt to block here from the Lambo. I don't know why it's doing that. Meanwhile, the Aston's like, a tiny bit of room. You mind if I sniffles? I have no idea how they're blaming you for that. No idea. In fact, it's the fault of both the other cars this happened. Through all of this, you are predictable. You're on the racing line. You actually turn away to avoid this guy coming over to crash into you. The Aston Martin ignores all of this and drives through like nothing's happening. The Lamborghini, he's got to be up there in the helmet ranking. You can't be just... Look, where's he going? Where's he going right now? Where's his trajectory? This has got me really animated for some reason. I don't understand how these guys can see that as being your fault if you're in the Porsche. Yeah, Porsche, you are fine. Both of these guys are to blame for that. I'd say the Lambo starts it, I guess, so he get the biggest penalty. But the Aston is pretending nothing's happening and just driving into you gets just a thumbs up from me. Just, you love to see incompetence on that level. Back to the wondrous world of F1 now, and we're basically seeing if a dive bomb has been committed here and if it's okay. We're on board with a Mercedes, and we've just been clouted by a Red Bull. So we're still with the Merc. This is Paul Ricard, T1. Got the inside line here. Oh, I don't know. That's a tough one. So what's happened here, as I want to show you from this angle, is at the point the Red Bull knows it's being passed, it stops trying to squeeze the Mercedes and it veers out to the outside. The reason why it's doing that is to try and get the best run possible through this next corner, because this Mercedes is going to have its run compromised because of a slower and tighter angle of the corner. Coming into T1 now, we start braking very early as Mercedes because we have to brake early because we're taking a much shallower line. The corner's a lot tighter compared to what the Red Bull's going through. The Red Bull uses this, sweeps around the outside, and I think actually this Mercedes could have been quite a lot tighter to the apex of the corner here. You have basically the line here, I think, is to basically try and get as close to this little yellow bit as possible. With that in mind, the Red Bull does leave a Mercedes-sized gap on the inside here, but just touches him on the way through and causes a spin. So this is the first one where I'm going to say I think it's actually a racing incident. It's just unfortunate. Both cars there racing for the same bit of tarmac. I think the Mercedes could have done more to be a bit further over, but it's not clear cut, this one, like some of the old ones have been. So yeah, sorry for that one. I mean, this is one of those ones that I'd be really interested to hear what you guys think, because the ones where I get stuck on the fence are the ones that I am more interested to hear your guys' opinion on. So yeah, I'd say racing incident. And given that I've been recording for nearly an hour now, this is going to be our last one. Black Porsche told me, the green Porsche, that I should have less space. What do you guys have to say about that? Let's have a look-see. I'm going to set a course it. This is Kota, I believe. No, it's not. What corner? What? Oh my god. What track is this? Oh, it's Kyalami, I think. We're following the car in front. So this next corner is a right-hander, and this guy in the black car is saying we've not given him space on the inside. Let's be reasonable. Most people deem alongside as having your front right wheel up alongside the rear quarter panel here of the car in front. We're not there. We're barely there. And the next corner is a right-hander. So we're always going to be driving into a space that's disappearing there. And of course, contact is made. So at this point, I don't think this Porsche here is entitled to any room. He needs to just get on board with the fact that he's just been overtaken and needs to slot in behind the car in front. You can't just demand room like that because it's never going to be given. Another look from the black Porsche's sort of POV here. Yeah, he's just not there. He's just not alongside, I don't think. I wouldn't class that as being alongside. So I would put that blame solely on the Porsche. And it happens, you know, you get a bit flustered after you've just been overtaken. You want to try and get that place back as soon as possible, but that's not the right way to do it. And that would probably fairly easily be a penalty for most leagues and for most sort of esports competitions. So just be careful. Sometimes you've got to use your discretion a little bit and just know when a fight has been lost. Doesn't mean the war's over, just the battle is. The battle was won there by Grello. Just back out, regroup, and go for a move a bit later on. This sort of move is desperate and it often ends like this. Who is at fault? The Ferrari is lapped and I'm in the Aston. Let's play and see what happens. So we're at Spa, going through Eau Rouge and Radion. Very fast part of the circuit here. Ferrari's in the pit lane and then comes across at the last second. Yeah, okay. This is a fairly easy one. So if you're unfamiliar with the Spa pit lane, you can see it sort of comes out here along the side. Very easy to actually crash. It's very bumpy out here. But our Ferrari's managed to get out of the pit lane, and now it's up to him to get up to racing speed, which he hasn't done. For whatever reason, he's got the right-hand pedal, actually applies the throttle and accelerates the car, and instead employs the incredibly sensible tactic of sitting in the middle of the course, well off racing speed. So we're in the Aston Martin. We see a gap here on the inside because the Ferrari has drifted out, so we take the space that's there. We try and go to the inside. Ferrari goes, oh no! Panics at the last second, pulls back over to the right-hand side. We then eventually react to that, albeit a bit too late. The Ferrari actually comes back over again to try and get out of the way and causes this crash. This is a really classic case of one, driving your mirrors, and two, not getting back up to racing speed. When you join a live racing circuit, cars are going at racing speed. If you're trundling around on the pit limiter, expect to get rear-ended. So I sentence the Ferrari to 1,000 years dungeon. Next, I thought I said German then. What the hell's German doing in F123? Anyway, F123 clip, so we already know everyone thinks they're Max Verstappen. Let's see what happens here. We're on board the Aston Martin, German in front. We've just started the race, I think. On the outside there, a little bit of side-by-side contact, not much. Now we're going up towards the next corner. It's a right-hander. And we get clipped and then shoved into the wall. Now, this actually happened in real life, well, kind of anyway, with Sergio Perez and Max Verstappen, with Perez actually coming across and sort of pushing Max onto the grass down towards T1 here. In this instance, it's difficult. It's almost a racing incident, but I'm actually going to put the blame on the Aston Martin, and here's why. I want you guys to keep an eye on that white line at the side of the circuit here. Now, the white line dictates track limits, which these guys don't understand either in real life, but also it's a really good marker to see where the car is moving in relation to the circuit. Now, watch the Aston Martin as we come around this little bend here and its distance to the white line. So we started here at the start of the maneuver, and then when we hit the guy on the left here, we're out here somewhere. So I think, I don't know, it's watching it again, I'm inclined to say Aston Martin, but I think what really happened is just the cars came together, which can happen sometimes. So I am actually going to say racing incident, but keep an eye out for each other, for crying out loud. You know, crashing in a straight line is peak F1 2023. Don't do that, it's bad. I haven't got a judgment, but I want to hit something. This one is simply called I'm the Orange Car. Good for you, bro. Remaster X5s. These things are great fun in iRacing, great for learning, understanding basics, oversteer, understeer, all that sort of stuff. We're catching a car in front, who then pulls over to the right-hand side to let us through, and I think my IQ just lowered a little bit. So what happened here? So this is quite similar to the Assetto Corsa one earlier. This guy is, I think he's just come out the pit lane. He's very slow. He notices that a car is coming up behind and very kindly gets out of the way. Nice and early. This is predictable. This isn't going to be scary for us on board as the orange car. Gets on the brakes, gets out of the way. He's offline now. Now he should stay there. For some reason that I cannot fathom, he thinks, actually, no, I forgot something there on the racing line. Goes back over to the racing line, gets scared again, starts turning out. And at this point, you know, we're focusing on the corner. And there's a little bit of target fixation going on here. But we just... Oh, I love iRacing, man. I love iRacing so much. I'm going to put it on this car, on the number 17. I can't even read that from here. But the Black MX-5, because you moved twice in a braking zone when you weren't braking and weren't defending. There was just no need for the movement. I understand what I think you were trying to do, which is be kind, get out of the way. But you failed dismally. That is good old-fashioned iRacing manslaughter. You love to see it. Another glorious F1. This guy blamed me for moving under braking, and he crashed into me because he lost the concentration. The poster is the blue F1 car, F3 car even. F3 cars, any sort of Formula car in iRacing is just bandit country. The Duff Man goes up the inside. Goes wide. That it? No, there's more. That's just like an intent wreck. There's nothing there. So guy I think is salty because he got passed. And this is actually a good pass. Again, we'll look at the white line. So a lot of rules in racing say you have to give one car width at least to the car outside. Now that doesn't mean you can come in and chop like that, but he's got space. He's got plenty of space there. And I think what happened here is his brain's just he's just shat himself. You know, he's just. I see this a lot in iRacing when people have such weird egos that they cannot fathom being overtaken by someone. So when it happens, it's unacceptable. It's the fault of the game. It's the fault of someone else. I don't know. If you look again, so much room on this side. So much room. No issue there at all, in my opinion. But the bullshit about this guy losing concentration, like, no, this is like an intentional wreck. You can see because he turns in and then turns out to try and hit you. So for me, this guy needs to like go on a holiday. He needs a few weeks off of iRacing, I think, to reevaluate what a helmet he is. Guilty. No more Tom and Jerry for you. And my guy's written an essay with this one. What's your thoughts on this action? I'm the guy ahead. I brake at the normal braking point at the start of the curb, and he just sends the car and JPEX blame me for braking there, but I think the guy was not meant to go in to start braking. Okay, so this is LMDH.
What's that noise?
What a weird one. This is really confusing to me, this incident, because let's just describe it as we see it. We're with the guy who apparently is the offending party here. Now, the guy in front who wrote this post, he brakes. This guy sort of like goes to the inside, comes back again, brakes. He's braked far before the start of this car, so he's braked even earlier than the car in front here. Then just sort of lets off the throttle, and you can hear he's back on the throttle here. Like, what are you doing? This just seems like a bit of a helmet move from this fella here. I think what happened is he's gone in like a bit too hot. He's got a bit fixated on the car in front, trying to overtake. Got to the corner and gone, oh balls, now what do I do? And then just run into someone. And in typical iRacing fashion, he then blames the other guy. Don't be this guy, man. Like, if you're going to go for an overtake, don't limp dick it, all right? Like, this is limp dick shit. Like, oh, I don't know. I might go for it. Like, there's no way. Like, he's turned into committed to the corner. You're not even alongside yet. And then you lunge in, cause an incident, and go, it wasn't my fault. It's what they do in the Formula 1s on the TV. No, this is stupid. Don't do this. I sentence you to 50 years of Monza T1. This one's called, I mean, he deserves a vacation, right? And for those of you not up with the iRacing cool hip lingo, a vacation is he deserves being banned. Let's see if he deserves being banned. Wah! Okay, so we had an incident here. Let's just check this incident out. Seems like... Doesn't seem like a purposeful move to me, but we're going to get another angle. Really? Is this the move you're talking about? No. Oh, no. So this move here is just a racing incident for me. It's more like netcode. You see how these cars unload like the smallest of taps here, and this car goes round. In real life, you'd probably have a bit of a better chance of saving that, to be honest. But that, for me, is just a racing incident. Racing hard, a little bit of contact. It can happen sometimes. The next one, not so much. That was a really nice move. And actually, this guy in front was a bit cheeky. He tried to cut across here at the last second and actually missed. This already, for me, is enough cause for concern to give this guy a slap on the wrist. Sometimes you'll see, it doesn't happen all the time, but sometimes one of the live stewards for iRacing will end up in a session. If he saw this, that would already be like a DM being like, stop, don't do that again, you're banned. But it continues. So bus stop again on the next lap. Here's our mate. It's just super unnecessary. There is also, it looks to me like intentional. He is slowing down. I don't know. I'm interested to see what you think. Do you guys think this is intentional? Because having watched some of the lines from this guy, I'm kind of wondering whether it's just a fat old skill issue and he's made albeit a very stupid mistake, which he would still be penalised for. Don't get me wrong. We're just discussing intention here. Anyway, yeah, the guy in this car here, if one of the stewards saw that, he'd be getting a ban because it looks intentional. The move before looked intentional as well to defend. Like, it's not worth it. It's not worth it in what I assume is like a Ferrari challenge race to go around and drive like this. If you're, in my head, right, if you're taking part in sim racing, you are a racing enthusiast. You must be, right? Or that, or some sort of sadist. This is not how you improve and get better. This is how you waste your mum's money by using a credit card to buy tracks and cars. It's not worth it. So number 8 Ferrari, I sent you should go all the way back to Forza Motorsport 4. Doesn't it? Oh, this is a Gran Turismo video. Was I, POV the AMG, entitled to space, or did I enter the vortex of danger? I hate that place. So we're with the AMG here. Nice line through this right hand. We're going to get a good exit through here. But side by side with the Rothmans livery Supra, which is already a little bit of a... Oh, okay. That's a really good one. So, okay, so first of all, this guy blows this corner altogether. Absolutely ruins it. He's out here thinking, what the hell? Why are you out there, bro? We've taken advantage of that as the AMG. We're up the inside. We're now significantly alongside, although, of course, we are on different parts of the circuit. Could be taking different racing lines, owing to the fact we didn't ruin that last corner. The Supra here is compromised. He has to now take a slower line through this corner, a tighter line, because that's where he is on circuit. He kind of doesn't do that, though, and ends up driving us towards the edge of the circuit here. We have no choice as AMG but to turn. We're going to get a penalty if we go over here. It's not our fault. The Supra, though, doesn't allow us that space and gets biffed off. That's what I would call a racing incident, because the Supra did it to himself. I'm very much a believer of if the offending party suffers from the incident, and there's no damage the other way, then it's been resolved itself, if you understand my meaning. So the stewards will probably have a word with the Supra after the race for not giving space there, but yeah. What do you expect when you close the door that hard when you have a car alongside? So, racing incident, Supra, check your mirrors. Who is that fault? I don't know. We're in a set of Corsa. We're at Laguna Seca. We've got no game audio. Oh, this corner sucks for overtaking. Okay, let's have another look at that again. This is a tough one because it just feels like one of those ones where cars come together. Ultimately, the 24 is the one that initiates this contact. He has made the overtake successfully. He's by here. It's his corner, so to speak. But this is something that I think is unfortunately perpetuated by F1 and their really weird rule set when it comes to overtaking. You can't just run people off the course, ever. That's not all right. It's not okay. You can hurt someone doing that in real life. In sim, don't matter, you just hurt their ego a bit. But I'd say it's on the 24. He had the pass made, but then opened the steering while the 29 was still there on the outside. It isn't one of those things where I'd be like, give that guy a big slap on the wrist. It might just be like a warning for the 24 for that one. But I would place fault on him in this regard. So 24, you were fast, but be nice to the other Mazdas, all right? They're all just trying to get on with you.
You're so close.
Alright, dude, you're fully on the shit list now.
Sorry, I'm not sorry.
So here we have Formula V's at Okayama. This car is not very fast. It's very close racing, all about slipstream. And we are side by side with the car going down the back straight.
Love VR, you can get so close.
You can get close, yeah. Sweet. Unfortunately, too close, and contact. Number 10's gone. He ain't going to be any more rush hours, and cars behind us are crashing into us as well. I'll be surprised if our car is still in one piece after that. Going to try and continue now.
All right.
Sorry, I'm not sorry.
This is some great sound effects. So, number 3 car, looks like he's pinching us a bit to the inside. Big pinch. You've got a lot of track over there, so I don't know why you're doing this. We've got a Carlo on our outside as well. We come across, take the line, and yeah, contact. This would be a better view for us to see who's at fault. Again, I'm going to use my old-fashioned white line rule here. The number 8 is coming across. Take the line here. We're all moving across. Number 8 comes across some more. I would put this on the number 8 because whilst it wasn't a big move, you can see slightly as we go up to the corner, he's pinching, pinching, pinching. Whereas this number 12 is actually just going in a straight line. So whilst definitely not intentional, it's one of those things that comes with close racing like this. And when you are moving across in the straight, you have to make sure there's no one there in your way. Because if you collect everyone like you do here, you don't collect 1 or 2, you collect 3 cars there with 1 move. So number 8, definitely guilty. 3 times murder count. You need to be checking your mirrors on the straights. Definitely on the shit list. This is actually a nice one. I like this. Can you comment on this? I want to learn from it anonymously so it remains fair and neutral, because it's always quite tempting to put, well, I'm this guy and I think this happened. But actually just presenting the incident without any of that makes it a lot easier to look at and be impartial, I think. For me, I don't care. But for others, maybe it's easier that way. Anyway, Automobilista 2. We're at the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife. We're in the slipstream of the car in front. We look to the inside. There's space there. It's then cut off at the last second. Let's have a look at it again. So the line here, I'd say, is a little... I'd say this goes on the racing line. That's a really tough one. Okay, let's start from the start. We're on board in this Ginetta. We have a decent run out of this left-hander up towards the Flugplatz now. And we're looking at this space. This space is empty, unoccupied, so we're going to put our car in it to try and overtake. We look to the left-hand side. This guy now starts to wander across the road ever so slightly. Now, this is actually a form of defending. I call it just being lazy and sort of hanging around in the middle of the road. The guy can't just drive through you there. He has to respect that you're there in the circuit. You can take that line if you want. It's just not the traditional racing line. We then go to the inside. Now, at this point, we're alongside. We've got a little bit of our car there. And he, the number 60, needs to respect that that's happened. However, he does not, continues on his racing line, causes a little bit of contact at the front of my car, and puts it into the wall. So, on the basis that the movement of the car in front in the Puma caused this incident, I'm going to say it is on this number 60, guilty. But I'm going to also put in there that that is a very low percentage move. I understand you want to get the move done early because being stuck behind someone slow is the worst. But when the gap looks like this, you have to take a step back and go, is it worth me putting my car in there when oh so very close to me is a barrier that could damage me and ruin my entire race? So, whilst not your fault, I think maybe not the most intelligent move to make. Why are these all Spa? This is like a Spa-Francorchamps special. Fighting for the lead. Was he allowed more space or should he have backed off? Let's find out. We're watching on the mobile phone. Also, I want to say fighting for the lead doesn't mean anything. I think people put that in their posts as to be like, it's a close fight, it's a big fight. It's like, no, it's the way you look at an incident, it doesn't matter where you are in the field. Doesn't matter. So Spa yet again in the slipstream going up the hill, up towards Blanchimont, one of the fastest corners on the circuit. It is flat through here. We've passed. Round we go. Guy goes off there and then... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. So here's what I think happened here. And it's kind of hard to tell because we've only got one camera angle. So we've passed here at this point. We've passed, got the inside line. The corner is pretty much 100% ours. We then go to take the racing line. You can see in the mirror, just about, Joey. CSI zoom in on that shit. But you can see he's gone wide here. So now he's gone off the circuit. Now, I get to play one of my favorite rules now, which sort of makes this a lot easier to determine, is when you go off the circuit, it's up to you to rejoin in a safe manner. However, he does not. He comes straight back onto the circuit, crashes into the side of us, and takes us both out the race. Could you have given him more space? You're racing hard, I think. I think you gave him about as much space as he needed. And at that point on the overtake, the move was made. He should just tuck back in behind and then maybe gone for a move down into the bus stop. But he decided to try and hang it around the outside. And then as a result, unsafe rejoin, cause you both to crash out. So I'm sorry to say that a very bad boy has been a very bad boy. That feels really powerful. Anyway, yeah, guilty. Don't do that. Black and yellow car reckons I, the yellow and blue car, took him out and can't race. I reckon he turned in on me. It was good racing till then, so shame it had to end like this. It is a shame when that happens because people get irate. I get irate when racing.
Sounds like the gearbox is
Adrenaline's up, but I always think as I've got older, it's good to try and step back a bit and not be quite as aggressive. It's not as fun that way. Anyway, we're on the outside. We're side by side here. Really nice racing so far. On the inside. And he reckons he's got turned in on. Hard to tell. Do we have a better angle than that? Yellow car's on the inside line. We're turning in. I mean, you're racing really hard at this point. And if I look here, the turning point for the 11 is a lot sharper than the turning point for the 3. So I have to wonder what is the trajectory of this car, because this guy seems to be on the ideal racing line, whereas this guy is turning in almost beyond that. If you're going to put blame on anyone, it'd be on the 11, I think, here, because this guy can't physically go any further right at this point. But in my mind, that's just hard racing. A little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact, it happens sometimes. So, yeah, I don't think that every incident needs to be a massive deal where there's massive penalties handed out, because, again, that's kind of just like F1. But here, I just genuinely think it's just hard racing. But if there's going to be blame anywhere, it would be on the 11. But you're not getting judged for that. You get away scot-free. It was good racing until then. You guys shouldn't get so irate about that. Just enjoy the fact that you got to race that closely. Oh, we've got iRacing and the Merc. And the post just says, activate windows. So the post says, does this look intentional? I said it looks pretty intentional, and the reason why I'm laughing is because it's intentional, and he doesn't even do it right. There's no lower IQ of driver in iRacing than someone who tries to intent wreck you and misses. I'm looking at you, Scott Speed. So he sort of like backs off. He's using the halo as a bit of a crosshair, so he's like, right, I'm gonna get this guy. Dives onto the grass, forgets that the grass does not hold the same grip as the tarmac, immediately loses the car, watches you go off into the distance while this guy goes into the barrier, wondering why he spent £12 on a car that evidently he has no interest in learning to drive. I'm sending this guy all the way back to the original Gran Turismo because he's got a lot of learning to do before he gets into something like iRacing. Off you go. Manslaughter or murder? Let's find out. So we're in minis. Yay. No audio, unfortunately. Going around this last corner here. Oh, okay. We're in the wall hard. How do we get here? Wee! Ah! It's a different angle. Car goes up the inside, a little bit of a biff, and bam, right into the pit wall. That is a good way to have the big crunch. Here it is from the other driver's POV, just up the inside there, small chap into the barrier, and that is rip in dead. Let's look from this POV. I mean, we are well alongside in this little black mini here. The guy does see us. He turns in, but we do have quite a lot of room on the inside that we're not really utilizing in this car. So I'd say it's a racing incident. Obviously, the guy in the blue car gets absolutely murdered. But the problem is that they're both aware of each other. They're both closing on the same little bit of tarmac. And the guy in the black car is there for a long time. Alongside the car before the blue car turns in. So, could this guy do anything different? Maybe could have been a bit further to the right. This guy maybe could have been a bit more aware of the guy on his inside. But in the end, it didn't matter. Dead. Next up, we have penal justice. Nice. Asking the question, where does braking draft stop and blocking start? So, by braking draft, what he means is by just kind of weaving out the way down the straight so the guy behind can't make use of the slipstream. Let's see what happens here. This is Suzuka coming through the spoon curve now in the LMP3. These cars are fairly sensitive to the drafting. And yep, this already is very illegal. Very, very illegal at this point. It's like 4 moves. This is definitely not all right. This would get you in trouble with the stewards if they actually look at you for this. And in the end, does it matter? In the end, he actually sort of... he holds his line okay there, but let's count the moves. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves, 4 moves, 5 moves, and 6. You can't move 6 times down the straight. You're only allowed to move once to defend your racing line, and then you have to sort of stay there and allow at least a car width of room to the other side. You'll see it in F1, they weave all over the place because F1 seems to play by different rules to the rest of everybody else in racing. But in normal racing, that ain't allowed. You'll get a slap on the wrist for that. I sentenced the black and yellow car in front to a lifetime of bad dentistry. Next. The Kiad says, I, on the left, said I went in at too hot. He, rightly pit maneuvered me. Thoughts? Other than not going for it, what could I have done differently? So they're both taking the blame for this incident, but they both disagree who's at fault. This is a new one. Usually people hate each other on here. Let's have a look-see.
Also, boys and girls, if you do purchase the Zeem setup, if you click on the notes, it comes with...
Oh! We're getting the rare ad in there as well. Want to buy some setups? Go on the inside with the awesome Hellman's Mayonnaise sponsorship on the front. You love to see the ad on the rear. Well, alongside going into this very, very annoying NASCAR-style chicane here at Daytona. Takes the curb. Still is ahead at this point. Guy that we've just overtaken is on the inside and is still alongside, so we have to give him space. We turn in. There's plenty of space there for both of them. Then it seems we sort of keep turning as the guy in the Hellman's car. And yeah, contact is made there. And quite severe contact. We go around quite easily. I think assisted a bit by netcode there. So I know why this guy here is starting to turn out to the right to try and avoid this curb. But the thing is, he has to acknowledge this guy's on the inside. He's having to brake coming off the curb here after this pass has been made. The corner is the guy in front. It belongs to him. He's in front. The corner is his. But it's just a bit of a weird line there. He's trying to come back onto the racing line. In fact, you can kind of see, if you look very closely, where this traditional racing line is. It's this darker bit of tarmac on the surface, and we're kind of off that after our attempt at overtaking. So we're coming back onto the racing line. We are not really paying attention to the guy behind here, and we turn ourselves. So for me, I think here the guy in the Hellman's car sort of turned himself around there. What he could have done differently, as his sort of post asks, I think basically hitting this curb is what meant he had to brake in a really weird spot, because he's having to let the car settle, then get back on the brakes, and that's cost him a little bit of braking performance. If he actually was off the curb and fired it in before, he'd be ahead of this guy, and none of this would be a problem. But it's just one of those things you learn. Not intentional, but I'd say the blue car sort of turned himself there over the nose of the guy behind. Oh, it's more minis! We are almost fist fighting over this. Help. I want to see the fight. I'll judge that. Very, very slow for the right-hander there, and then bashed out of the way. Oh my god, dude. Okay, this was a bit too intense. So first of all, this right-hander is really fast. This is, I forget the name of the course, but like I think it's like the Scottish Highlands, like town course in Assetto Corsa. I've raced here a lot in the past. It's a really fun track for kind of slower cars like this. We're slow round here. The guy behind in this sort of grey mini gets a hell of a run. Look how much faster he is there, but he has nowhere to go. And then just sort of shoots a gap. Now, that's interesting. So keep an eye on this guy in the yellow car. Let me get rid of my stupid face quick. The guy in the yellow car actually goes too wide here and tags the wall, comes back across, kind of gets in our way, but I think the contact is made before then. Let me get lovely Assetto Corsa netcode there, bouncing us around. So here's the onboard from the guy behind. Had the run, but just sort of barged his way through there. So and then misses this corner dramatically. So I think I'm going to go back to the old rule that it's up to the passing car to make sure the overtake is done correctly. He just sort of barged through here and then crashed into the wall afterwards. So great car, you are sentenced to 3 months of broken mini turbos. Next. Here we have a game that I have no idea about. It just says who's at fault for the contact. If any of you guys know what this game is, please let me know down below in the comments. I've got no idea what this is. It looks like a mobile game. No sound either. We're side by side, going through the last couple of corners. Ascari, I think it is. Monza. And that is the contact. Was that it? Look again. This is a fairly easy one, I think. So we're looking again. We're on board in this McLaren. There's Mercedes here on the outside. Like it's Hamilton did, actually. The Mercedes right now, just holding its line, as completely normal. Still holding its line, still holding its line. Then you drive into the back of the rear tyre here. You just drive into the back. This then causes this car to go wide. You then come back across and almost hit it again. So this is 100% on the McLaren. Really easy rule in that one. I sentenced you to 5 counts of being shown the edge of a circuit by Max Verstappen. Opinions, please, from Lynx Africa. Oh my god, Lynx Africa has become sentient and is an F1 esports driver. We're at, where are we? We're at Australia in an Aston Martin. We're in F1 2023, so everyone thinks they're Max Verstappen. Going down the straight here, covering our line of least resistance. You can see the arrow there on the outside. That means he's alongside us now. McLaren's there. Next corner's a left hand. We've got the inside line.
Mommy, why is that man?
Take the line nicely, and then we get shunted from behind there by the McLaren. That is an interesting one. So we only have one POV here, so we're going to do our best to try and understand what's going on. Really fighting for that first place on that one, huh? So the guy pulls behind. We have the inside line at this point. We turn in, and it looks like... So I'm looking at this wheel here as my indicator of where the McLaren is. It looks like he just turns in and just drives into the side of us. Just doesn't give enough room on the inside there. So if you're the McLaren here, you could have quite easily taken this position and not wiped out both cars. This is 100% on the McLaren, in my point of view. But look how offline we are in this Aston Martin. So if you really want this place in the McLaren, you just fire a bit more speed into here, compromise this first corner, so you get ahead for the apex of the right-hander that comes next here. Because then you're there, you can just sit in front of the Aston, block pass as they call it, and you've made the move. However, I would say by doing that, you do open yourself up to attacks from the guys here, Reese and Bitsy. But yeah, 100% on McLaren that one. Guilty McLaren. I sentence you to becoming a member of Team Quadrant. Moving down a little bit now, we've got one from iFrez Tiger. Okay, blue car blame me, the golden car, for my rejoin. Oh, I love a good rejoin. I feel like his spin wasn't on me, however. I could have stayed on the right-hand side after rejoining. Am I at fault? Let's find out. Wow. Oh, so we're back at Suzuka. Back in the LMP3. We've just spun at the spoon curve. Now, what's happening here? First of all, we have one of these every damn time in sim racing, Stewards. And before I even watch the incident, I want to tell you what the rules are here. So he's gone off the circuit. It's now up to him to rejoin safely. And when you rejoin, you can't be impeding other cars. That's not a safe way of rejoining. This part of the circuit, spoon curve, is a fairly fast left-hander. If you just drive your car onto the racing line or across the circuit at like 20 miles an hour, like a certain helmet did at Road America in real-life GT racing, then any incident that comes from that is going to be 100% on you, and stewards do not take kindly to that. Very, very easy way to get banned for a couple of races in real life, or even lose your license. But anyway, we're rejoining. We are off the racing line now, back onto the racing line. It's a bit of a tricky one here, because I think I understand what this guy was trying to do. So he comes back onto the racing line. He actually crosses the circuit, and now he's off the racing line, meaning that, hey, I've left this line open. Unfortunately, as you can see from the dark part on the circuit there, the next corner is a left-hander, and he pretty much drives straight onto the racing line, and he's doing 50% of race speed at this point. This means this guy behind is coming in hot, has to make some sort of decision what to do here, gets it wrong, and then spins on his own. I don't know. I'm really split on this because there's a lot of time here for this guy to see this guy coming back onto the circuit. He has rejoined the track at this point. He's not collected anyone, and unfortunately, just so happens to be going for this corner, which is actually fairly slow afterwards. There's a big speed differential there, but this guy doesn't seem to have let off at all. If you listen to the car, he doesn't seem to brake or slow down, just sort of downshifts, and that's what causes the car to spin in the end. It just goes whoop, off the edge there. So I'm quite torn on this one. I think if it was myself, I might have just driven around this outside bit here and then come back onto the track after this guy had gone through, but of course done it properly because it's a bit scary out here. So definitely an interesting one there, but I think I'd have to say that it's kind of a bit 50-50. And I hate saying these because it's like a cop-out, I think. But I think the lesson to be learned from this clip is that just keep an eye on your surroundings. And keep in mind that at the end of the day, you're responsible for your own race. If someone's going slow there and you don't really take that into account and you spin off, that's kind of your fault. You know, you need to make sure you get around this car safely, regardless of what happens before then. The example I use this a lot is myself and the guys at DHR. For the most part, we're pretty clever on circuit. If there's something happening ahead, we'll just slow down, let the crash happen, and then go through it safely afterwards. We might lose a place doing that in the short term, but the races we tend to do are 6-hour races, long races like that, so there's time to come back in that race. And for every race, in order to finish first you have to finish. So yeah, just keep an eye out on your surroundings, I guess. I haven't got anything to say, but... Next one. Next up, I'm the yellow slurm car, and Blue says I didn't give enough space. My fault, says Son of Mog. Let's find out. So we are watching the blue car. Coming down to T1 at Daytona. Very long left-hander. Very easy to get the car out of shape here. We're on the inside. We've got the run now on the guy in the yellow car. We're not quite alongside yet. We just tagged the back of the car.
Man, you gonna give me space or what? I totally have the inside.
Random, mate? No, you didn't. My guy literally had, like, if you imagine a license plate side on, he had that much alongside the car in front. This is what this guy says is alongside. This is not alongside. This is like what F1 thinks alongside is, all right? Like, you can't just put your bumper in and go, oh yeah, it's my corner now, because you're going to get contact like that. Now, fortunately in this situation, this resolved itself. Brandon got shoved into the wall, took himself out there for making what was a pretty stupid move. I'd also advise, this is from personal experience, and if Brandon, if you watch this, don't map a push to talk button during the race unless you want to get in trouble. If you've got a bit of a temper like this guy, then yeah, I'm very guilty of getting on the voice chat and chatting shit. So just a little tip if you don't want to get in trouble. But Brandon, 100% guilty, mate. I sentence you to go and read the iRacing sporting code and what alongside really means, because it ain't that. Oh, Leon posted a video saying, was this my fault? He trash talked me, but I think it was a legal move. There's a lot of trash talking in iRacing. It's pretty hilarious. Back in some Formula 3 cars. These are basically peak voice chat shouting hours, these cars. We're like 45 wide down to Ascari because why the hell not? We're up the inside of the car here. I'm going to guess this is the guy who's posted. We are well alongside. The guy turns in like he's not there and spins and then gets collected. Now, let's watch that again because up until here, he's taken the place. This guy's turning in and can see the guy here, but turns in anyway. Now, is the spin caused by Mr. Big Brain here or second Big Brain in the middle? Let's find out. Does that contact cause... I don't know if that contact causes a spin. He's already big rotation there, but then you can see where the contact comes and that sort of car sort of kicks a bit to the left. But anyway, first things first, this move is 100% on. There are a lot of people who seem to be like, oh no, it's the first lap, you have to drive responsibly. It's a race, for crying out loud. You aren't there to out there and hold hands and make friends with people. You're there to race and go quick, you know. This is a good move. It's a good move, well made. He's on the inside. He's slowed down in time not to hit this car, but now he's got to slow for the apex. The guy in this blue car here doesn't actually seem to... He did what we saw in the last game. Doesn't really seem to acknowledge the fact there's a car has gone for the move. So he turns in as normal. Actually does go a little bit wider here, but then there's a bit of contact between the two. Guy in the blue car gets sent over the grass. Guy in the black car also gets launched up into the air. And then, of course, our hero, the guy in the yellow stripe here, spins across the circuit and collects this guy here. So that was a hell of a mess. Big mess. I wish we were a bit closer, because it looks like netcode, this. I just believe these guys could have got through the corner cleanly. So I think it was super opportunistic of this guy, and I think that he made the move. I think then this guy turned in as if he wasn't there, sort of Schumacher-Villeneuve style. So given that in that precedent, Schumacher was given a big slap on the wrist, and I mean big slap on the wrist, the guy was disqualified for the entire season. I am actually going to put that on the blue guy. Guilty. It's a tough one. It's not very clear cut. But I think in this situation, you have to sometimes give in when you're overtaken. If you fight it tooth and nail, this sort of stuff happens and you just cause a bigger crash. Do I think the blue car caused that massive incident? I don't know. It's sort of a bit of both as they're all sending it in there. But these have been some tough ones today. I've enjoyed these. I've really had to think about this. But if you disagree with anything I say here, please let me know down below in the comments. I'm not actually a steward at all. I'm just a guy who's been sim racing for a lot of years. And also I do a bit of real life driving every now and then. So I'd love to hear your opinions and how wrong I am. Yeah. New ACC player, is this on me? And we can tell he's new. He's got the racing line on. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. Having the racing line on is a great way to learn your way around the circuit if you don't know where you're going. So we're in the Porsche at Monza. And that means one thing. Monza GT3s means we're going to have some sort of pain at some point. Down towards T1, we're on the inside. Lambo on the outside. We're side by side, door to door. We're there on the brakes. Lambo comes across, gives a bit of a nudge there, but still okay. Nice. All good. All for in one piece, and then we get smashed by the car behind us. What a shame. Oh my god. So first things first, Zero. No, that wasn't your fault. I think I know whose fault it might have been, though. So look at the mirror. AMG there. Gives us a little nudge first, causes a spin, and then just smashes into us afterwards. But also take note of this. This number here is the ping for this guy. 258. Next guy's 394. Next guy hits us 273. So what I'm thinking happened here is, whilst there probably was some contact here between the AMG and us in the Porsche, I think it was unfortunately helped by having a bad ping. And when you have a bad ping, the sort of prediction software in these games, which tries to predict where your car is, I mean, bear in mind, you're online, so you're having to transmit that location data to everyone multiple times a second so people know where the hell you are. If you have bad ping like this, then it's going to mean you're going to get shunted because the car's going to be warping all over the place. And that sort of is what happens here. But it's pretty clear cut. We have the road. We are a bit slow here, to be fair. You do need to be at racing speed. We've slowed right down here. But we have just been driven through by the car behind. So for the Porsche, in this situation, I think the Porsche ended up a few places higher than it was expecting to be. You do have to still carry the speed after an incident. You can't just go, ooh, and then rubberneck and look in the mirror. You have to just drive, keep going like nothing's happened. The AMG did that, and that coupled with ping meant that he drove straight into the back of you and then just murdered you next time through. But that's an easy guilty for the Mercedes. You can't drive through people. Unless they deserve it, I guess. But not this guy. He was good. We have a Project Cars one here. So I am the white car or the... am I the white car or the car in front? The black in full we were back... Am I the white car or the car in front? The black one in full we were battling for a podium. White car goes up the inside. Bat first T1 has the inside line. And contact. We have one camera angle. Let's watch it one more time and try and discern what the hell's going on here. So we're on board. We've got the run up the inside. We're alongside the car on the outside. He turns in as normal. It looks like he's racing AI here to me. This is like he's racing AI. AI just does not react whatsoever to this guy being there. And just gets tagged and the car spins. Racing AI is a really good way to learn like racecraft and what you can and can't do. But unfortunately, some AI, especially in these older games, they're a bit blind to what the player is doing sometimes. So sometimes they'll just dive in there and spin you, as they have here. So this one's not really one I want to judge, really, because it's an AI-based crash, but I would say that it's a good lesson to learn if you're into the AI racing, that they're usually not as clever as you are, but they're definitely more intelligent than I am. Jezza asked us, what y'all think about this? First lap. First lap, we are at Imola. We are in a McLaren. We're coming up to a chicane, left, right here. McLaren dives us. Good move there made. And on the inside, we get absolutely clouted by a car behind. Let me get another view of that. We're on board with the car behind in, I think, a Ferrari here. We're slow on the way through. We look for a gap. Oh, yeah. That's really easy. This guy just drives into the back of us. There's no attempt here whatsoever for an overtake. You can see it's the first lap, of course, but we can see the guys in front are side by side. So they're going to slow each other down going into this corner. What I would do here is try and actually take advantage of that and then try and get a run out of this next right-hander into the hairpin. But this guy dives in regardless. There's nowhere to go here. Doesn't even look to the inside. Just drive straight and then into the back of the guy there. So, I don't know. So Salim in the Ferrari, 100% guilty. Bro, you have to look where you're going. You can't drive through people. There's going to be contact. That will just, in real life, that will, one, damage your car to the point where you're probably out of contention and get you a penalty and probably a fine. And if you're a gentleman driver, you'd have to pay for that damage as well. So, in sim, they ain't got to do any of that. So people are stupid. But, yeah. You can't just drive through people. I sent and shoot to an appointment at Specsavers because it's obvious that your eyes don't work. Oh, is this a multi-class one? Another one from my boy Freeze Tiger. We're still at Suzuka. We're still in the LMP3s against some GTs here. Inside of the second Degner, we've made the pass. We've got a slow car on the inside after a spin. We've gone down the centre and then just driven into the side of the guy. What? This is well easy. This is really easy, this instant here. So, right, okay, so we're looking to overtake this guy. We have so much room as this guy in the centre. 3 wide's always a bit scary in sim scenarios, but this is an easy pass. The guy on the right slow, the guy on the left in the GT. Our car in LMP3 has far more acceleration here. But we just, for some reason, I mean, ultimately the contact is netcode here, but it doesn't matter. It's this guy's fault for driving so close when he had all this room. Takes out 1 car, takes out 2 cars and himself there in that move. So for me, that's an easy guilty for the guy in the middle. You can't be that greedy with space. You ruined 3 races there, including your own. The guy on the right, he rejoined really well, got out of the way. You decided to murder him anyway. Bad. I sentenced you to make a 1-to-1 replica of a tape measure so you understand what distance and space is. Chris Clark says that he's pretty sure that I'm at fault here, but I would like to know what I did wrong. I'm the pink car. What we're here for, Chris? We're in the pink car. Let's corner the right-hander. Taking the racing line. Okay. This looks like a fairly low Mazda split here. And again, nothing wrong with having the racing line on at all. I will say this guy seems to have his brakes stuck on, though, to some extent. He's resting his foot on the brake. He's not full throttle. He's getting past left, right, and centre. Come into the corner here. We're turning in. We just sort of get speared here by this guy. This guy's a little bit... Yeah, I think that's fairly easy for me. I wouldn't say it's your fault, Chris, but what is your fault is how you control your car on circuit. So... for the brief second your telemetry flashed up, you can see in the bottom left-hand corner here, you're on the brake for some reason. You're on the brake and you're not even full throttle, and that seems to show here. Everyone's passing you really, really quickly. I don't know if you've just gone off or something, but why aren't you full throttle? If there's a straight, 100% gas, because everyone else is going to do that, and that is the predictable thing. If you're being unpredictable, then people are going to go for big moves on you to try and get past you quickly, because there's nothing scarier than some guy just doing his own thing on circuit when you're trying to have a good race yourself. But in this corner, yeah, it's a very late move from the guy behind. I'd put that on the guy behind, so guilty for him. Be careful. It's a rookie Mazda race. People are going to be a bit scared. But for you, Chris, I'd say be a bit more aware of your surroundings and be a bit more aware of the fact that you are... You know, although it's a sim, this is meant to be a racetrack. You can't cruise around. It's not a Sunday drive. Your job is to go out there and get the best performance of that car and get the fastest time possible. Even in rookies, people are going to be taking that attitude. So if you don't take that, you're going to find your race comes to an end fairly quickly, fairly often. I eat pineapple on pizza. This guy, it's his fault. It's his fault, guys, straight away. He says, I am the lead McLaren, and the guy behind me said I turned him. I think it's my corner and he should have pulled back, but I do see his argument. Respect him for not overtaking. Thoughts, question mark? Let's have a look-see. So this is the bus stop at Spa. McLaren on the outside. Very, very late hit there from the guy behind. Interesting. The guy behind says that it's his corner here. We turn in, and... I disagree massively. This is not this guy's corner, and I'm going to tell you why. So at the point of turn-in, which is here, you can see this number 6 car is not even alongside us, the pineapple pizza guy. Am I going to be siding with the pineapple pizza? Oh, I think I am. Oh, but as you see, as we then go into the corner, the guy sort of rolls off the brakes a little bit and just dives into the back of the car in front and causes the collision. There is no way that this overtake is okay. There's no way. It's too late, he's too far back, and it's so half-hearted as well. If you're going to go for an overtake, lunge in there. put the car alongside the other guy. Do not just nibble at the rear quarter panel, because that's what's going to happen. You're going to always turn the guy there. So I don't have a gavel anymore. What can I use? Ah! Water. Bottle of water. So this is quite an easy one. The number 6 is guilty. I sentence you to learning a definition of what it means to be alongside someone. Because that ain't it. This one is posted by a lopsided ticket and says, I'm in the green car. Is this on me? Where's the green car? Oh, it's back there. Great speed there through the left-hander. We're now alongside, going side by side with the car behind. Now going to be 3 wide going into the corkscrew. This is never a good idea, but we are ahead and we get turned and lunged off to a big hit. And we're out of the race. So let's watch that again. So in the green car, we had an absolutely awesome run up the hill. I mean, look at this. Look how far back we are here. And then just look at this. We have the best run of the 3 cars going up the hill. Now the road up here does slightly kink to the right, and you see that from the 2 cars at the bottom. They react to that. Of course, now you're already ahead here. So at this point, you are entitled to take the space. You're ahead of both cars here on the inside of you. But they have accounted for this kink coming up, and you don't really have the room to do that, so you're staying as far right as possible. There's a bit more room there, but if you stay that far right, it's really going to compromise your run into the corkscrew and actually make it a bit tighter on these 2 cars on the inside. So you come across, I feel sorry for the guy in the middle here. The guy in the middle gets sort of pincered by the guy on the left. I think if you're going to blame anyone for this incident, it would probably be the guy right on the extreme inside, because he's now squeezing the guy in the black. He has nowhere to go apart from into you, which then causes this crash. And funnily enough, the guy in the black comes out unscathed, whereas you guys get both fired off into oblivion. But I think it's fair to say it's definitely not your fault. And in fact, I'm actually going to put the blame on the white and black car, because look how far he moves over here in relation to his position. He's parallel to the white line here, and then look, dives into the inside. Doesn't account, it just ignores the existence of both these cars, really. For me, white and black car, guilty. Use your mirrors, use your look right, use your look left. You have to know your surroundings before you chop across the circle like that, especially when you've got the spotter being like, man, car on your right. Listen to that guy, he knows what he's talking about. So this is from Intelligent Ads. It says, I'm 99% sure this is the 19 fault, but my question is this protest worthy? What's the 19 doing? That's a solid move from the 19 there. Leroy! Oh man, I'm not quite sure what he was doing there. Now, I'm not familiar with what particular oval this is, but it seems that at the moment we're following the line of the car in front, which is kind of normal. The 19 seems to go for a move, like wants to try and get up the inside. He has a lot more entry speed. We're at Iowa, by the way. I can see up there. I've learned. The 19, sorry, has a lot more entry speed into this corner. But in an oval, that only means one thing. You're going to end up just sort of scrubbing high. He does that here, tries to slow down a bit, admittedly, to the car here, but by then, just hits him, and round he goes. Now, does it look intentional? I'd argue, if it was intentional, he would have continued to gun it and accelerate into it. It looks like he at least tried to get out of it. I think it was just a very, very stupid move, and I think he realised that about here. He went, oh, this wasn't very clever of me. And by then it's too late. He's going to go into you and it causes a spin. Is it protest worthy? I don't really think so. I think it's just a very stupid move. It's a real shame you're on the end of it. But the iRacing protest system is more for people who intentionally cause wrecks or intentionally try and ruin the experience of the racing. I'm not sure that stupid moves can be protested in that way. But yeah, 19 car. Bro, that's not it. That was an awful attempt at an overtake. I'd go and watch some how would you overtake on oval compilation videos or something, because that ain't it. That was pretty bad, even by my standards. Oh, give me that coffee, though. Oh man, I'm gonna be f***ing. Street Fire says, I felt I was squeezed. Am I right? Am I wrong? We're in McLaren. We are at Nürburgring again, down towards T1, the heavy braking zone down here. McLaren on the inside. Red McLaren again on the inside. Whoa! Cars everywhere. My God. So we only have one POV here. So it's quite difficult for me to give you a proper opinion, but we're going to do our best nonetheless. So from what I can tell, the guy that caused this crash is... Where is he? Up here, look. This McLaren up here. He caused the incident. Now, the Nürburgring GP T1 is always a bit of a clustercluck. Because you get down there, and there's one line, it's very tight, and the corner's over 180 degrees, so you turn back on yourself. So Getting the right line through here is tricky. Now, we're in the centre on board with this McLaren. Guy on the inside lunges there. Now, we can't see him to the right here, but we can see him on our little helicorsa here. This little white dot here. This is the McLaren now on the inside. So, he's got a lot of room there on the inside. We actually, we're going out to the racing line here. And you can see, whilst everyone else is turning right, the McLaren, you can just see him here, is turning left. Still turning left, comes over, comes over, comes over. Causes an incident and then ruins 2 people. So Campbell Soup 205. Guilty. You cannot win the race at T1 unless you are Max Verstappen. And you're not. You're Campbell Soup 205. Who is at fault? I'm the Ferrari. Well, we're at Bahrain. Going through the last corner. Side by side with Aston Martin. Good racing so far. Nice and clean. We're now side by side down the straight. Oh. So watching that back, it's clear to me that the pit wall here has turned in to the Aston Martin. You can see from a long time the Aston Martin's making his move there on the pit wall, but the pit wall juts out for no particular reason. Unfortunately, causes this contact. So a real shame there. Ferrari completely innocent, did nothing wrong. Pit wall though, not happy. Guilty to the pit wall. Don't do that. Oh, my favourite. Sternfaust says, have I moved too late on the straight or was there never a realistic gap? I am the Merc. There's no sound. Okay. Oh, shit.
Excuse me, bro.
I mean, he took the spot in the end anyway, but let's have a look again. You're right on the inside here. Right on the inside. And at the moment, there is maybe a gap there. Maybe. I wouldn't go for it, but there's maybe a gap there at the moment. Now, given that you started here, parallel to the white line, you then went further away from the white line, and then went back towards the white line, I think you reacted to the guy behind there, and that's not on. You kept coming over as well. You could see him there, and you kept coming over, you kept coming over. I think that was a bit naughty, that move. I mean, it's F1 online, so any move like this, the guy's going to try and make it, but the fact you reacted to it and kept coming across, that's it. The reaction is the bit that's not okay. You're only allowed one move while defending, and for me, that move was when you then started to move away. And then the reaction is the second move. In the end, it didn't really matter because the guy got past you anyway, but if that had caused an incident, you would 100% be at fault for that. There's my bottle of water. So,
Another one.
Guilty. Do not weave in a straight line. It's a straight. Go straight. This is from the Milser. Orange on the qualifying hot lap. Green's X in the pits. Who is at fault? Oh man, this has got a lot of redacted on it. So, we're on a hot lap. People X in the pit lane. Have a look again. So coming out of the pit lane, this is something that I think is a fairly universal rule on many series. That if you come out the pit lane and you're on an out lap and you impede the person on the flying lap, it's an instant penalty. Because you're not racing for anything. You're warming the car up. The guy behind's out there doing his lap and you're getting in the way for no particular reason. Now, at Silverstone, it is tricky because after T1, the pit lane comes out on the racing line. You want to be to the right for the first part of Magnussen Beckett. So that's why we sort of cross over as the Audi here. To be honest, both these cars, in my mind, should have been wary of blue flags because he's going to be slow through the first section because he's got cold tyres. And this guy can see the car right behind. There's no one behind him. In my head, this guy should be on the brakes, getting out the way of this car coming through on this flying lap. Instead, he doesn't do that. He rolls into the racing line, slows down a little bit, but not enough, and the Audi goes round. For me, it's 100% the fault of the green car. Now, I know people might argue that, well, the orange car just maybe should have just gone at the inside, but why should the orange car have to give up the racing line on his flying lap to a guy coming out the pit lane? It would be similar to walking into the fast lane on the M25 and then complaining about being absolutely mowed down by a clapped out transit van. It's going to happen if you do that. So yeah, no excuse for the car coming at the pits. You got relatives, you got blue flags, a lot of things change to get out of the way, and you didn't do so. In the bin. Should I have been that close? Ask Electrical Sky. I can't read. Is it my fault that I blew up the engine? Yes, but I want to hear your opinion on this. He did this despite the braking point being a fair amount of meters ahead. Feels shitty. Maybe he didn't intend to brake check, but as a blink of the brakes means... Okay, let's have a look. What? A lot happened there in a very small space of time. So this is MX-5s in our racing, usually the rookie series, so you tend to have some incidents here. We're going down to the hairpin, great overtaking spot, guy on the inside, dabs the brakes, and again. And then as a result, we blow up our engine. So you blowing up your engine, as you say, is 1,000,000% your fault. Should you have been that close? It's racing. Get as close as you want. If they can't deal with that, that's their own fault. But of course, the closer you get, the bigger the risk that if something happens ahead, you do not have time to react. Sim racing used to have this weird problem with like gentlemanly rules online where, oh no, don't overtake on the first lap. It isn't that all off. You're racing. For me, it doesn't look like there is a blinking of the brakes here. So like that you can see, but it doesn't look like it's malicious. It looks like someone who is not very experienced at what is going on. And given that we're already quite far behind the rest of the pack, I'm going to say that maybe this guy isn't usually a front runner. In fact, he's the 38 car, which usually means he has the 38th highest I rating in that split, if there are 40 cars in the race. I don't think it was a brake check because he then tried to move out your way at the end and panicked. And I think that maybe you reacted a bit too aggressively by just smashing the throttle and downshifting. To me, it looks like a racing deal. It seems that maybe not the most experienced people in this race. And when you get out of rookies, stuff like this is a lot rarer. But in rookies, you have to keep that in the back of your head when driving around. Not everyone is going to be on confident in the circuit as you are. Should I have given the spot back, says Simmons. Oh God. Well, given your car's already all kinds of banged up, I'm going to guess that maybe there's a theme to some of these incidents here. Into the first Lesmo, we have the inside. Still there. Still on the inside. Short corner at this point. No. No. So, at this point, in the corner, you are now ahead. You've made it. You're ahead of the guy in front. He should know that, and he has to give you that room. He can't just keep driving like you're not there anymore. To be fair, it isn't helped by your kind of bad exit here. You hit the curb because the car gets unsettled. But the guy behind drives his line like there's nothing going on behind him. As a result, he then gets pinged off because of a Assetto Corsa. In real life, that contact would have probably been nothing. Maybe just a little nudge between the two of you. If anything, it would have unsettled you and not him. But because we have netcode to contend with, it sees his contact as a big one and spears him off instead. So I think this guy did really well to hang it around the outside for as long as he did, but in reality, the move was lost. It goes back to what we were saying earlier about knowing when to just let yourself be overtaken, you know. Sometimes it's not worth fighting that hard, especially when this could be the result. So yeah, I'm giving that a firm not guilty to our guy overtaken. It was a good move. Just, I think that little moment on the inside of the second Lesmo caught you out a little bit and caught the guy out behind you a bit more. Oh, another Lesmo incident. This time from Crypt Ghoul. Am I at fault for this incident? I'm now ain't looking good. Ain't looking good, bro. Oh my. Okay, so McLaren obviously has had an incident or something, going very slow between the two Lesmos here. We're in second gear. The guy in front is streaking away from us. So I'm going to put this on the Porsche, and I'm going to tell you why. Now, the McLaren is slow, but we are currently chopping over the nose of the McLaren. We are ahead, so it is kind of our trap, but then as the moment we are alongside, we slam the brakes on. The McLaren probably can't even see our brake lights when we do this, because we're so close and we're sort of hovering on the front quarter here. He has no time to react to this, and bear in mind he's still getting back up to speed, so his braking point is going to be a bit later than yours as well, given that he's not carrying as much speed into this corner as you are as a Porsche. I don't really understand why you're coming across so violently here, because you're going to actually hurt this corner if your car is already pitched to the left when you need to turn right. So I'd say this incident is on the Porsche. Not intentional, 100%, but it's just like a little bit, you're trusting a bit too much in the other driver that he knows automatically what you're going to do. There's no way this guy can predict you just slamming on the brakes and coming across like that. He's going to have zero time to react, and the guy is already obviously recovering from an incident, so he's sort of more focused on that. Sometimes you've got to think a little bit further ahead than just, I'm going to take the place, it's my line, I'm entitled to this. Because whilst you are right a lot of the time, it doesn't matter. You can still end up involved in an incident because somebody else isn't in that same headspace as you. So I'd say the Porsche is guilty for this contact, but I think the punishment here is nothing because he learned his lesson pretty quickly here. Do not chop in front of other cars and slam on the brakes. You will be rear-ended. 1,000,000%. An angry Australian in the white blamed me, the blue, for this. Force ended up with a 6x. What a legend. This better be a very angry Australian now. So this is VIR, going down towards T1. We're actually ahead slightly, but we lose the corner. And, yeah, that was odd. I mean, neither of you seem to make the corner there. You seem to turn into each other, if I'm being honest here. So the line is here. See the line? It's that little darker little bit of tarmac there. He goes wide. You're kind of turning into it. If anything, it looks like the white car has gone slightly deep into the corner. But you have sort of turned into the side of him there as well. So have you? The steering wheel? Your wheel's relatively straight when this contact happens. So I think, if anything, the white car was a bit too hot into the corner there and caused the initial contact, in my mind anyway. But he then drives over you, which wasn't necessarily the end there. So yeah, the guy's locked up. He's missed the corner. This is on him. You can see here. So he's gone wide into the corner. Look at that right front tyre. A little bit of a lock before this contact. So you can see he's gone too fast into the corner. You've given him all this space on the inside, which he's refused to take and instead decided to drive straight. You then spun, which happens sometimes. So you get back away again. And he sort of just drives into the back of you there. That second one's a bit shitty of him, but I'd say it is on this guy in the white. I mean, he was defending a bit too hard, locked up, went into the side of you, the contact happened, and then it's just one of those racing deals, you know, but it would be on the white guy there for just blowing the corner and then causing the contact initially. He'd probably get in more trouble for the little ram afterwards, because there was no reason to do that. You were going at very slow speeds. He saw you in front of him and then just continued to hit the throttle into you. So, as you said, 6x for that. Bit of a shame, but guilty to the angry Australian. Is this an acceptable dive bomb? The word dive bomb makes you think that it probably isn't. But it's an ACC, it's at Spa and at the bus stop, our favourite combination. Going down towards the bus stop, we're in the McLaren. Big lunge from a long, long way back. He's alongside, so the move is made. Really nice. Does he make it stick? Hangs it round the outside, just outside track limits, but you make that move anyway. Actually, you know what? That's a good move. So does he come from a long way back? Yeah, he does. But guy on the outside here probably should have defended this a little bit better. But opened up the gap. The guy dove into the gap. Kept it without contact as well, which is the most important thing. Managed to run it around the outside. Really good pass. Next up, iRacing at Monza. Oh god, they've had the IMSA series at Monza, which is always just a shit show. Could have been avoided, but is either driver at fault for this, or is it just a racing incident? Let's find out. We're in the Lamborghini. We've gone wide. We're now off the circuit, rejoining. Still alongside. Ferrari looking to the inside at the second Lesmo. Drive us out a little bit, and then Ferrari launched into the wall on the inside. So here's the Ferrari's point of view. He's alongside, he's got the space there. He does sort of drive the 36 off the circuit though, so let's have another look at that and maybe slow it down a bit. So at this point of the corner, the Ferrari is significantly alongside, and the Lamborghini, to his credit, does give us room on the inside. So we're now side by side, and the Ferrari's got a bit too quick into the corner and now starts to understeer out and is pushing us off the circuit. This is... If this was F1, someone would call that a good pass, but this is actual motorsport with proper rules, and this is not how you pass someone. We've just pushed this guy off the racing surface. He has no choice now but to turn to try and get back onto the racing surface and not get pushed off into the gravel. So now we're side by side, the Ferrari's in the gravel, and we've now sort of locked wheels here, iRacing style, and it's only ever going to end one way. Ferrari gets sent off into the gravel there. If I was to blame anyone for that, I would blame the Ferrari, because you've just shoved us off the circuit. The Lamborghini was very kind, gave room on the inside to the Ferrari, but the Ferrari just didn't do the same thing and pushed us off into the gravel. I wouldn't say it was malicious, it did just seem like the Ferrari oversped a little bit into the second Lesmo there, but everything that happened after that was a result of the Ferrari pushing the Lamborghini off into the gravel there. Self-punishing move there. You'll love to see it. Bad physics, or is it someone at fault? This is our first Forza Motorsport one as well. Heavy braking zone coming up though, and this is where we tend to see a lot of shenanigans here at Road America. Big brake, they're side by side in front. Bit of contact between them, because that's how you pass in Forza. Still contact, we're up on the inside. And yeah, Tremonch. Let's have a look at the point of contact and see if there's anyone to blame here. Here we are. The two in front are having quite a big fight, and I can understand as the Corvette you want to jump in there and make the move, but there's a gap there at the moment and we're actually driving into it. We've got the speed. Now, what happens here is it looks like the outside, the Aston Martin, clips into the side of this NSX, as they have been doing for the last like 45 years. And that pushes us into here. Now, these guys are turning right. You're also trying to turn right, but as soon as they make contact with the rear of the car, it makes it almost impossible to continue turning right because you're being pushed from the side by these two cars. If you're to blame anyone here, it would probably be the Aston Martin, but to be honest, it looks like just a case of 3 into 1 not going. And I understand why you made the move, because the move was there at the time and these guys were kind of slowing you down by fighting as much as they were. But the fact remains, whenever you take a car 3 wide into any situation, there's always going to be an inherent risk that something goes wrong. And this is just an example of that. Was I entitled to go for the move, or should I have backed out? Aston Martin at Singapore. Going down towards T1 here. Big lunge on the Merc in front. We're alongside. We have a space. Oh, it's not Singapore, sorry. It's Saudi Arabia. Nice drive out the corner here on the overtake. It's now side by side. We're on the outside here, so we're going to be in a bad place, and in contact, and around we go. So we don't have any other angles of this apart from this one, so we're going to try and understand what's going from there. Now, we've had a great start at the Aston Martin. We are on the outside here. Now, remember what I said earlier about if this was F1, that move would probably be okay? That's how people race in F1, despite being open wheelers and the possibility of crashes being significantly higher. They race like they're invincible, because you have to. That's what it is. It's like in that sport. We're going down the corner here. Now, we are alongside. In fact, we're actually ahead here at the turn. So at this point, the corner, we should be given the room on the outside by the guy on the inside. But it seems as if he drives out to the outside as normal. We're really wide here. You know, we're off the ideal line. But it seems in an attempt to try and keep you there, he's overshot the inside of the corner, caused the contact, and put you into the wall, unfortunately. So was it an opportunistic move? Yes. 1,000,000%. This is not a corner that you see many overtakes at in real life, if any overtakes, just usually quite big shunts instead. But the guy on the inside definitely should have left you the room at that point. You were there, you were ahead of him, the corner was yours. Second time I was seemingly intentionally hitting this race. This is iRacing, and this is Mazda's at Alton Park. Quite a competitive circuit. We're on board with our camera car into T1. I can hear another car there behind us. Okay, let me break down what I think happened here. So Damien's gone through the corner properly. No. Big lift mid-corner, which is going to slow up his exit a little bit, but he's ahead. He's entitled to do what he wants as long as he doesn't impede the car behind or weave like a madman. The guy behind gets a much better run through the corner. You can see him down here behind the standings. Look how much quicker he is through the corner, and decides to try and carry the speed off the circuit. Now, he's actually off circuit right now, so it's up to him to rejoin. Track limits usually are defined by this little guy, the white line. 2 wheels inside the white line, you're in the track. Of course, it depends on what series you run in, but that is the general rule. He then rejoins the circuit, but notice this right here. There is a significant gap there, but his car turns anyway. And at that point, Damien and the other guy's a passenger. They're both out of the race. Now, while this move would probably get a slap on the wrist in real life for overtaking off the circuit, the actual contact itself is down to netcode, our favourite thing, and unfortunately quite prominent in iRacing. For those who don't know, netcode is just a term for a crash that involves the prediction software from iRacing. Obviously, people are racing from all around the world in online racing. Pings are different, and because you aren't literally side by side, the game has to sometimes predict where your car is based on your actions through the previous corner. This time, it got it wrong, and it led to contact and putting this car out of the race. Who's a full hero to just an incident? Well, we have a race room. Well, this is like an awesome venue. Where is this? These guys are just, it's just like a Halloween bar.
All right, Will D's going up in 4th.
He's literally... We're on board with Will Thomas. Oh. Oh, Noah. Oh, Noah. Now, a lot happened in that clip. Let's have another look at it. So what I can see, Noah, the car we're on board with, fancied a bit of a late move on this other car in the right-hand side here. Again, vortex of danger. This is a tight 90-degree left-hander. All these guys will know this by now at this point of the race. And the guy on the outside is already turning in. He's turning into the corner. And Noah is here on the inside, but not really. He dives into a space that is very much disappearing as we go into that gap. Hits the side of this guy, causes a crash into the barrier, out the race straight away, takes someone with him as well. So Noah Hicks, mate, no more drinks for you at this awesome venue. Where is this? This place looks awesome. We have nowhere like this around here in the UK. I'd love to go there. Have a few drinks, wreck some guys, beat Will D's nuts. Imagine. Who's at fault? Do I give the place back? We're in the GR86. We're at Mosport. Long right-hander coming up, side by side. Car on the inside has a line for now, but now we have some of the line. We are side by side. Making a small mistake there. Well alongside now. It's now our corner as long as we can keep it. And we go to the inside. Oh, they're racing quite close. I don't know. That's a tough one. Let's have a look again. These cars don't have any aero really, all very much limited by mechanical grip, and I'll tell you why that's important now. So we turn into the corner. There's a bit of camber on the inside here, so we've taken that camber. This guy's turned in late and got onto this patch here, which helps turn the car a bit more. But he does sort of he keeps turning and actually causes contact with this car. If you see here, the turning magically stops at this point because we've entered netcode territory now, and as far as the game is concerned, these cars are touching. They're still touching. He continues to sort of turn in, causes this incident here. So actually, it's a racing incident, but I would put any blame on the car on the outside. We had the room on the inside. We were there. He turns into us there. That's where the first contact is made. That's going to start forcing this car out to the left because he can't turn anymore. He's being pushed from the rear like this, and off he goes. So I don't think you should give the place back. I just think it's a racing deal. Just good hard racing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Was this overtake legal? So we are in the Formula Fords, going down to Scuba Circuit, the hairpin there, and it looks like we've just been forced wide by the guy on the inside. The pass is legal, but it is frowned upon. This is what we sort of commonly refer to as a block pass. You see it a lot in karting, where you just basically drive the other guy out as far as possible, and it would have been okay had there not been contact here, because at this point, this other car has got nowhere to go but to the outside of the circuit or to be hit by the other guy. If there were live stewards at an event like this, they would probably ask you to hand the place back, I think, there, because in reality, you have just sort of shoved this guy off the course. But I think the best thing to have done here was to maybe scrub off a little bit more speed, and you would have made the move okay. Unfortunately, you carried a bit too much speed into the corner. This guy's got nowhere to go. Where's he going to go at this point? You know, he's already committed to the outside here. He's given you plenty of room on the inside, and he's been pushed out wide here by Mr. Valentine Rodriguez. I'd say it is hard racing, and it's right on the line of what I would consider to be a penalty. I think that a lot of leagues would ask you to give that place back because of the contact. That was the defining feature there. If there was no contact and you just drove him out to the edge of the circuit, it would have been okay. But because of the contact, I think that, yeah, that's a tough one to call. That's one that I'm interested to hear your guys' opinions on, because it's right on the edge for me of what I would consider to be legal or not legal. Was this my fault? Back in Forza Motorsport, this time we're in some BMW M3s, some cute E30s. Having some nice racing here. Oh, well, not anymore, we're not. See ya, bro. Let's watch it again. So, Bastos is on the inside, taking the racing line. He goes a little bit wide though here, interestingly, and then cuts back across. We have the inside line. I think he just drove over the nose here. And the thing I'm using to try and discern that is this lovely white line here. The white line is a really good thing to use to see if a car moves or not. That's a white car. We go to the inside. We are on the white line here. We're actually turning at the point the guy hits us. Contact comes and the guy spins itself over our nose. So that one is nice and easy. Not intentional at all. I think base toss. The toss man in front, I think, basically just didn't quite judge correctly if he was ahead or not. And when you do that, you come across, you sweep across. The car is going to be unloaded the moment the contact happens, and you just get slung into the inside wall there. So that was on the guy in front, but it's not something that would get a penalty because his penalty is, well, this.
Bye, have a great time.
This one is called Black Car Passes Right in Front of Me and I understeer into him with nowhere to go. It kind of looks like to me that you just run into him there. He passes in front of you, it's his line, it's his part of the circuit. You just... And at this point as well, you're actually matching his speed, pretty much, and then I don't know, we just drive through him. I'm not particularly sure on the rules in Oval, but this is Iowa, so you can see sort of where the majority of the racing line is. This guy has come down fairly sharp and slowed up a bit, so maybe this might be on him, but if we compare him to the white car here, the white car's had a much better run through there, and this guy's just been very, very slow. Usually we say as a, not a firm rule, but mostly it's up to the fastest car to overtake safely. However, if the car in front does something that is unpredictable, as this kind of seems to be, you have to assign some blame here to the black car. To me, it looks like both these guys aren't really on the ideal line here. So maybe not a particularly high split at this point, but I'm finding it hard to blame the black car for being run into here. It's going to be one of those things that, again, goes down as a racing incident. And the reason why is because I don't know what's happened before and after this. This clip's too small to like discern who's at fault here and how we've reached this situation. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to go with the big old racing incident stamp. Oh, this is the same guy as earlier. Does this look intentional? The turn initiated seemed way too sharp for this hairpin. I was hit from behind pretty hard in the earlier lap by the same car. Okay, let's have a look. Going into the hairpin. Look intentional. It's hard to see because of this, but what I think's happened here is Damien again has been involved in another crash that isn't his fault and isn't intentional. He's on the inside. The guy on the outside, I think, has braked on the grass. And when you brake on the grass, the tyres that are on the grass are obviously going to have a little bit less grip than the tyres, or quite a bit less grip than the tyres on the surface. If you imagine going in a straight line and then only the brakes on the right-hand side grabbing, which direction is your car going to go? It's going to go right straight away because the movement starts as soon as he hits the brake pedal. And unfortunately, Damien just can't catch a brake. He gets shunted by this guy and off he goes and off they both go. Does he make it through the gap? No, no he doesn't. So fault does 100% lie on the guy in the white here, but it will just be put down as a racing incident because nothing is intentional, it's just a mistake. Simbo says this was the last lap taking the line. I don't think I did anything bad, just messed up the bus stop. Is this report worthy? So we are in the Formula 4s. These guys go pretty hard. Big lock up there. We are still ahead. We are still ahead. So we're going to be slow off the exit here. So I don't see what the problem was here, to be honest. It seems that this guy, the race ends here. We've taken the P2. Well done. Good position. The guy in front, runs in front of us, locks up the brakes and causes a crash for some reason. That's just a really weird one to me. I don't know why you would do that. It seems like, you know, it seems like he's just a bad loser at this point. Upset that he's not taken second place, but this sort of stuff's not really necessary. You know, you just end up looking like a bit of a child. Blue car guilty, reportable for intentional wrecking, intentional crashing, and just grow up. I sentence you to grow the fuck up. It's Damien again! He's back! Is it going to be free for Damien? Terrible rejoin on final turn on final lap at Autumn Park Circuit. Is it intentional? Right, Damien, what happened here? So, going into the last corner, as you say, last lap, guy has gone off to the... Oh, man. Is it intentional? I'm going to say that I don't think it is.
Another one.
I think it's just a guy that hasn't held his brakes. As we come over the crest, you can see a car has just gone into the wall. And I can see that his wheel, for a second, his wheels are not facing the right way. So he's hit that wall pretty hard. Now being spat back onto the circuit by the wall. Now he should be braking here, although I'm not sure if his brakes are doing anything. I guess not, but the fact that he's coming over the circuit here. And I don't see his input. What would have been good here, Damien, to discern if it was on purpose or not, is whether he accelerated back onto the circuit. To me, it looks like he just didn't hold his brakes and caused that contact. So, again, is it intentional, Damien? I'm sorry. I think for the third time that it's not intentional. I think that you just, unfortunately, got caught out there. Forza Motorsport, am I at fault? And what I can see at the moment is a car off in the grass. Good start. So let's look at Magello in GT3 style cars. We're in an AMG GT3. In front is an Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Getting quite close there. We're going to maybe get the up and under here. No. Next corner is going to be a braking zone into the right hand. We've got a car behind us as well. Look to the outside. Ferrari dives into the inside. No, it's a Lamborghini. They're all Italian, right? Oh. Okay. Small little bitch. So basically, everything up until now is irrelevant. This is it we're looking at. Lamborghini on the inside, biffs us to the outside there. We then go off into the gravel slightly, but we don't make any attempt to steer back onto the course. We have the contact here and then just go straight. Interesting. So I'm going to pause the clip here and talk about how this could go both ways. So what happens here is the Lamborghini comes across the line, goes out to the outside of the corner and hits us, the AMG, and then we go straight off into the grass. Now, obviously contact in racing is a bit of a no-no. It is only a small bit of contact, but it's contact nonetheless. And in this instance, it's come from an overtake from the car on the inside, which means that when you're overtaking, you have to overtake safely and correctly. And you could argue that isn't that. Now, I would kind of let this go as just hard racing if there was still racing room on the outside of the corner, and there isn't here. Track limits are usually dictated by this guy, the white line here just on the inside of the curb. It's quite hard really to determine the fault here because you see the AMG sort of moving in like this and the Lambo's coming across to take the line, which is kind of semi-entitled to do as it is the car in front, but you always do have to leave a little bit of room, and not quite enough room was left here. I'd say, and remember that I'm not a steward, that this was a really optimistic attempt by the AMG to try and regain a position, and if it were myself, after the contact, I would have just continued, kept my foot in it, and stayed alongside the Lamborghini for the next right-hander, and then probably retaken the place there. I'm going to be quite brave here and say it's a racing incident. Phoenix asks, is this on me? The blue car. So this is Okayama. We're free wide onto the straight. Bit of contact between the two. Okay, it happens. Is that the incident? No, we're still going. We're slow on the straight because of that incident. And now, yeah. Absolutely killed. So there are actually two incidents here. Let's investigate both of them. First incident, we are slow coming out the corner. Long right-hander. I think our line's fairly clear. Guy on the outside goes around the outside. Just a little bit of contact there. For me, that's just racing. That's just how it is. Went through a gap, squeezed through. Everyone got through okay. And the result of what was going to happen happened anyway. Now, this guy behind, let's have a look, pulls to the outside. Now, at the this is reactive. Watch William here, okay? So, up until this guy pops out the mirror, we're slowly drifting to the right-hand side. As soon as this guy comes out, we then start drifting back to the left-hand side. And although saying that, this guy behind does sort of driving to the back of us. Now, me talking about William drifting there, like, that's really nitpicking. I doubt that would be any further judgment, so to speak. However, this guy just driving into the back of us here, that ain't the one. That ain't the one. You can't just drive into the back of someone no matter how fast you're going. There was more space on the left here to avoid driving into this blue car. The pass could have quite easily been made, I think, without the contact. So for that reason, blue car, no, you are not at fault. Red car is. And unfortunately, you're both out the race anyway. That contact will probably be like a pretty severe penalty. Probably like a stop and go or something. Who's at fault here? Red? Or yellow. This is AMS2, I think. I guess we're yellow inside the Porsche. We're at Interlagos, looking to the outside here. Just another one of these really messy kind of half rejoin things. Anyway, here's another angle. I mean, we're kind of there, I think. The important thing I'm looking for here is to dictate whether we're actually alongside before this contact happens, because it's not one of these classic ones where the guy in front sees him coming a little bit too there. I mean, again, he knows he's there because, look, there's a big gap here and he's allowing him the gap. Then he decides, actually, no, you can't have the gap, and then pulls across. So, actually, that there is enough for me to decide who's at fault for this one, because we're here. Pulls across now quite severely. At this point, we're already alongside the rear bumper. So watch this back one more time. The AMG initially leaves this room here and then decides to come back across, in my eyes, just a little bit too late across the nose of the Porsche. Now, this does I don't really know here, because the Porsche also has the ability to get out of the throttle and, you know, avoid this incident. But the fact is that the AMG kind of opened up that avenue on the outside, then decided to shut it at the last moment. So then Porsche continues into it. The them going off the course isn't the AMG, it's where the Porsches touch the back of the AMG and then it pushes them both over to the side like this. The Porsche then comes back onto the course quite aggressively. We're going in a straight line when the contact happens and causes the big impact at the end. Man, these are hard ones. I'm glad this is like hard mode. I just penalised both of these guys for stupid driving. Look what this Porsche is at the moment. We're half on the grass trying to go for an overtake around the outside of this car. This car's come across at the last second and kind of puts us there at the same time. In my head, the Porsche wouldn't have gone for this move if there wasn't a gap available to do it initially, and that gap was closed down very late, and I'd say in reaction to the Porsche coming through by the AMG, which then sets off our sequence of events. For that first initial contact, I'd blame the AMG. For the second contact, I don't know, because like it or not, at this point, the Porsche is now off the circuit, and it's up for the Porsche to rejoin safely, and that ain't safely. Incredibly rare. You're both at fault for this, alright? Didn't he deserve a penalty for that? He must have known I was there. So I've got to mute this one because there's some copyright music in it. But we are in the Audi TCR car at Indianapolis. Long right-hander at the end. Going down the front straight, we've just been overtaken by El Hobbit. Is that Bailey? I know Bailey played Forza. Going back up the inside now. We're definitely side by side. We're now ahead. Going into T1 on the brakes. Still side by side. Into the corner. A little bit of contact between the two, and it's okay so far. It's just close racing so far. All good. Oh, this ain't going to work. Side by side through the chicane. We're ahead of the blue car. Nope, but to be fair, this has just been good racing so far. Just close racing. A little bit of contact, but it's Forza, so it's kind of expected. Dive up the inside now into this left-hander again, alongside. And the guy just doesn't give the room. That's a shame, that one. We're alongside. Well up the inside, actually ahead at the apex. The guy's going to see us, just pretends not to and drive through us there. So, yep, that would be a quite easy penalty there on the blue car. I'm hitting with a 5-second penalty, all right? You raced well until then, but blue car is at fault for this one. Here's one that a lot of people have asked me about, and I've even sort of spoken about it a little bit on Twitter. This is Jargier, well-known world's dad, and sometimes drives some sims. Now this one's a bit different because we already know the actual outcome from this one, and that was that Jargier on the inside was awarded a 5-second penalty for this. Let's see if we agree or not.
I know, yeah, like I was like, from all the incident in this corner, I think first of all this is the most innocent one, and second of all I don't think I did anything wrong at the point of the, like, it's like if anything it's a racing incident at worst, you know.
Like usually coming.
So Jared thinks it's a racing incident at worst. What does the Broadbent think? That's why you're here, I guess. Now this looks like the second to last corner at Kyle Army. I don't know for sure because I don't race a lot of ACC, but it looks like that to me, which is a very fast right-hander. Very, very fast, and really usually only room for one car at a time through there. It's flat out through there. So the guy in this black car, the Aston Martin, is on the outside. Jargier is on the inside, and sorry, Jargier, and is ahead of the corner and is staying ahead. The black car isn't pulling. So we turn into the corner. Black car's also turned into the corner as well. If anything, I'd say Jargier's a little bit wide of the apex here, but black car still turning in. And I'd say the initial contact comes from the black car. In fact, if you look at the car as it turns in, it seems to have either netcode or a little bit of a slide from the rear into the side here. This causes our contact, which doesn't really affect Jargier at all, and then throws this black car out onto the gravel, which of course slows them down massively and loses them I guess, the battle here. I think the Aston Martin has a bit more of a angle into the corner than Jargier does. Jargier is slightly wide of the apex there. Now, because of a combination of Jargier being slightly wide of the apex and this guy turning in a little bit early, they sort of come together on the circuit. In fact, if anything, I'd say the black car is kind of turning in more relative to us, but that is because, of course, we are following Jargier's camera here. At the point of contact, where is Jargier going? Because the contact actually ends up helping him move the car slightly, which is very strange to think about. That definitely wouldn't be the case in real life. You'd end up going out instead. So I've watched this back a few times now just to try and get a good understanding of the lines and what happened. And I think it all kind of comes down to this. You do have to leave space on the outside for If there's a car there, you have to acknowledge their existence. You can't just run them off the road. I don't believe that Jardia did that. Apparently there was some sort of wheel banging a little bit a few corners before this, but I'm treating this as its own incident because this is the video we're talking about, so take that out of the equation. It's not like he's on the edge of the track and being run off. He's turned in at a different angle to Jardia and then hit him trying to get to the apex whilst Jardia is there. Again, you can also argue that you have to give room to the guy on the inside as well. Similar to the first incident, I think this is just hard racing, and I think the contact really came about from netcode, if anything, at this point. I mean, the Aston Martin was sort of rotating quite a bit in mid-corner before the contact. I don't know if that was netcode, but it kind of looked like the car was getting out of shape on the way into the corner already, as in an attempt to try and take a non-optimal line through the right-hander. I'd say it was netcode, but I think the contact was going to come anyway, and I'd say I put this down as a racing incident. The reason why we're talking about it is because it's so hotly debated, so I'd love to hear what you guys think of this incident down below in the description. I always love seeing a post where it says, was this legal? I don't know, Ghost Pill, was it? Let's find out. It is real 787B hours. Give me the rotary. What? Yeah, it's legal. Nice. Okay, so I don't know if he was asking this because he thought, yo, dude, watch this badass slide. But to me, let's talk about track limits again. The white line's on the inside there. And somehow he's still sort of in the white line on the way in there, despite being completely out of control. So, you know, I would give that to him, just as a congratulations for making it through the corner. You're legal. Well done, 787B Enjoyer. Oh my god, I was banned from the server. Did I deserve it? Well, Brizzle doink. Here we are, BMW M4 GE3 down towards T1 at Monza, where all dreams are shattered. Lay it on the brakes. Managed to avoid hitting anyone. Good. Come back across. Contact with the McLaren. And with the other McLaren? Surely not. Second chicane now. Trying to outbrake the McLaren. Okay, so what? Which car are you? Because from my point of view, it looks like you just get mercilessly dive bombed by a guy that outbrakes himself, who then tags you both off and puts you off the course. So, I mean, this first thing is kind of clumsy here. I mean, you outbrake yourself into T1 here, and then you kind of drive across the circuit a little bit and crash into this 37, which causes a drag race down there. You do also then kind of drive into the path of the McLaren behind, but I don't think those are things that I would give a penalty for. More just like, be more aware of what you're doing. It's the first lap. However, the incident itself, which I think is this one down here into the chicane, I don't understand why you'd be banned for that. Yeah, no idea. To me, it's just messy T1 Monza stuff. And if anything, that in the second instant, the white and red McLaren was at fault for the crash there. Blue Sketchers guy, not at fault, but seems like you maybe you hit the server owner. Top tip: don't take out the server owner. Ignorant willingly. Brother, thoughts on this? This is TTP, the Cadillac. At Stowe, at Silverstone. Contact there. We're still side by side, coming down into Vale. Heavy braking zone. Guy in front locks up. Contact and big F. I'd be quite frustrated at this point if I was the players guy, not gonna lie. Do we continue? Is there more? Oh dear. Let's break down the 3 incidents that we saw in this video. Christ. So first incident, going down towards Stowe. The blue car on the inside is defending, as he's every right to do so. You then drive into the back of him. So it's a common defensive tactic when you're ahead of someone to sort of sit on the apex. Now again, you can't just drive through someone. You're not allowed to do that. So first contact is definitely on the guy in the green. Number 1, it's on you, bro. I haven't got a hammer, so I'm just fisting. Oh, that's not what I wanted to say. Okay, we're through that. Both people are still alive. Now down towards the Vale. Blue car on the inside locks up, goes wide and spins. This, unfortunately, is just annoying. This is racing instant. The guy in front spins, goes off, and causes a contact by spinning, but this is not really a situation where anyone would be deemed at fault. It's just bad luck, wrong place, wrong time if you're in the green car. This last incident, though, I don't really know what to say about this one. We're on the racing line here. The guy in the blue just seems to slam on the brakes. Looks like an intentional block to me. Gets speared off into the barrier. Zhou Guan Yu style. I mean, I would also say it doesn't look like this guy's actually committed to this corner yet, although he does start to turn now. Maybe he is. It's right on a turning point, so it's quite hard to dictate whether he actually is turning in now. But anyway, you can't just slam on your brakes on the racing line in any race, because it will cause a massive crash like this, and this is going to be the one that has the worst punishment, because the first one, yeah, it's hard racing, but you can't just drive through someone. Second one, unfortunate, just a spin. Third one, 100% blatant attempt at damaging the car behind. This will get you disqualified from any race. 1,000,000% on the guy in blue. Big fat guilty, DQ, take a vacation. Or is this multi-class? I love multi-class. This is Epoch. I think I've seen him actually post before. This is one of the trickiest corners in multi-class. It's a kink around America. From already, I feel like this is on the Cadillac, but I'm going to watch it again. Cadillac POV. Yeah. So, this is the stuff I feel like I have the most authority to talk about, because I've done years and years and years of multi-class racing on iRacing. Like, so much so that I think it's informed my real-life racing in a very positive sense. So if I was this guy at this point, I'm thinking, okay, I am catching this guy, but this GT is going to start turning in before I get to this corner. In fact, you can see the GT car turning in now, and we are nowhere near making it here. The GT cars are pretty much on the limit through here. They have to, I think it's like a lift for them to sit through the corner, but there's no way they can adjust their line once they've committed to the corner. The Cadillac dives in. I don't understand what he was expecting here. Doesn't even get alongside and crashes into the back of the GT car, and just, that's the end of the race for them. Like, and you can flash all you want. I'm a certified flasher when I race, but it's more to be like, hi, I'm here. Look at me. This was just abysmal. So the Cadillac here, 100% at fault, and I sentence you to the greatest torture known to prototype kind, LMP freeze. Who's at fault? I just want to learn from this, which I think is a really good attitude. So it looks like another Road America kink issue here. Coming through the fast right-hander. No, we've got through okay. AMG in front. Yeah, so this is a really tricky place to overtake, because the GT's line through here is to go all the way over to the right-hand side, then pull over to the left. But if you're a prototype right now, this is where I sympathise as a fellow prototype degenerate, is you've basically got the car in the middle of the road. You go, right, okay, which space should I inhabit? At the point where I've paused it here, there's more space on the left, but the GT car is also turning to the left. Contact is made, car's out of the race. For me, this is 100% on the prototype still, despite what I've just said, because you're the faster car. It's up to you to overtake properly, and driving into the back of someone half in the grass is not properly. If you've driven a few laps of this circuit by now, you should know where these cars are going and what their line is going to be. You can quite easily, the prototype, go the long way around the outside here with the downforce and not have any issues. A tight squeeze there, but it's a gap that isn't going to close. This gap is always going to close because it's the shortest line possible, and a GT driver is also racing. I'd say my advice, if you're really unsure as to what a GT's line is for the majority of the course, go and watch the fastest GT driver in the split and look where they place the car. Then you can plan your overtaking points accordingly. I always just jumped in and winged it, to be honest, but if it's something you're finding is a problem for you, then there's no shame in doing a bit of research, and that would help in a situation. But yeah, sorry, 1,000,000% on the prototype. Badonk! A big slap from race direction. Am I in the wrong? Posted by Hector Reaver. Well, we're at the Nürburgring GP circuit. We're in the Porsches. We've just reacted to a move behind us from what I can see. Go on the inside. We can see using our helicopter app, which is pretty damn cool. Into the next right-hander, we have the inside line. Guy behind's going to try and get the over on, I think. Yeah, he's a bit faster on exit. We're using the toe of the guy in front. He's now looking to the inside. We're giving him a little bit of room. Maybe not quite enough. And then more contact on the exit there. First move, though. I don't like this at all. This is reaction. This is reacting. Guy in the mirror moves over now, and now we move over to follow him. This is reactionary defending. Not okay to do this. This is how crashes are caused. And probably so far the biggest problem I have with this clip is this. The question here really is, did you give this guy enough space or not? He's on the inside, he's there. I'd say I don't think you gave him enough space on the inside here. There's not a car width there for my liking. I don't think there's a car width, which I understand you're trying to defend the place and that he is there. But if you go up on the curb like this at that speed, then you are going to bounce back off as he did and cause that contact. So for me, the 922, I'd say is guilty of 1, reactionary defending, and 2, not quite leaving enough space there. So 922, it's on you, my friend. Big slapper. I know what I'm doing. But that's not my thing. Scarlet Winter says, I know I left him space, but part of me feels like I shouldn't have went for that in the first place. Should I have backed off instead? I'm the McLaren. So with the McLaren, we're at Zandvoort, going for the left-hander. Going through this fast sweeping section now. We are alongside, so we're entitled to the room. And then contact is caused. This one's a tricky one, because if it were me and I was racing this guy in the BMW, I would be like alongside him, like side by side, as close as I could get. The reason for that being is because this next corner is a left-hander, and it's one that in a GT4 car you kind of need to be wide to take it flat. You let off, it's a very half-hearted move, and he comes across, and of course there's contact. So you are there, but I just say like that. What were you expecting to happen here? Because if you were to try and gas it up and stay alongside the BMW, you're just going to understeer off over here somewhere, because your line is so shallow that there's no room to turn in and stay on the apex whilst carrying any sort of speed. This guy's taking a more traditional line, and to be honest, when you're here and with this distance, it would have been quite hard for him to see you. He would have had the in-game call saying there's a car on the left, so you can, you know, always put that in your defense. But I just think, I don't know, I think if I'm honest, it's a really half-hearted move, and it's just through there, it's not going to work like that. It's a corner where these cars need the room to be able to go flat through there and take the speed through there. This guy is doing that. That's the racing line, but you're so far over in the other part of the circuit, it's never going to work like that. So I'd say, you know, usually I talk about giving room and running side by side, but this is kind of on you for making a move that is not going to work in this reality, if I'm honest. It is causing a collision. You weren't decisive there, and you would probably end up getting penalised for that. This one's posted by You Blues and is called "Robbed of My First Win in the Ferrari Challenge Car." We are the Momo red car in front. I think that's the leading car right now. So we go through this right-hander and turn out there's a car there. Okay. Not a place usually to stop on the apex of the corner, but after we've had a spin, that's actually going to allow the car behind to get through. Now that sucks when that happens, but it's just one of those things. So we're now a lap later at the hairpin, and we've gained right onto the back of the number 3 car, sorry, in front. We're in the slipstream. We're going to go to the outside, not usually the place to overtake. We're going to make it work. Oh, that's a bold move. That's a really nice move there. Car behind doesn't like it. Oh, that is a real shame. Punts us off into the gravel again, and we lose the place once more. So to be honest, all the stuff before this is kind of irrelevant, because this is the move we're talking about here. This was an absolutely fantastic move by our guy in the Momo car. I think it's just within track limits at not kill. I'm not sure what they are, but we'll have to ask. Then this is the sort of move I hate. It's the, oh, I've just been overtaken, I'm going to dive up the inside into a closing door. And yeah, 100% on the guy behind here. Desperation move. There was no clear path to make that move work. It's one of those frustrating moves where the offending party gets away with it scot-free and the guy who's innocent just gets, you know, punted to oblivion. So yeah, 1,000,000% on the black car there. I understand you're fighting for the lead, but you can't just lunge up the inside like that and expect the guy to get out of the way. 100% on that guy. That'll be an easy penalty for the number 3 car there. So go and sit on the naughty curb and think about what you've done. Aegis posts this and says, every second post on here.
Was I at fault? I'm in the Red Bull car.
Yeah, pretty much. So this was posted a year ago by Connor saying, this is probably stupid, but my friend told me this was way too aggressive, but I thought it was just a clean overtake. Can I get some opinions? First of all, I want to say there's nothing stupid about posting this on Sim Racing Stewards. It shows you want to learn, you know, which I think is a good thing. Actually, it's a very clever thing to do. Although I haven't seen your driving yet, so let's see. This is, I think, Miami? I don't know what this circuit is. Yeah, it's Miami. Good lunge there, good overtake. Really nice move. Oh, To be honest, this is just a good move. I tend to find people who say this sort of thing, it's just too aggressive to just be butthurt they got overtaken, to be honest. One thing I would say, though, is this is your teammate. So this is good, hard racing, but if that had gone wrong, you would have probably wiped yourself and your teammate out of the race, which is probably what he was trying to tell you. But as they say, if it goes right, you're a hero. If it goes wrong, you're a villain. Today, mate, you're a hero. This one's posted by the aptly named Reddit Randy, saying, I thought this was intentional at first, but after the replay, I'm leaning more towards a wacky race incident. So we're at Summit Point again. Great place for a crash. We're off into the grass, and that's going to mean we have no control over the car. Still sliding. iRacing grass moment. Is he on the brakes? Oh. Oh, God. So I've got to watch that again. I need to work out what happened here. So we've gone off. We're off in the grass. He's on the brakes at this point. On the grass again. He's not. He's on the brakes again. Still on the brakes. Trying to slow the car down. Rolls back onto the circuit and... It's a hard one to call. Again, bear in mind at this point, the iRacing grass used to be incredibly slippery. Like, it was like driving on ice, and it was good for deterring people from going onto the grass, but it did mean when you have circuits like this, where you can actually reach other parts of the track by cutting through the grass, this sort of thing did happen. I think the reason why he ended up over there is because he tried to turn in for this corner, had a bit of grip, and that started rotating the car back onto the grass again, and you're just a bit of a passenger at this point. And really, you have two options now if you're this yellow car. Do you try and get back onto the circuit, which is turning right? He doesn't seem to be turning right though, he seems to be turning left from that POV. Or do you just commit to hitting the wall and not ending anyone else's race? You can see here he tried to get back off the circuit, but it's just too late. So judgment, this is weird, because if this was any other racing series, anywhere else, in any other sim, that yellow car is going to probably get a race ban, because head-on collision, going the wrong way around the circuit is inexcusable. But the guy was clearly not in control of the car, and because of how iRacing grass physics were for a very long time, when he hit that grass, you could see he's on the brake pedal, he's trying to slow the car down, but the car just doesn't stop on that surface. But yellow car is still going to get DQ'd from this race, no matter what happens in my book, because you are responsible for your car, even if you lose control. But for me, this was clearly not intentional. But yeah, bad luck 12 car. You got absolutely ruined in that race. This video is posted by Boeing Vlad saying, I think I left all the space. So Spa in an F1 car, my bro has not activated Windows, shaking my damn head. Down towards Huon, bit of contact. Oh, I see. This is a not so common outside line at Huon. What he's doing actually is just gonna elevate over the trees and go to the start finish line. Alright, bro, see you. I see why this guy's called Boeing Vlad now. If you're wondering what actually happened here, Assetto Corsa Online, when you lose connection, the car just, for a little while, continues on whatever trajectory it was on. But I gotta say, massive props to the guy in the blue car here. Exploring different racing lines. You love to see it. This is posted by Mr. Deleted. Okay, has to be a good account then. Using a car coming out of the pits to your advantage, is that illegal or big brain? So we're in a Assetto Corsa Competizione. Coming down the straight now. Car coming out of the pits. He's now on part of the racing surface, and this is good racing. Okay, let me go over this. I sort of got a bit blindsided by what happened there, but let's break it down a bit slower as to what happened there. So let's break that down. We're coming down the main straight. We're slipstreaming at Monza. Great place to overtake. Now, let's pause the video here. The reason why I'm pausing it here is we've just had a car come out of the pit lane. Now, when you come out of the pit lane at Monza, you are not allowed to cross this solid white line until it disappears or becomes one of these lines here, this dashed line here. You have to stay in here, and the idea is that slow cars don't get in the way of fast cars coming down the main straight. Now in this scenario, the cars that are currently at racing speed, so the yellow car and the red Porsche here, are allowed to go inside this solid white line when racing down the straight here. So we have a situation where this car legally is not allowed to move, and this car here is boxing us behind that car. To be honest, I think that's just a really, really clever move. Now there's obviously a risk of a massive crash here if the red car was being stubborn and didn't get off the throttle, and of course that would be completely on the red car then. But to be honest, I think that was a good move. It's just opportunistic driving, using other cars to your advantage. So risky, but definitely big brain. So well done to the Honda there for doing that. Overtook the moderator of the public lobby. He called it a dive bomb and then banned me. I don't think it was. What do you guys think? The Parabolica at Monza. We are coming from a long way back. But the move's made, you're up the inside, and there you go. That's easy. Oh my god. I'm going to assume the moderator is a guy in the black AMG. To be honest, we'd make a very late move here, but the black AMG just sort of lets it happen. Doesn't defend the line at all. Lets you go up the inside. You're there. Doesn't defend the inside at all, and through you go. I hate when I read stuff like this. It just means the guy's a sore loser. Obviously didn't see you coming. Didn't bother to defend. Left the door wide open. What does he expect? And by that logic, this car here, being the AMG, we'd have to also ban the 13, the 85, the 78, the 95, the 7, and the 28 for all just being quicker than you. So I sentence the Discord moderator exuding energy of this black AMG to grow the f up with a side of get good. Animus says, I think the guys at the front were driving dangerously. Opinions? This is an original R Factor, I think. I have no idea what's happening here. Looks like Indianapolis with F1 cars. What happened? Oh, it's right at the front. There's like a... I don't know if you can see this, but there's a little bit of suspension there. Just right at the bottom of the screen in front of the Lotus on the left-hand side. And that seems to cause all of this. Takes the wheel off this. It takes the wheel off the Lotus straight away. Destroys the McLaren behind it, which then spears it into the rest. And oh my god. That was a good shunt. I enjoyed that. Imagine being the safety car in this situation and just being like, oh, for God's sake, boys. This is the opposite of what I wanted to happen. Now, this is posted by Schick, who says, White GTR called this a dick move. Was he right? Oh, we're in an awesome car. I love this old silhouette Skyline. One of the coolest cars you can drive. I think it sucked in real life, though. Long way back. No, that's just a late move. I've had enough of people in racing not dealing with being overtaken properly. Think about it this way, right? If you're the guy in the white and this guy is gaining this much on you in the braking zone, you are braking far too early. And that's on you. You've got to learn where the braking zones are if someone can come from that far back and make a move. This one is posted by Saxon. It says, is this my fault for not backing off? Let's have a look, Saxon. We're on board at the Red Bull Ring. In a Ferrari, F1 2022, I'm going to guess at this point. We get swiped by the guy in front. He then weaves again. He weaves again. And weaves again. These are my favourite because they're very, very easy to call. And I've gone over this rule many times, but it's a rule that exists in real life racing and in sim racing as well. So the car in front gets a bad run coming out of the last corner. To be honest, that's pretty much all you need to get a good overtake opportunity here. So the Ferrari pulls to the inside. This guy reacts. This is already his fault. He reacts far too late. You cannot make a reactionary defensive move. And what I mean by that is if a car pulls to the inside to overtake, you can't then go to put in front of it like that. That's not allowed because it leads to this. Contact. The guy in the car behind has no way to predict you doing that. You've caused that contact. There is a sort of a general rule that says it's up to the guy behind to overtake safely. But that is definitely overridden when the car in front is being unpredictable. Weaving like this is not predictable. Okay, so the Mercedes has now made his move despite it being illegal. He now has to stay on that inside line. That's the place he's chosen to put the car. Does he do that? No, he reacts a second time. Extremely late move to the left there. Goes all the way over to take the racing line. So the guy in the front says, you know what, okay, I'm going to stay here. I'll take the inside line. He then decides to come back across again. Weaves over to the right-hand side again. I feel bad for the guy in the Ferrari because he's not done anything wrong at all here. The Ferrari then decides to go around the outside. Guess what? He weaves back again onto the racing line, moves under braking, and puts himself in the wall. In my head, fully deserved. He deserves whatever damage he got there. That's going to be his penalty because you cannot weave like that. It's a really easy way to cause an accident. And in this one, luckily, it was the guy being a bit of a moron that got what he deserved, put into the barrier. So this is posted by Dirty Ethanol saying, I'm being reported for this. I was leading and passing the other LMP2 who wouldn't yield for blue flags for several laps. Now this is going to be interesting because blue flags work differently in endurance racing. So I assume this is the other LMP2. We've passed him up the inside. Nice move. Then goes back around the outside and causes this collision. So first of all, before we get into anything, let's talk about blue flags and what they mean. Because if you are an F1 enthusiast, which a lot of you guys are, then you'll have a different idea of what it means to what it actually means in endurance racing. In F1, a blue flag is basically get the hell out of the way. You are not competitive. The leaders are coming through. Sacrifice your line. Slow down. Let these guys through. In endurance racing, the blue flag doesn't mean that. It basically means there is a faster car coming up behind you. Take care. And that's it. There's no, you have to jump out the way. There's no, you have to yield, or anything like that. It is firmly up to the car behind to get by safely. Now, and whilst it isn't legal to defend the position, you've got to use your head a little bit. If you're fighting with the leader and you're laps down, one, you're sacrificing your own race even more than it already is if you're being lapped by the leader. And two, the guy's probably leading for a reason. He is a lot faster than you, and it will just make sense to let him by and probably just follow him. You can even end up gaining time during that and following the quick guy in front of you, as opposed to losing time if you're just fighting him for no particular reason. Legally, you can defend all you want, but it doesn't make sense to do so. In this incident, we're lapping traffic as well. Yeah, it's just 100% on the guy who's being lapped here. I'm not quite sure what he's playing at. I think maybe ego getting the better of this guy. Bit upset that he's not running very well, but he turns in like we're not there and then spins himself and the leader out of the race, which to me it's pretty frowned upon. So for the guy being lapped here, if your ego can't take being lapped by the leader, then go and practice more. Oh man, street stocks at Spa! This is like great fun! So AppKid says, is this Yellow's fault? Should he have allowed red car back onto the track? This looks like mad force! Oh man, I really didn't expect that. Yeah, for me it's clear that yellow car definitely should have left space for this guy. Look, I mean, look, he's on the racing line, he's in the air, he's ahead. I mean, at this point you got to just concede the move. Oh, I love iRacing sometimes. Wolfman asks, was this my fault? I got kicked for this. I'm the white car. You are the white car. What? I don't understand what happened there. So you get hit by the guy overtaking you. He then spins on his own like a melon and then blames you for it. This is a sim racing equivalent of being it's my football. You can't play. I don't like you. You can't play with me. It just looks like the guy in the Ferrari. I mean, makes the move. You're on a consistent line. He hits you and then spins on his own. No, it wasn't your fault, guy in the white BMW. It's a shame to see so many of these incidents that people just act like idiots online. I mean, I know that's just the internet in general, but what a shame. White car, it's okay, man. You're good, don't worry. Not sure of the legality of this team's strategy in qualifying. Okay, well, it's an F1 video, so it's going to be pretty toxic. Okay.
What is this?
So the guy in front is given a tow. We see that quite a lot in real life.
Tow going on from Captain Stardust and Hado 1804 of OF1C as he moves to the side. This is going to be up. It's not even a good lap. He's
a way of doing that.
10th and a half down. Heads into the Scary.
Hello.
Oh! As his teammate almost takes him up, he's getting another tow down this long back straight. Captain Stardust moves to the side. Where will this put Hado? Down.
So this is very opportunistic, and to be honest, this is one of those weird things where if the league doesn't specifically say this is not allowed, then people are going to do stuff like this. For those who don't know, the guy on the right here, Captain Stardust, was given a tow to his teammate at Monza, giving him the slipstream, basically helping him go a little bit faster in a straight line while sacrificing his own lap to do so. He then pulls over at Ascari to let him go through, which is what you would usually do, cuts the course at some ridiculous speed, gets back ahead of the guy we're riding on board with to give him more of a tow down the straight. That is the most video game ass I've ever seen in my life. Cool idea, very illegal. You can't cut the course to give an advantage to yourself or I suppose to your teammate, but A+ the creativity. This is from Zappy, and it says the guy in front called me brain dead. Standard iRacing moment. This is multi-class racing. We're at Le Mans, though it seems we're at the front of the pack. 3 cars all in a line. We're going to be going side by side. There's contact, and we're in the wall. What happened there? So first things first, Mr. Editor, please zoom in on the Rothmans.
Hello there.
Any modern car with a retro livery, you watch out for these guys. They're in the same ballpark as guys in F4 cars running the Alpine livery. Watch out for those guys, they are bandits. So it looks like here the guy in the Rothmans livery goes wide, and then the car behind number 4 takes the opportunity, goes up the inside, takes the racing line as he should be doing. This guy gets sideways and comes back across and makes contact with the 4, and into the wall we go. Now, I don't know who the person who posted this is in this situation, but in my opinion, this is on the guy in the Rothmans livery. But why is that? Look at the number 2 in front. He is running the racing line. This guy on the right is giving space towards that racing line for this guy coming back onto circuit after going wide. His own mistake. But he then is going left into a right-handed corner, completely chops the nose off the car that ends up crashing and causes that incident. And to be fair, it's a fairly brain-dead maneuver. Guy in the Rothmans livery, I sentence you to changing your livery. This is illegal. Gran Turismo 7 in the Super Formula. Should I have backed out? It's Slappy again. He's got another one. Red Bull going right the way around the outside. Nice moves, maybe. Not enough room to do it. And there's contact. I'm going to guess the Aston's on the inside there, but we have no view of what happened. He's there on the inside. He's still there on the inside. He's still there on the inside. It's a tough one to call. Here's a better angle. On board with the Aston Martin this time. Aston Martin. I mean, let's look at the point of contact here to try and get an idea of where everyone was, and then maybe we can give a decision on this. So at the point of contact, we are as far over as we can go as the Aston Martin. There's a lot going on here, a lot of spray, a lot of cars in a small vicinity, so that is going to play a factor in this. But regardless, as the Aston Martin, we can't go any further left. Where are we going to go? There's grass there. The Red Bull chops across following the Ferrari. I think just doesn't quite understand the Aston Martin was there, and to be honest, turns himself over the nose of the Aston Martin. I mean, he was there. There was a wheel alongside there. So, to be honest though, I'm going to chalk this up to being a racing incident. The reason being is because of this. Like, I can barely see what's going on, and I'm watching the replayable angles. You know, it's a difficult situation this. So I guess maybe when you can barely see in front of you, give each other a little bit more room, and it might avoid stuff like this. Now we make our way over to a Assetto Corsa Competizione. We're on board in a McLaren. This is the Nürburgring GP circuit. Contact the Ferrari in front, and across the nose they go into the inside wall. Let's watch it again. We're with the Ferrari this time. Ferrari seemingly had no clue the McLaren was there. This viewer tells everything. Oh, what a shame. So this view for me, the sort of top-down view, is the most valuable view for knowing who moved and where on the circuit, because stuff isn't distorted by angle. It's a little bit of an odd one because the Ferrari's line out of his right-hander is kind of strange. It's a bit slow on the mid-corner. You see we all bunched up to the back of him there. And then he sort of just stays in the middle of the circuit. Now, he's entitled to do that. He is ahead, so he can drive wherever he wants. What happens, I think, is the McLaren in front goes, oh, okay, I can drive out to the outside here. Sort of starts to do that, and then just touches the Ferrari. McLaren, 5-second penalty. I know you didn't mean to, mate, but yeah, you did just drive into him. Slappy, what is going on, bro? Why do you have so many clips? Is this a common denominator moment for Slappy? So we're exiting the pit lane. We are in what looks to be a hypercar of some sort, coming up to the fountain section. We're alongside the Lamborghini, going into the fountain. Past we go. Nice easy pass there. Contact! Oh, into the wall. You hate to see that. Right, for those who maybe don't know, this is a multi-class race, and what that means is there are several different racers taking part at once on the same circuit. So you have different classes. Of course, the faster cars here, GTP, LMP2, and a Lamborghini, a GTD or GT3, depending where you're from in the world. That is our slowest class, although still a very fast race car. And the objective really is to lose as little time as possible when cutting through the traffic. So at this point, we're ahead, but we're just a little bit slower getting off the corner here. So what I don't understand is why the Lamborghini then drives basically into a gap that is going to shut down. Maybe, I think, anticipating the GTP getting out of the corner a little bit quicker. So what we do there is go straight into the back of the car and put him into the wall. Now, this is me generalising a little bit, but that car I can see from this number right here is first in class, and I've noticed a lot of class leaders act like other cars are not on the circuit at all, even if they're being lapped, which in multi-class is a really good way to get involved in accidents like this. I'm a bit biased because I've been an LMP1/GTP driver my entire career in sim racing, but I'd probably give a penalty to the Lamborghini here because you're not racing this guy. So Almix asks, whose fault is this? Simple enough. So yet another clip, this time multi-class, Renault Clio, Mazda MX-5 on Renault Clio. MX-5 comes in to take the line. Clio is just driving straight. So the Clio is the faster class here. For whatever reason, not quite as strong on the brakes and no attempt to move out of the way. This is an easy one for us. This is 100% on the Clio. But given the last clip, you might be wondering, well, Jimmy, you said the slower class has to help accommodate these passes, and they do. But look how much slower into the braking zone the Clio is than the MX-5. If you're going to make a pass up the inside from that far back, you've got to be decisive, get the car alongside, let them know you're there. If you hover back here and then decide at the last second to go, there's going to be a crash. 1,000,000% in the Clio. That's not how you pass at all. This guy! Has this guy been like saving these up? Yeah. Oh, it keeps going. Oh, it keeps going. Oh, it keeps going. The Bathurst traffic jam. Let's have another look at it from this POV. I mean, yeah. This is such a good shot. But yeah, I can tell you from the first clip, this is on the Ferrari. Dives in, not committed, tags the back of the car in front. No way they were going to make the corner without hitting the Porsche. Just a silly move to make, to be honest, so yeah. And then they cause all this. Glorious chaos. Slappy, bro, will you just give it a rest? Monza in F3 cars. This should be fun. Going up the inside here. Got the inside line just about going into the first Lesmo. No, we don't now. We've fallen back behind. And we drive out and we hit the Mika Hakkinen liveries car. This should tell us what we need to know. We're going up the inside. And we simply drive wide into them, in my opinion. So what I was looking for was being alongside going into this first Lesmo, this right-hander here. We're braking, we're nowhere near. This guy has the racing line, but he actually gives us space. Probably quite sensibly, given what's about to happen. We go to the inside. This guy's entitled to be wherever he wants in the racetrack, pretty much. He's ahead at this point. And we, despite having all this space here, hit the throttle, understeer into him, cause the contact. For the guy on the inside, it's his fault, because we're at this point in the corner, he accelerates, pulls out of it, hits the other guy, causes the contact, easy peasy, slam dunk, done. Is this on the whiter or the blacker LMP3 or just an incident? I guess the white one's on the outside, the black car on the inside here. Difficult place to overtake and pass here, big braking zone. We're still on the inside, on the curb. They've done well so far to stay side by side. It's going to get very narrow up here though. And a little bit of contact and everything goes to That's a tough one. This would be a good point of view for us. That's on the inside. I don't know. He was given room. He was given plenty of room. Okay, so it's very close racing, but if you had to put the blame on anyone, it'll be on the car on the inside, because look how much room he's given by the car on the outside there. Plenty of room to get the car around the corner. I know it's probably the last lap of the race, so they're all fighting pretty hard for this position. But you have to always understand that you can't just drive into the car in front, no matter how much faster you are. So he was forced into a tighter line. He chose that line, so it would be on the car on the inside again. Not malicious, it's just hard racing. But if you have to apportion blame, it would be to the car on the inside. I don't know. I think that's netcode contact though. I don't think he actually touched him. That's a really tough one to call. I'd love to hear your guys' opinions on this one down below in the comments. So the Gears posted a clip just saying opinion on this. We don't know who's who. Orange car on the inside, white car on the outside. White car tries to put a move there. They're being respectful so far. Just a little bit of contact there. That's okay. That one, not so much. So for me, here, this is all fine. There's a little bit of contact here, but that's just hard racing in my opinion. But it seems here the car on the inside just doesn't really account for the fact the car's there and kind of drives through them. I think actually, if I'm going to be honest, I think they just didn't know they were there at that point. They didn't know that they probably thought they had the room. It's the top of the front bumper versus the rear of the rear bumper of the car in front. Just a slight misjudgment, I think, from the orange car. But nevertheless, it is their fault. This car has been spun into the wall. So we would have to side with the white car here. It's on the orange car. I mean, there could be an argument made that this guy should have given a little bit more room coming back onto the oval. But he's so far ahead now that I don't know. I think if I was the car in white, I would have just pulled over slightly. And that would have avoided this whole crash. Not that I think it's that car's fault. I think that if they're given the room, it would have avoided the whole thing. But again, there's always something to learn from an incident, even if you're the one getting shunted into the wall. Sugu says, late in qualifying, pushing for a faster time. Thought I, the purple Porsche, left enough room, was far enough ahead. Should I have left more space? Well, given this is qualifying, the first thing I see is that this corner has been compromised. So this lap's already not good. But then we have this contact here with the other car, puts us sideways and off the course. So I'd love to see it from a different POV. Here we go. We are ahead. There is space there. Perhaps not enough, but we are pushed around. So to me, that just seems sort of unnecessary for that crash, and I'm going to tell you why. Because straight away from this, if you're on number 10 or on number 6, your qualifying lap is completely, it's done. It's been compromised. You've had an incident, that means you've had to slow down, and it means that you're not going to have the optimal lap having to deal with somebody else. So it wouldn't have hurt here for the other car to go slightly wider, but I don't know why the 10 was so insistent on putting the car in that gap. It doesn't make sense to me. Regardless, a good bit of advice I've had from the real world: find your own space. If you find yourself on an outlap coming up behind a car slowly, then back off completely, give them room, and give yourself space to drive into for your flying lap. I think both these guys are just silly billies, really. Just find your own space, it's qualifying. He was a back marker and slowed it down for me. At first I thought he was just an idiot and crashed into me on purpose, but after looking at the replay, it seems like his throttle got stuck. I don't know, lost 2 positions because of this. We're in the HBD, going up towards turn 2, turn 3, Austria. Here he comes on the inside. Big hit. Yeah, that definitely hurt us. So let's have another look at it again. I don't understand. Can we see his POV? Okay, here's his POV. That's the guy through.
What are you doing? I don't know what I'm doing.
Whatever happens, it's 1,000,000% on this guy we're on board with now. That was a very small brain move, but here's what I think happened. So he lets us through, but we're cruising, and look, this guy's already started braking, and this guy just sort of, I think, is unsighted by the fact that he's let the guy through and just completely misses his braking zone. He goes, oh god, where can I go here? Dives to the inside to try and avoid hitting you. You've already turned at this point. He's now on the brakes and turning, so the car's only going to go straight. Go straight. Unfortunately, you're there and contact is made. It is 1,000,000% on this guy, but I think he literally just made a mistake and tried to not hit you by diving to the inside. It is easy to do that though, especially if you're not used to a car track combination. It's easy to sort of forget where you are on circuit and panic, especially if you're doing something outside of the rhythm, of the routine of driving a lap. So bad luck to our camera car, not on him at all, but yeah, 1,000,000% on the lapped guy there. Lexus has anger issues, or it's my fault. So ACC, we're in the BMW M4 GT3 car, going down braking zone, down the hill here. Yep, there's a bonk from behind from the Lexus. Not anger issues, I think just issues with braking, honestly. We see at the start of the clip, we get kind of contact almost there, so the guy is just launching it into the braking zones. Does it again here, but no chance of slowing down at all. 100% on the Lexus. You can't just drive into the back of the people. No matter how fast you are, no matter how big your E-penis is, no matter how big your I rating is, or whatever your rating is on ACC, you can't just drive into people. Your mum's not going to be proud of you. No? You got to respect people online. I got into a toss with another driver today because I believed he bumped me off course. Though looking back at this, it might have been a racing incident. Looking to learn as he shit-talked me and told me to learn my place. Learn your place. Guys, we're driving fake cars on the internet. So we're following the guy who shit-talked, using our straight line speed to pass the MX-5. We then go into the braking zone. Quite early in the brakes, I might add. MX-5's got the power. Goes up alongside. Causes contact there. That's the contact we're talking about. If you don't know what you're looking at here, this is Toge. It's basically driving down a mountain pass as fast as possible with cars all around you. There are really no rules in overtaking so long as you do it cleanly, unless you want to have like a proper duel with someone. So this guy's overtaken using his straight line speed, which doesn't usually require any skill. He then makes a mistake and goes wide into this corner, and this is going to compromise this MX-5, who's also on a run behind him, has equal right to the circuit. We go through here. The MX-5 then actually stays in its lane. The 8.6 oversteers because, again, yet another skill issue. and goes into the side of the MX-5, causes the contact himself. And if anything, the MX-5 contact actually puts him back on course. So, Mr. A6, learn your place, bro. That was 100% your fault. And if you can't stay ahead of a stock MX-5 with a tuned 8.6, that's your problem, not the other guys. Something that I've learned from my 4 billion years in sim racing is always watch the replay before you open your mouth. You'll learn a lot that way. I got called a POS and a dirty driver for this move. Did I do something wrong here? Let's find out, you piece of shit. So we're at VIR, we're coming up to a double right-hander here. We go for the move up the inside, we're quite far back, we're now fully alongside. Nice move, we're there. It's the next right-hander. Was that it? So I'm guessing the title was referring to the guy in the white and blue car in front of us, which to me, I'm not quite sure what his problem was. Fair overtake, left the door open, go up to it, plenty of room. Actually a very, very kind overtake. I've seen much worse overtakes that have been illegal than that. And it just seems that this guy got a little bit scared at the idea of someone racing him online in a racing game. My God, is he alright? If you or anyone you love have been affected by this video and the idea of actually racing someone in the racing game, please call this number on screen. 1-800-KISS-MY... Nothing wrong there. Guy in the white and blue car, just stop it. This one here posted by Buddha and says, was I too aggressive? I'm the black BMW, and the thumbnail is just both of them in the wall. Let's find out. So we're at the Nürburgring, great circuit, going through Schradenkreuz, one of the fastest corners on the track. Sort of setting up for the inside here. Porsche goes defensive, nice. We're now going around Arenberg, long right-hander. Oh. That's a bit more difficult. Oh, okay. Porsche driver just went down in my book. We've got another POV here on board in the BMW. Plenty of room on the inside. Car still there. Still giving plenty of room. So the important bit of this, for me, is here. We're going into the corner. We are side by side. Now, a lot of rule books dictate that if a car is significantly alongside, which is as it is here, at this point, the Porsche needs to give space to the BMW on the outside and vice versa. You need to make sure you both get through this corner in one piece. So we're coming through the corner now. The BMW actually is ahead at this point. So the Porsche driver would have definitely have seen him now. You go around the outside. Now, the BMW driver does squeeze a little bit here, but there is no contact. And actually, we start pulling back out the corner again. But at this point, the guy on the inside just opens the throttle and is driving to this curb out here. And basically, is going to run this guy off the circuit. To be honest, if it was me, I'd probably give it racing incident because it's just hard racing. And the result of the contact is because of iRacing's netcode and collision system and how the cars sort of stick together and then one gets yeeted off into existence. But after the crash, the Porsche driver does this. Which to me throws the whole rest of it out the window and puts this guy in immediate prison. He's going straight to jail. You can't do that. That's an intentional retaliation. A lot of people call it an intent wreck. And that's basically him saying, well, you know what? If I was a steward and I saw that in one of my races, I would park the driver straight away. DQ, you're out of the race. There's no room for that in sim racing or in real racing either. So I sentenced you to waiting for a Rensport closed beta key. So Painted Passport post 2 weeks ago saying, I am new to motorsports and sim racing. This is my first win. Well, congratulations, man. Always remember your first one. My first win was in my second race in iRacing. In my first race, I was crashed out in a straight line by a very angry South African man, and it scared me away from iRacing for about 2 weeks. Anyway, this is us. I think we're at Oschersleben here. I guess I'm not familiar with this track. Goes out wide there. We're very late on the brakes. Inside. A little bit, maybe a tiny bit of contact between the cars there, but up into position. Now, was that aggressive? Yes. Was it okay? Yeah. So let's watch it back and break it down. So the guy in blue brakes fairly early, brakes in this line here. We brake just by that, use that momentum to get alongside. And at this point, the guy in the blue car actually sees you coming, and you can see he turns the wheel a little bit, turns out of the corner. So at this point, you're well alongside, although covered by this blue bar. And now the corner's yours to do with as you please. And what you do here is pretty much textbook. You drive out to the outside of the road, try and take that space. This is almost perfect, this pass, in fact. But I would say it was a little bit rude. And as you climb up the rankings in iRacing, people aren't going to afford you that same room. People aren't going to turn out of the corner as much. They're going to stay there, stay committed, and you're probably going to be responsible for causing a crash. So in my mind, it's a great move because you pulled it off. But That doesn't happen all the time. Shmee the F1 fan says, I'm the 15 Canada car. Was the T11 incident my fault? And was the T1 incident necessary? Do I protest? I already know what's going to happen here. We're going to the last corner. Canada car on the inside. Bad. Bad from the Canada car. Not good. This car brakes pretty late, turns into the corner, and the Canada car is kind of not really anywhere. We say significantly alongside. Here, I wouldn't count that. It's not quite there yet. And it looks like the trajectory of this car isn't going to be making the corner. I mean, you're on the inside here. You've got to brake for that sharper angle. That's the bad thing about being on the inside of a corner when trying to overtake or defend, is you're having to take a sharper angle into the corner. This guy's got the line, he's ahead, he's entitled to sort of come across a bit, but I'd say this initial incident is on the number 15 car. Not intentional, I don't think, but intentional doesn't free you from blame. I think a lot of people confuse that sometimes, saying, well, I didn't mean to, so well, it doesn't matter if you didn't mean to, you still did it. You're still in control of the car. Oh, the rejoin here, pretty terrible, but I get a feeling at this point, this guy's just seen the red mist, because I think I know what's going to happen next.
I've contained my rage for as long as possible.
Yep. Oh, it's a good pun. Oh, it's good. It's good. How much air did that guy get then? Whoa. To sum that up, that incident is you're going to get banned for that. So no matter what's happened previously, if you intentionally crash into a car in iRacing, the sporting code is pretty strict. You're just going to get a holiday, as they call it, probably a couple of week ban. Definitely not necessary, definitely very stupid, but the first incident was 100% on the Canada car. That'll probably give him some sort of penalty, time penalty in real life for that contact and for spinning the other car. But this guy, bad rejoin, and then I sentence you guys to kiss and make up. Arbitrary Ranger says, driver in turquoise Porsche, place the blame on me, verdict. Okay. That was varying levels of stupid there. Let's break it down, because my IQ's just dropped by about 10 points watching that. So first of all, don't be this guy. Don't be this guy on a turquoise car. You're coming out the pit lane. You're not on a fast lap. You have access to a mirror in the sim in iRacing and something called a relative, which shows you how far the car behind you is. So if you look at those two things, you'll know there's a car coming up behind you pretty quickly. So this guy, the guy we're on board with, sees the guy coming up the pit lane. Now this is abysmal, by the way. You cannot do this. We're at Road America, which if you're familiar with that circuit, this has a very, very long straight into this braking zone here. We're at max speed, over 160 mile an hour in this Porsche Cup car here. I feel like I'm victim blaming a bit here with the guy we're on board with, but it's just so, like, okay, now I'm going to just drive into the back of him. It looks intentional, I think, from that point of view. Looks like he went, well, you've ruined my lap, I'm going to ruin you. The way I would handle it is almost like it's real life. If you were driving this car in real life and someone came up the pit lane and blocked you, would you then gas up and go into the back of them and write off both your cars? No, probably not. Now, I'm aware this isn't real life, but the whole idea of sim and sim racing is to get as close to that real life experience as possible. And iRacing of the sims is probably the most stringent when it comes to rules and regulations. So in this situation, just let off. Hit the brake pedal early. I know it sucks. This guy is definitely in the wrong, the guy in the turquoise car. This is one of the stupidest things I've seen in this video so far. But crashing into him isn't going to help your practice or your qualifying or whatever's happening here. It's better just to try and drive with your brain sometimes and not get frustrated by people. Environmental Suite says, green car says I ran into him. F1 livery detective. Oh, they've both got F1 liveries. This is only going to end badly. Contact on the back straight of Sebring. Looks like both cars got away with it, so they're obviously racing hard. Oh, voice chat's getting rowdy. Nice move there from the guy in the Jag livery. Round the outside. Hits the bump though.
Hey bro, watch your jet.
Oh, alright.
Watch your jet, bro. Watch your jet!
That's 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes.
No more, it ain't. So, the first contact, let's look at that. Now, luckily, we have this thing. We can see, using this line, which car moves where. So let's look at the Jordan, or the not Jordan. Jordan's going straight. Jordan's going straight. Jordan's going straight. Jordan's going straight. So what happens there is the Jaguar starts to try and squeeze the not Jordan to the inside to try and give them a worse line into the last corner. You're allowed to squeeze people in racing, as long as you don't end up altering their line or hitting them. That is on the Jaguar. Don't think it's intentional. As for the second incident, let's have another look. This is all this guy. It's all the guy in the green car. Every bit of contact you've seen in this video has been because of the guy in the green car. We are right up against the white line, which is meant to be the limit of the course, but iRacing allows you to go up to the wall if you want to. Guy comes across, touches us once, that's net code, but it is still contact. And us as the, again, we go right to the left-hand side. We can't go any further left than this, over this white line. Guy comes back again, hits us again, and spins us. So, for me, that's 100% on the guy in the Jaguar liveried car. Just bad spatial awareness from him. Is this allowed? ACC. ACC is not allowed. Sorry, Jardia. Well, I'm going to have to mute that because that's got some Eurobeat in it. Editor, give us some appropriate music. So we're at the Nürburgring, or the Nordschleife, the ACC recently released. I have a video on that, by the way, if you're interested. It's up here somewhere. Oh, he's turned his lights off! Initial D style. Now you can see straight away the marshals there actually had a flag out, the black and orange flag, which means mechanical defect. The guy in front, where's this guy gone? And we're back by them. What happened is this guy basically just turned his lights off to try and confuse the guy in the mirror. So when you don't have your lights off at night and you're the car in front, you would not be able to see this car behind you. You have no idea where they are at this point. The car in front is so just disturbed by that he ends up making a mistake at one of the fastest corners of the circuit, goes into the wall, we go by, turn our lights on and pretend nothing happened. Very cool, very imaginative. Definitely not allowed. I sentenced you to a month without anime. So, Key Organisation says the guy said I braked too early. Should I have been a little later on the brakes? So, before I start, I'm going to highlight something here. Now, that is the racing line is on. The reason I bring it up, in conjunction with the fact that we're in a Mazda at what looks like Okayama, means we're in a rookie series. And in the rookie series, there are going to be people who have not done sim racing for a long time or at all racing against you. So, you have to sort of expect it to be, how can I put this, unpredictable. The braking, oh. Well, I've just been killed from behind. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's terrible. So my guy actually brakes on the iRacing line here. This guy, I don't know what the hell he's doing. He has all this circuit here. All of this circuit to not hit this guy. However, he goes, you know what, I'm going to hit this guy. Literally drives into the back of him and collects him. Let me dispel something. There is technically no such thing as braking too early. You can brake whenever the hell you like for a corner, but be prepared for people to possibly not predict that and then drive into the back of you. The whole idea about racing is being fast, safe and predictable. And here, the guy in the sort of weird blue car, he chose to at the last minute come across, take the racing line, there's a car already there, and then drive into the back of him. 1,000,000% on the blue car, green and white car, don't worry about it, bro. You're still learning. I sentenced the guy in the blue car to be shouted at by the same scary South African guy that terrified me in my first ever race in iRacing. Was this a bad rejoin, or am I dumb thinking the car in front would keep backing up? So let's have a look. God's sake. So to answer your question, yeah, it's a pretty bad rejoin. This guy's reversed back onto the circuit and just sort of sat there, I think, trying to engage the gear. However, you ain't getting away from this one. You're full throttle until here. The yellow flag saying there's a car in front, and you can see the car in front spun on the circuit, but you wait until here doing 103 miles per hour, literally meters from the car in front to go, yeah, you know what, actually, I better avoid this guy. Think about your race. Think about surviving. Yes, it sucks to lose time because of a guy in front of you making a mistake. That's not your fault. But would you rather lose, I don't know, 2-3 seconds, or this one by Ethan's called Lap 2, 4 hours of Nürburgring. So we're going on the back straight here, out of bar work. Very fun, fast section in real life. Oh, there are car. Oh, what's happened up here? Oh, we're still going. Guys, sponsored by Moser. Sponsored by Moser Racing, guys. This video is sponsored by Moser Racing. Fantastic. Oh, it's happened again. It's happened again. So, from about here, we can see there is a crash up ahead on lap 2 of the 4 hours of Nürburgring. There's a crash. My guy is flat. He's flat, he's flat, he's flat, he's still flat, he's still flat. He's flat until here. He's flat until here. This gives him 0 maneuverability. Now, did this guy do the stupid by moving across the circuit? Yes, he did do the stupid, but he's going about 200 kilometers an hour slower. The guy we're on board with. What's going through your brain? What do you think is going to happen here? I'm going to miraculously just go through this and be fine? You've got to race to your surroundings. You've got to race to what's going on around you. If you just start driving like this, where you're just shooting every gap, making every low percentage move, then eventually it's going to catch up with you on lap 2 of the 4 hours of Nürburgring. I don't really need to take the judgment for this because both of you got the punishment you deserved instantly. Just think about what you're doing. What this guy should have done is got on the brakes and slowed the car down by about 50-75 kph. I know that's going to cost him and he's going to lose time there, but he's going to go beyond to lap 2 of the race. This is a 4-hour race. You can come back from that. You can't come back from this. All because you refuse to slow down for a yellow flag. Anyway, that was the latest episode of Sim Racing Stewards. Hope you guys enjoyed. As always, ton of fun doing these. I very much enjoy them. As I always say in these videos, go down into the link below. Check out the Sim Racing Stewards subreddit. Very cool community, especially if you're looking to try and clean up your racing a little bit. Some good people there giving good advice. And if you have anything to say on any of the incidents here I recorded, feel free to let me know in the comments. I don't get them all right. I get a few of them wrong quite often. So let me know in the comments below your opinions on the incidents you've seen today. Take care, have an awesome day. Stop hitting each other. Slow down for yellow flags, for crying out